welcome one and all here back again to the North American DPC. Div 1 continues here in week number 2 as we build up to the Lima Major and, of course, the road towards the International. My name is Sneh and I'm your host for these proceedings over the next few weeks. And today, it's going to be a very, very interesting day. Up until this point, we've had some very lopsided matchups, but I have a feeling that today that's all going to change. And of course, I'm joined yet again by my beautiful panel, T-Panda, Fear. Gentlemen, today's a good day. I like this bow tie. I like the black. The drip game is still on point. So what do we think about today, boys? Now that we're deeper into week number 2, are we starting to get better sense of exactly how things are shaking up?
Pretty much. NA has, like you said, been a bit lopsided up till now, but I feel like today things might change a little bit as we have 2 matchups, pretty even in strength when you put these teams together, and, you know, a hopeful feeling. I feel like today might just be the day when we break all the what's the word I'm looking for here? When we set expectations and we can finally break those down.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think this region right now has a lot of dark horses in it. I think there's a trajectory where we can pretty much safely predict how it's going to go. I think it's really up for teams to make upsets now.
Yeah, upsets are obviously what's going to be on the card, hopefully on the table for the next couple of weeks. But to give you an idea of how things have gone up until this point, let's quickly take a look at the leaderboard. Few surprises thus far, unfortunately, as much as we would have liked things to be a lot more shaken up. Starpfire Rebellion at the very top, TSM at the very top, completely expected here. 5 Red 4 Staff, Nouns and Wildcard, more or less in a similar mid-card type of situation. But the real surprise here, in my opinion, is going to be what happens after today. 5 Red 4 Staff are so far undefeated, but let's be honest here, Panda, the opposition that they faced up until this point, not necessarily the strongest, and it feels like this is going to be their first real test so far in the DPC.
Yeah, they took a 2-0 against Alpha on the early days, and then at the end of the week, there was a 2-1 versus Bait. Bait were the only team that's been able to stretch into 3 maps. So you're right. I felt like they may be still in uncontested waters. 5-Rat, in terms of their capability, their skill measures, you might be looking at a top 3 team here. And that's none taken away from Nouns, none taken away from TSM. I feel like we have a real competition between the top 4 teams here in the NA Division 1. And it's really up to 5-Red. Can they make that statement today when they're going up against Wildcard? Because that's going to be an interesting test for them.
Let's quickly take a look at the recap and how things have gone so far in the DPC. The matches themselves have been, as we've been mentioning, a little bit one-sided, a little bit lopsided. But the thing that I find very interesting here, Fear, this Noun squad, they were trounced absolutely by the side of TSM. But the series they had against the Wildcard Nouns was a lot closer than I thought it had any rights to be. So what do you think? At this point in time, has Wildcard been able to learn from not just their own matchup against Nouns, but watching some of these other games and maybe improve themselves?
I mean, yeah, they have a lot of time to watch some tape and get better here. I think for the most part, that squad has a lot of good pieces that they can put into play here. I think Ark has been playing phenomenal on his carry. I think he's the star player of the team pretty much he's a star player. And then I think for their mid laner here, he's struggling. Pavlovich has not been having the best of performances in the early game. Same with Sunlight. Who knows, if they really step it up in the laning stage, this team could be a lot scarier.
I mean, speaking of the laning phase, something that's very, very interesting about how we've seen Wildcard perform so far, well, just in general, we've seen that the teams that have been winning the laning phase has been winning the game. I think we've only had one game where the team that won the lanes ended up losing the game, and that was obviously when Shopify Rebellion were playing against Alpha. It was a bit of a surprise there, Panda, because normally we look at Shopify Rebellion, we know them as the best laning team, not just in NA, but potentially in the entire world. So is it what do you think happened in terms of them losing the lane? Does that inspire everybody else to say, hey, actually, it's possible. Even a team that's that good, there are still ways to exploit them. So will the other teams learn from that approach that Alpha brought to the game?
I think it's a narrative that you never should underestimate any team that's playing. And basically, when we saw Alpha play off, I think Alpha played really good Dota in the early minutes. And that's something that's easily taken out of account when you look at a 2-0 series. You forget what's actually happened in the journey. Alpha played some really good Dota, while Rebellion just kind of knew how the whole package is going to work out. So despite having some difficulties, they still hit their timings. They knew how the draft is going to work out in the end, and they just smashed their way to victory from there. But that was a showing from Alpha basically to anyone, that if they can get a good laning stage, that just tells how important that laning stage is. We keep talking about it like a broken record, early 8 minutes, laning stage, win your lanes, win your games, and that was a potential for it. That really just showed and trademarked why that laning stage is so valued for all the teams.
I mean, I think it's mainly just because the turtle meta is gone. Relying on your one carry to get items and out carry the game, those days are gone. If you're super farmed on a carry, your #1 net worth in the next 3 are the enemy cores. I rarely see teams win in that position because
Yeah.
items are just too impactful, and spreading the gold, spreading love in Dota right now is the way to go.
I mean, we just saw that in that particular recap, right, from TSM announced that at some point in the game, we had massive amounts of net worth being available for Yamsen, but couldn't necessarily make it work
Yeah,
because the
one's
rest of the
done
squad...
and he's dead, and there goes your net worth, right?
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
There's the entire team gone. And in that game, we also saw a lot of this Broodmother just having a phenomenal performance, so that also reifies yet again the point about the laning phase. One thing I also want to talk about very quickly before we start to talk about today's series is I'm looking at the Shopify Rebellion versus Alpha lineup of this Alpha game, right? It does seem to be the case that if your team lacks the capability of playing a good Zoo hero, if you don't have a Lycan player, you don't have a Beastmaster player, you don't have a Broodmother player, does that potentially, Panda, put a certain cap in how far you can actually go in this region at this moment?
Not necessarily. Currently in the top 5 heroes that NA value more than other regions, Doom is there. Like, for example, Doom is not a Zoo hero, but he's still got a very stable lane. He's got a lot of armor that he builds through the Wraith Band. He's pretty hard to contest physically. He's got a big HP pool, which makes the burst damage kind of fall off too. He farms fast. He gets some good items that basically work out through every stage of the game. Then you just need to utilize the hero. Well, how do we get the best benefit out of this? So it's not just about the Zoo or the illusion-based heroes that are, I feel like for the last 2 years, everyone says we should ban all illusion heroes from the game. It still feels like they're super strong, but they are stoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure, like, the thing that those two heroes have in common, like the Zoo, like the Dooms, like whatever Razor offlane of the past, it's ease of execution. Like, to be able, it's not hard to farm, And the strategy for playing Zoo, it's pretty straightforward. You take your tower early, you go to the mid tower next, all of a sudden, you're sitting on a comfortable gold lead, and it's kind of hard to throw leads nowadays. So when you start picking the Mars offlane, the Centaurs, you're kind of forced to get that dagger, make a play on the map. That's when execution becomes a lot harder, and that tests you as a team. If you want to play that way, you got to play better.
It's actually interesting that you mentioned this because earlier on in Western Europe, we saw that Zai, in his interview, was mentioning how the offlane has changed. You can't just sack the offlane anymore. Now you actually need to be able to get progression from that side of the map as well. Today, of course, we're going to talk a little bit more about what these offlane plays will look like because these two teams that are playing today at first, it's a big site of consideration. But let's look at the schedule. We start the day with Wildcard versus 5-Rat-4-Staff, but the game we end with Alpha versus Theath Gaming. Currently, both of these squads are 0-3. Currently, they're both sitting in a position where relegation is the likeliest prospect. This is the first win either of them are going to get, right? And now the question is it the only win that they're going to get? And oftentimes, that one win can start carrying you further and further to victory. But to complicate matters here, Theath Gaming, they don't have Antoha. Their 5-position player is not going to be playing today. They're going to have a sub. And, it's always one thing when you're trying to get new team cohesion. It's always difficult already, but even made more difficult by the fact that 3 games in already, Panda, you already have to have another voice in the team. Somebody else who not necessarily as acclimated to this in the same way as their prior player.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to make a deep dive more later on today for Theath, but I do want to add in at least the fact that they have a lot of different kind of cultures, like if you add into that. And the same is actually for Wildcard, where they have to sync really fast. You have a lot of different players coming from different areas. You need to get in that together very, very fast, which means results can vary. You can have super good performances like a honeymoon team might have, or it could just be turn the table, it's a bit of a flop. Anything can happen. There's no stability, basically, that you can say for sure.
I think actually a very good point about stability at this point between some of these squads, right? In our first series, which is going to be Wildcard Gaming versus 5-Rat-4-Staff, a nice mid-table scrap, which will let us know who's actually in the middle of the pack, just beneath Nouns, I imagine. One thing I find very interesting about this matchup, 5-Rat-4-Staff only played 2 games, but they have so far the lowest hero pool of all the teams that are assembled in the Div 1 DPC. Wildcard Gaming have the highest. Only 3 of their players here have played more than one hero, or played a hero more than once. Everybody else has played a different hero every single game. So what do you make of that? Is this a strength, or is it one of these things where we're not actually sure what we're doing just yet? We're just trying to throw everything in the wall and see what sticks.
I mean, I got to defer to stats at this point. Like, Wildcard's playing a lot of heroes, but they're not winning a lot of series, so that's not necessarily a good thing for them. As far as 5-Rat goes, yeah, they might have a smaller hero pool, but they're winning their series they're playing. So it comes down to specialization and knowing what you want to play. And I think 5-Rat-4-Staff is not that limited, to be honest with you. I think they can pull out a lot of heroes. I know a lot of these players personally. So even though they have played very little, I think the teams have just kind of gave them what they wanted, and they're going to keep taking it as long as they keep winning.
Yeah, I mean, they played, 2 hero duos in pretty much all of their games, right? We can actually quickly take a look at the heroes that they have brought themselves into the DPC thus far, and it'll be very clear once you see the comparison between these two squads, exactly how things look with hero diversity. And look at this. 5 Red 4 Staff just been relying on this Beastmaster, this Tree, this Hoodwink Tusk pretty much in every other game. And Wildcard just keep cycling through everything. The only consistent thing here, Panda, is this Snapfire. However, it keeps cycling through roles. They've played it in the off lane, they've played it as support. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these days they put it out in the mid lane as well. So what do you think? What's your read on this particular situation?
With the Snapfire, just in general? About
Snapfire in particular, yeah.
Snapfire, I mean, you got a really good skill set that works out throughout almost every phase of the game. Mortimer Kisses is something that you need to combine with your team. Like, it's kind of like a follow-up to an initiation, so you already need another piece with the hero to make it work. Cookie, though, with the shard, that's actually a really good shard because you get like extra distance. It's great for chasing, it's great for escaping. And in general, I feel like the hero counters a couple. Talk about the Phoenix counter. You're also really nasty to play up against the lane. He's got some very good burst damage at level 2, making it a threat instantly, so you can't over-aggressively play the lane unless you can fight back.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now there's basically 3 position 4s right now that people are eyeballing. They all do the same thing. It's kind of like you want a certain style of game. You see a lot of Beast in the offlane. You're seeing a lot of Mars. You need that ranged position 4. Right now, I think Rubik's number 1.
Yep.
And then after that, you pick Hoodwink or Snapfire. We're seeing a lot of these heroes, and I think it's going to continue to trend that way. And every once in a while, you might see a Skywrath. But like those are the 3 premier POS 4s right now, and I think we're going to see a ton of them.
We definitely are going to be seeing a ton of them. And in this game, I think the real comparison, or where the winning condition might come from, is going to be the comparison between our mid laners. Of course, Kits is going to be on the side of 5 Red 4 Staff. Babatich, new guy on the block on the side of the Wildcard team. What I find very interesting here about Babatich, right? So, check this out. Babatich, of all the mid laners so far in the NADPC, he has the least amount of last hits by 10 minutes, the least amount of GPM by 10 minutes, the least amount of GPM overall, right? But he also has the second most amount of stun time of all the mid laners behind only Abed. And interestingly, he is right now number 1 in terms of damage to gold ratio. So despite the fact that the laning phase is a little bit rough for him, do these underlying numbers give you a little bit of hope that actually, as long as he can start getting better at the laning phase, he'll start to come really right for the side of Wildcard?
I mean, I think the biggest problem he has is like, yeah, he's getting a lot of stun time, but are the stuns that he's applying to the enemies resulting to kills, right? Damage to gold ratio. I mean, his gold is just way too low. That the ratio is just good for him. So unfortunately for him, I think he really has to step up the laning stage. I do think he has a lot of talent as a player, and he's not giving his best showing. The fact that he is doing a lot of damage means his mid game, his late game, are pretty good. He really just needs to step up and be able to beat some of these mid laners and then actually snowball a game for his team.
Yeah, and I think like if you add on to Babatich's like persona, I talked with Panders earlier on today from 5 Red 4 Staff, the manager of the team. When he spoke with Babatich, he seemed like a very motivated guy. He's very determined because he's a guy who could take on the game 1v9 no matter whatever matchup he's up against. You can go like Ember versus SF, which is really bad for the Ember basically in that matchup. But he's going to be fine with it because he's motivated, he's very determined, he wants to win those matchups, and I think that kind of that adds to like an aggressive play style through his aggressive persona, you could put it that way. He's a young talent that still has a lot to give and a lot to provide, and he's only played 4 games prior to this DPC, and those were also played in like a third-party tournament, so still a lot to do. The thing is about his hero pool. Are we going to see the Tinker? Is this finally going to... He's got 1,500 games on this hero. He also plays a lot of mid-Husker. So those could be some surprise picks if they leave his pick for last.
I'm hoping that we do get to, at some point, see these like uber game-dominating heroes coming in from him, where they give him the capability of winning things out all by himself. One thing I find very interesting between the team comparisons here, though, despite the fact that 5 Red 4 Staff have played 1 fewer series, right? And also 1 less game than the side of Wildcard Gaming, interestingly enough, their stats look much better padded, right? They seem a lot more clean in terms of their execution here. A lot more kills, fewer deaths, more assists. That's pretty much exactly what you want to be seeing between these two squads. And I think that probably reflects why the odds look the way that they do coming into this series here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I wanted to add like one little thing about that mid matchup record. You can put like, Dendi could be the bar in this one, right? Like Babatich went against Dendi. Dendi kind of schooled him. And then Kits went against Dendi. Kits beat Dendi.
Yep.
So like this mid matchup doesn't get much easier for him. But this, all eyes for me are going to be on Babatich and Sunlight. Like, is their laning stage going to be good enough? Because Sunlight's a hero or a player we have not spotlighted that much. He's had some phenomenal performances, honestly, but his laning stage in most of the games, same story. So maybe if he's playing against a team that, they're just skill level on par with, these players really shine. But if they get in a position where they lose their lanes versus a team like 5 Rat 4 Staff, maybe there's no comeback.
Actually, speaking of this offlane matchup between a player like Sunlight here, on the other side for 5 Red 4 Staff Panda, we have Speed, right? And the thing about Speed that I find very intriguing is not just how he plays the game, but he has a very good Dota mind, right? He spends a lot of time coaching, spends a lot of time being a student of the game, right? So in that perspective, psychologically, right, who do you think has the edge here? Because he does seem to be the kind of player that can much better recover than relative to somebody like Sunlight in these kind of games.
Yeah, it could come down to the drafting, for example. If you look at 5rat, the way that they approach into a draft, I've got a couple pretty interesting things to add into this as well. Their third phase picks have usually been either for speed or for DNM, where Kits would be the hero, so the player to have his hero picked up early. So if you look for a better offlane matchup versus the carry, speed could have a small or a slight advantage to it. But most of these offlane heroes are usually banned in the second phase, right? So that's going to take away a lot of the zoo heroes. We see Lycans, Beastmasters being banned out in the second phase, maybe even in the first phase, like the Brood Mother, which you don't want to let through NA's most favorite hero right now, apparently. So those things have to be taken into account when you're approaching the draft. Like, is Speed going to get the good hero, or does Sunlight show something that he hasn't played yet? Because Sunlight actually has a pretty large hero pool, and I think he's only shown a portion of that too.
Has he played much Zoo?
Not really.
Yeah, that's like the one. Like that's.
I think there's a big difference between.
Yeah,
the two.
I mean, ease of execution, right? If you're going to be playing these Mars heroes in the offlane or DK, whatever he might be playing, it's kind of like old school, like offlane style, and execution has to be so good if you want to play that way. And you mentioned this eye interview; it's changed, and yeah, it has, because you want your offlaner to get farm. You want him to be an impact in the game. You don't want him to like be forced to get kills on the map versus a team that's just not going to give you those openings.
Yeah.
It's been a very interesting evolution, right? Because now the mid laners are the ones that don't necessarily have to get that much farm, right? We're seeing more of these husks being played mid, and even your like Ember Spirit, your classical mid heroes, don't necessarily have to get that much network to be impactful on the map. So it's a Dota just goes through these cycles, and it's a strange place to be right now that you can sort of sack your mid laner instead of having to sack the offlane.
I mean, you used to have a choice. It was always between, do I want to sack my offlaner, do I want to sack my mid? It feels like you don't get a choice anymore. I feel like it just has to be your mid laner picking up the runes, making space. Your offlaner, he's going to hopefully take the tower. And then more importantly, when he takes a tower, he's opening up the map for your team. He's farming more. He's getting a net worth advantage. We talked about it before. Net worth matters. Snowballing the game matters. So doing that with these heroes that are Zoo heroes, or, a Doom with a Midas, these are how you get these gold leads.
Yeah. When we head over into the draft, I'm actually interested again about the first pick and the second pick, but most importantly the side, because Radiant statistic isn't really that high, but for Dire it actually is. Dire is 16-9 currently, which is somewhat of a notable number to bring up. And if you look at teams like, later on, Alpha and Theoth, they've both been prioritizing Radiant. How does it go in this series? Like, do they feel like they could actually go for a Radiant-sided draft? Do they still want to prioritize Dire? A lot of teams just want that first pick, and that usually just translates into a one strong mid hero or a strong offlane hero that they want to pick in the first phase, because they're just forcing out the Linas, the Brood Mothers, the Rubiks, and the Dooms, and that leaves open with a large variety of heroes that are hard to counter. It seems like it.
I mean, pick order definitely matters, but you said they're choosing Radiant?
For the other pair, yes. For Alpha and Theoth have been.
I mean, like, that's just kind of like, you kind of see like their win rate, because that Dire has better farming, and I think you can argue the first Roche is easier for Radiant, but honestly, the first Roche does not matter that much. Like, you can give them the first Roche, but how often do you see the game like ending at 14 minutes by someone going high ground with an Aegis? Almost never. So like, you can literally give that Roche away and just get farm efficiency on the map, and you're gonna come out ahead as long as you do contest that second Roche that does have the shard. That's when I think it really matters, and I think that's why the top teams are choosing Dire right now.
Yeah, it's a possibility for it. And also another interesting stat about North America in general currently, we are the region compared to, like, if we compare to West Europe, where mid players, we talk about these mid hero on last picks basically. Out of the 30 games, 37% have been last picks for the mid player in West Europe. For NA, it's only 24.
Yep.
We've only seen a few of them. We see a lot of first phases. Esk has 4, Brawl has 4, Dendi has gone pretty much all the time in first phase, Kits with 4 first phase picks, Bobitic, 3-2-2. So he has 2, no pun intended, but actually he's got 2 of those last phase picks, while Kits is 0. So I'm interested to see what the mid matchup is going to be. I know those flex picks. Are we going to see a lot of those, or are we just locking straight up from the first phase?
I think it probably comes down to the fact that one of the heroes that we've been seeing the most in the mid lane has been the Tusk hero, right? Everybody's trying to get that as soon as humanly possible into the draft. They're just like, if Tusk is available, get it. Because not only do you have access to the Tusk, in the event that you leave Lina in the pool, suddenly now you have a way to be able to close the gap onto the Lina, deal with her in that way. And speaking of the Lina, Wildcard Gaming is one of the squads that has played the Lina. Right now in North America, Lina not doing so hot. It's 1-5 at the moment. The only person who's won with it at this point in time is the A-God on the side of Shopify Rebellion. And Wildcard has played it twice here. So if you're on the side of 5 Red 4 Staff, you know that Wildcard have played it, you know that they've lost with it. Are you afraid, let's say you're a second pick, right? Do you just leave the Lina in the pool and try to angle towards the Tusk/Clockwork?
Yeah, it's all about the trades, right? Like, just read the draft. I feel like Tusk is just kind of the answer right now. I mean, you brought it up. Even if Lina does go mid, Tusk mid, might not win the lane, but with a couple of rotations, you're fine. And I don't know if I've ever seen Tusk just lose mid lane. The hero's just so stable. He makes space. He doesn't lose lane. He does a lot of damage. I mean, what doesn't this guy do? I guess team fight, I suppose. But you don't really need that from your mid laner. So if Tusk goes through, Shopify Rebellion, their answer to Lina, I think teams are going to start copying. Rubik Tusk for Lina, good trade.
All right. We have a draft on our hands here, gentlemen, so let us get into it. Game number 1 of Wildcard Gaming versus 5 Red 4 Staff, a mid-table scrap, which Wildcard, I think they want to win a little bit more than 5 Red 4 Staff because they're not trying to go 0-3, or 1-3 rather, at the beginning of their tour. Wildcard have the first pick, so they remove Broodmother. So now the question is for 5 Red 4 Staff, when does Lina get banned? Do you ban it right now? What do you take out? What? Just Lina Clock, Lina Tusk, and if not, probably Rubik gets left in the pool, right? So if you're on the side of Wildcard, what would you like to see, Panda? Tusk, Rubik, who has higher priority for you as the first pick?
Rubik is probably like the best. Like Fear said, Rubik is just such a great hero in terms of winning the lane, how useful it is in the team fights, positioning and everything, basically, with how we see these fights flow. They're very slow initiations, right? Well, the follow-up, let's put it that way. You've got one guy going in, and then it takes like maybe 1 or 2 seconds, and then we have the rest of the bunch following. And I feel like if 5 Red or Wildcard is able to utilize that properly, Rubik would be a great pick, basically. And Wildcard has the first, so to see if they decide to go for it. And I'm also thinking about kits. Sorry, that was for 5 Red. If you think about for Wildcard, maybe they want to look at the Treant Protector. Is that something they want to go for? Clockwork is also still in the pool if they feel like vibing it. But yeah, they're just going to go for the Rubik. So no need to babble too long about it because they still want that.
It's so good.
It's such a good hero.
This hero's way too good. And now you have the option, if you want to, later on down the line, potentially, for Sunlight, maybe give him the Doom plus Rubik. But on the other side, Tusk plus Tree, we've seen this quite a lot as well. And this Tree and Protector hero, it's quite interesting because when picked later in the draft, it doesn't seem to have that much success, but when picked earlier, it seems to be really, really good. So not really surprising to see 5 Red go for this. Fear, if this was the side of, is it going to be DP? I thought they were going to go for Doom here. This has actually been interesting. The first couple of days, we saw the Doom Rubik being very, very prioritized in some of these drafts, especially from Nouns. But the deeper we go into this DPC, the less priority this Doom is getting, and the more priority this DP hero seems to be getting instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that pick right there is just you try to counterpick the best you can, what you see. You got a Treant in your lane. DP has a decent response to that. You have the Siphon. Tree's really high HP. You get a lot of like Siphon back from that. So they just want to survive the laning stage. And if it does go mid on Tusk, we could see the mid DP. It's okay. It's a classic versus the Tusk. Also, Tusk loves to burst heroes, but DP, if you get a Siphon off or two, you're not getting bursted, and that's when Tusk kind of like falls off a bit. With that being said, I have not been super overly impressed by this Death Prophet so far, but I can see the theory craft and why they went for it.
Yeah, and also like if you think about the narrative of those mid picks, if they decide on the side of Wildcard, if they want to put this DP into mid, they still got the flex for it, right? I mean, Sunlight also plays offlane DP, and then we have Bobatich who could play it in mid, so that also works. But for kits, do they lock in that Tusk and then they face the threat of either DP or another? So
pick Tusk, put it mid. I don't care. Like we already talked about it before. Mid laner, get these DPs out of there. We want the space makers. Like you can do it, but I don't even think he's going to lose to a DP. And if he does lose, it's going to be like, I don't know, 200, 300 net worth. Who cares? He'll go farm one sidewave later, and he's going to make some plays with runes. So I don't really think this Tusk hero, when you pick it, just put it mid every single time. Who cares? Like, if they want to try and punish you, you know what this hero is really good at? Calling friends over to kill. Like some Lina mid. Kill some Lina. They're so easy to kill with ganks. And that's why this Tusk, in my opinion, I don't know who's better, Rubik or Tusk right now in the meta, but they're both #1 and #2 slot. And for similar reasons for Rubik, I think Rubik also just instantly wins your offlane or pretty much every single lane.
I can tell you that Tusk right now is 2-1 in the mid lane versus the DP. So DP's only won 1 game thus far in the DPC, and that's the only game it won. It happened to be, but it's CSM playing.
Is that a full game win or the lane win?
Lane win and game win. So it's like it's been pretty bad so far. So Tusk has been just that good so far in the mid lane, and Wildcard taking a little bit of a risk here, Panda, by going for this DP, hoping it pays off for them. And let's see, what do you want to see in the rest of the draft? Personally, when I think of a player like Babatic, I don't necessarily think of a hero like DP. I want him to play something a bit more active. So potentially this feels like it's already the Sunlight pick on this Death Prophet.
Could be. He's got 2 games of Death Prophet in prior to this inside the last few weeks. And then looking at Babatic, he doesn't have a single, so it does look like it's an off-lane DP. If they want the matchup with the Tusk, I think a lot of heroes that you start to look at are the Ember Spirit, which was banned in the first phase. But if you don't have that open, there's still a couple pretty good ones for him.
Tiny, probably.
Tiny could work. I'm also looking at his more general hero pool, which is TA and OD. And also that I think Tinker is a very risky one here if they felt like, all right, let's bust out the Tinker game 1. Like that's kind of a surprise pick that they want to hold on to. And I think FiveRat also want to pay attention that we don't accidentally put ourselves in a bag where they just get a free Tinker game. That's where the Treant is there. You have the Root. That's going to help you out a lot because the guy just keeps nimbly moving around everywhere. Treant is kind of hard to locate in a sense and has a good gap closer too. Same with the Tusk. You've got the vision basically, the quick mobility to actually catch the hero. So I don't think we're necessarily going to be seeing a Tinker this game for Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, it might be one of the specialty heroes, but it seems like suicide this game. Tusk can get on top of you really easily. You know, you like blinking into the trees on the side lanes as Tinker.
And you lose the lane pretty much against it.
And then guess what? Your tree is just invisible there at the shard, just setting up, putting wards there. It's going to be very difficult for you to make that happen. So, like, Tinker's always been like a cheese pick. The only time I've seen it do really well is if you have, like, some type of strategy where you're with a bounty hunter carry or a Night Stalker with the vision to really make it work. Maybe they could go that route, but I do not think this is the game to go for that. It'll seem like desperation if they do pick it to me, to be honest.
Another hero that I've been finding very interesting here has been the increase in priority on this Batrider hero. In the first week, we barely saw it at all, but in the last couple of days and towards the end of that week, we saw a few picks of it, and we're seeing increasingly more bans of this hero. And even in the rest of the regions around the world, Batrider is increasing in popularity. What do you guys make of this Batrider hero? I know, Panda, you're generally not a fan. So talk to me about this. How do you feel about this?
Well, Batrider currently, like looking at all of the regions, is the second most highest contested hero. And in NA, not as high, but close to the area. I think like when we see this off-lane bat, that's a hard no. Like,
yeah,
please no. Let's not go that route. But for the mid lane, against these heroes that are, you kind of force them to build Lincolns, for example, or Lotus Orbs in the team. FiveRat already has some good builders for it, so they have somewhat of a response to the bat. But Bat is strong in the lane. He's great with rotations, a lot of mobility, but how much time do you actually have to spend farming and not being active around the map? Like you have a fairly reasonable cooldown on your lasso and your Firefly, but do you want to keep fighting the whole time, or do you end up farming the whole time, where you don't have like a clear balance between both of those two? That's where you see a good Batrider player and a bad one.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to that point, those are like good points for like the mid-late gaming. But it's also the one thing this Batrider mid has that a lot of these other heroes don't have. It has the potential to like make plays on the map, but it's reliant on how well you do in the lane. Batrider, if you lose your lane, you're just in recovery mode. You get your travels. If it's not fast enough, you're kind of useless for a while. You can't really make things happen. But if you do win your lane, you can actually have everything. You can have the late game. You can have the early game. And I think you are kind of afraid of that in the draft in a lot of ways. Maybe you're like mind gaming yourself, like this guy's just going to snowball the game too hard. It's very scary to play against a Batrider that wins its lane. And versus Tusk, honestly, seems like a pretty good matchup. Bat does not care about the shards whatsoever. You don't want to snowball into that guy. So probably Kits is just like, yeah, this matchup kind of sucks. Let's ban it.
Get it out of this game, man. Yeah. Speaking of the laning phase, Panda, we see the Skywrath Mage emerging for Stomanen as one of his most successful heroes of all time. He's managed to increase his win rate. He won the first game that he played this with.
Easy game.
Now, good lanes, very strong so far. Fia was talking earlier about how important the laning phase is going to be in this series. So, do you like the Skywrath Mage, and what's it going to be paired with in the laning phase?
What they're going to pair it with. I mean, I think we're going to have to wait for that a bit longer because it's either DNM or Speed, locking in that last pick for the draft. They do have last pick in the entire draft because Wildcard had the opener for the Rubik. So that leaves quite a lot open. I'd rather see DNM get himself a good pick and actually see Speed go now. They went for the snap, so probably that's going to close out the Timber Saw. We might actually see Beastmaster is still... No, he's also first phase banned, so that kind of leaves us with... Well, Furion's also banned. Looking at the heroes of Speed plays. Darkseer,
he played Legion one game, right? as well. Like, I think what he really wants to play, and Centaur, if that's in the pool, if when you play with a Skywrath, he just wants to play with these DKs, he wants to play with these Mars heroes, he wants to play, Axes, he just wants someone to be stunned so you can drop the ult, which technically you can do with Tusk. So if they do skip that, you're just going to be like, okay, so they're kind of just going to play around mid more. So it's really up to him what he wants to pick, but I agree that he should probably just take a later pick here, and they should pick DNM's hero if they want to try and focus on the laning stage, because he does see now that he is for sure laning against this DP.
Yeah.
I don't think it's been a long time since Pango in the off lane. It's kind of like long and forgotten type of hero in the off lane position, but really strong in the mid lane right now. So he gets to choose. Right. He's choosing Bloodseeker. They're gonna go like there's a trade-off, right? When you do something like this, you kind of like get to get better lanes, but you might not have the carry matchup, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think if we were watching a team like Rebellion, they would probably save Arteezy's hero here for like very last pick, because they want the game counter, not really just to win all the lanes. But this approach is fine too. It's definitely going to give them much stronger lanes now, for sure. As they do have the last pick, right?
And they also have the counter to the Pango with this Bloodseeker. So I like the idea too. That could have been a ban for wildcard. Like if they left the carry open, you're not going to counter this Pango. Like there's not really any of these heroes doesn't do pretty much anything to this Pango. You can still get his shard to basically remove almost everything that he needs to, and also the Lotuses that helps you dispel the silence off of this Skywrath. So. Like the idea of going for the Bloodseeker now and leaving Speed's hero for last, but there's not going to be a lot of heroes left in the pool for him to pick. So interested. I'm actually curious about, do they put Tusk 3 in this case and actually swap around the whole draft?
You definitely can if you want to. I think Tusk 3, it's not bad. It works. It fits. I personally, you get to see one more hero, so you can make that choice later. He'll be like, Tusk works here. Do you have something better against the mid lane versus the Pango? And you'd be like, yeah, I got something better here. And then he'll bust it out. But he needs to see a little bit more. You mentioned the Bloodseeker, but I wasn't even thinking it right away. But obvious counter to Pango, but also very good versus Death Prophet. You just Rupture, throw the silence, wait for the silence to land. Or you just wait for the silence to land. Can't siphon anymore, right? And then you can just burst her. So counter 2 cores with that one pick there, so I like it a lot. And in some weird world, you can put the Bloodseeker offlane if there's a better carry pick as well.
True, actually. I haven't thought about that.
I'm a bit worried.
I haven't seen that for a while. What are you worried about?
I'm looking at wildcard, right? And I'm seeing this Snapfire. There's a lot of damage that can rain in from afar, but there's not that much lockdown to enable that kind of damage, right? I'm a bit worried about their teamfight aspect at this point in time, especially like y'all are mentioning, the ways that this Bloodseeker can counter both DP and the Bloodseeker. How? What's left in the pool that could actually give them all that lockdown at the end?
Well, the snap counter is the idea of picking Undying. Like, Tombstone basically falls off at this point. There's not a lot of great heroes who really suffer from decay either. So Undying is completely out of the picture. Tidehunter for 5 rat could be an option if they want to add into the team fight. Also great with the Skywrath. Huge harassing potential, a lot of damage. For wildcard,
they got to pick first.
They got to pick first, so you still got your options open for later.
They just
need
a carry
Faceless Void, maybe? Get that Chronosphere, get some additional damage from both DP and the Snapfire. I was going to give it TB. Okay.
Not a bad suggestion. I actually like that more than the TB, because against the TB here, it's not that bad in a lot of ways, actually, because there's not a lot of AoE here. Like, Tusk doesn't do a lot. Tree by Manta. Skywrath by Manta. You'll get ruptured here, but you can man fight and keep your ground here. So I do like that a little bit here, but I worry for their mid game, as you did mention. Their stuns are quite limited here. It's going to be a lot of individual performance here. Can this Pango lock down heroes with the Rolling Thunder for Snap to use her ultimate? And I feel like that's not particularly easy.
Oh, here we go, Panda. Visage. We've had some conversations about this hero off air, so spill the beans. Do you like the Visage hero emerging for speed at the very end? It was pretty much the last Zoo hero left in the picking order.
Lane is great. The one reason I like about Visage is he needs time to get online. Like, he's great at level 1, level 2, level 3. Then he kind of falls into the void. The Familiars helps him stay safe, but he can't really kill anyone in the lane either, unless he has like 1 or 2 people and constant fighting and throwing Soul Assumption. But he needs time to get to level 12, get that level 2 ulti, unite with his team. We don't really play the Wraith Pack meta, but this is not actually a bad game for a Wraith Pack, considering the physical amount of damage that Wildcard has. So I'm 80% in favor of this Visage. I really like this hero pick, and I want to see how well Speed does. His lane is going to be good.
Okay, so you're going with 5x4 stuff?
I'm going to go with 5x4 stuff. Stamana Sky, Speed Visage. I don't think anything can go wrong, and hopefully I'm not going to get caster cursed.
Thea, what you got from me?
You want spicy. I think that Visage is a big mistake. I think they should have picked Darkseer there against the Terrorblade. I don't think this Visage is going to do anything against Terrorblade in the late game. Arc, we saw his Terrorblade before. He is phenomenal, and I think he has another 1v5 performance here if he gets the farm.
Okay. Well, the Dean of Dota gives this an F grade on the side of the 5-red 4-staff. Erstwhile T-Panda feeling a little bit more bullish towards the drop of 5-red 4-staff. However,
Yeah, I cheated mine.
T-Panda has the crib notes. But we need to find out notes on the game itself, and that's going to be coming out in the field of play. So to bring you that action, we have our wonderful duo of the muscular MLP and the jacked up John X Fire. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much there. It is indeed the muscular MLP and jacked up John X5. Jonathan, you don't look that jacked, I'll be frank. But it's going to be a hell of a series coming up here. Wildcard against 5-rat 4-staff. Our panel was split. T-Panda believes in the Visage. Let me tell you, I've played with the man's Visage. It is not impressive. He has no idea what he's talking about. Fear doesn't like the Visage whatsoever. Fear won 1 TI, he thinks he knows what he's talking about. It makes me sick.
I do agree with Fear's points, though. I think a Darkseer might have done a little bit more. The illusions from the Terrorblade would have been big. Laning phase-wise might have gone a bit better. This can still work. This is still pretty aggressive coming out from 5-rat 4-staff. There's some ways you can itemize on Visage. The rate pack point the panel brought out is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think something like the Ags could be a really good hit and run to go into the back line, kind of get that vision out for your Sky, for the combinations to kick in. And I think that's maybe the route they could go for here in 5-rat. Not just the durability on the Visage, but again, this big hitting core, if you do go for like the Ags on the hero, it can be ridiculous. The Ags plus level 15 talent, you can really melt some heroes. Even the TB with all of his armor softened up quite a fair bit.
Allow me to interrupt you, Jonathan, because we've got a video with our boy Speed here. Of course, we're going to ask the man, what's his comfort hero pick? Let's hear from Speed.
So no matter what the patch is, I always have an affinity towards Timbersaw. I just love playing this hero. Unfortunately, right now, I think it's a pretty good hero right now, regardless of the fact that reactive armor is such a bizarre spell in its current state. It just feels clunky as hell. But this hero is just so much fun. Being able to explode heroes if they're 3/4 HP or below, it never gets old. Especially considering you can go Kaya Sanj and get the spell amp. Add level 15, that puts you up to 24% spell amp. But I actually learned recently that spell amp is additive, it doesn't stack diminishingly. So you can just explode people instantly at 24% spell amp, 30% if you get another Shul. So this hero's fun when you get all these things together.
That's a free tip from Speed, John. You usually get that on the guides, but Speed, he's feeling a bit, generous today. He's offering us free tips.
Yeah, spell amp being additive, not multiplicative, so it doesn't diminish. Big tips there that you can probably find in this game leap, which is almost always 50% off, Mike.
Yeah, 50% off. It's a great deal. Stominant, not in a great deal right now, John. Copying a lot of damage here from Arc and Flea, but is going to be okay to back his way out. This top lane could be pretty disastrous for Arc, right? Like, Fear wanted to see something like a Darkseer come out. The thing is, with Skywrath and Visage, like, you've got level 1 Soul Assumption. It does so much damage at level 1. And with Stominant there to back him up and offer that burst damage you need to be able to use that Soul Assumption, Arc could have a very tough time. And you look at the amount of damage he's taking already, just from a concussive shot, it's kind of ridiculous. They just don't care for the TB's armor this lane.
Yeah, it's not a lot of HP on the TB, so the magic damage is always going to feel good. And as you mentioned, you can always just build up the stacks of Soul Assumption there and start to run down. Arc can kind of counterplay once he has maybe level 2 Metamorphosis. You start to feel good. You can threaten Stominant if he does overstep, but that's contingent on Stominant kind of, again, overstepping his bounds there and going a bit too far forward. We'll see if maybe Flea finds that opening to punish the Skywrath down the line. Overall, Arc's already out of regen, so not the best feeling in the world there for the TB, and it's a good start for Mr. Game Leap Speed.
Absolutely. Because that mid lane, you've got Babbage there against Kids, the Tusk vs Pango matchup. For now, Kids having a great old time. Babbage shouldn't struggle too much because you're always going to have the Swashbuckle to get away from the shards if you do get caught out, and even the Shield Crash can be quite effective in getting out of that. In fact, hold that thought, because Arc was copying a hell of a lot of damage, and that was a Soul Assumption flying out from Speed. Arc, again, going to be so cautious because the magical burst they've got in this lane is quite high. But going back to that mid lane for a second, although Kids is being super aggressive here against Babbage, I imagine this Pangolier should not die.
It's pretty hard to pin him down, and you have pretty good reach as well to clear out the creep wave without hard committing. So you can just kind of stay out of shards, get that build up. If you trade, Shield Crash can be pretty nice. Although, again, Kits also has some back and forth with dodging with a snowball. So you've got a lot of mobility plays in the mid. I think it's going to be relatively stable for farm. Maybe whoever hits 6 first can look for a support rotation in. You do have pretty good support rotations from both sides. Maybe a little bit easier with Wildcard, with the Cookie combination and the Lift. So a little bit more control coming out there. We'll probably see that maybe by the 6-minute mark. Again, not the most kill-intensive lane, as both sides are fairly durable on mid. But you are seeing Kits kind of pull ahead. He is working his wave clear a lot better with the shards and the snowball. And for Babbitt, it's just a little bit annoying. Just slightly behind, but it's a good amount of CS here for Kids.
What about this bot lane? Like, you've got DNM on that Bloodseeker with Albino Zebra on the tree, and they're, of course, against Sammy Boy there on the old Snapfire, and Sunlight on that offlane DP. I personally hate Position 1 Bloodseeker, John. It's, you know, I don't mean to say the T word, but it does feel kind of trash. It's obviously very good this game against the Pango, but what are you thinking about this POS 1?
I think it's a positive feedback loop for 5-Rat 4-Staff. You consider what happens up top, and you consider that you've got level 2 Thirst here for DNM. The fact that your top lane can sustain this pressure, constantly drop Arc and Flea down in HP thresholds, DNM's always going to have a pretty good amount of Thirst running on. So he's always going to have a little bit more move speed, a little bit more mobility to play with.
Top lane. That's so much damage flying out. Flea and Arc, both so darn low, but Stomin and Speed do have to back off. They're out of mana here on Speed, though he does have a hell of a lot of mangoes available on that Visage. But they'll give him a bit of a break here at the top lane. You look at the farm of Arc, though, on this TB. He's having a rough time. 14-1. Yes, he's still finding some farm, but it's really nothing to write home about.
Yeah, it's not building up the way you'd want it to. Not too far behind on DNM, though. So it's not like it's completely bad here for the Terribly 2 CS behind. Losing the Courier's the bigger one. He lost his raindrops there. So not going to be able to sustain through a lot of that burst for a little bit longer in that lane. And again, considering how that top lane is going, DNM's Bloodseeker is going to have a good time. He's always going to have some form of thirst running. It's going to be hard to chase him down with the threat of Spirit Siphon, and even hard to pin him down with a Cookie. So by winning top, it helps you win bot lane, and this kind of positive feedback loop just helps to counteract how great a DP can be up against a melee hero. DNM is certainly not feeling that pressure right now from Sunlight.
Certainly not. Even Sammy Boy just taking over the lane now. Sunlight pulled the creep wave a bit further back. Kids, mid lane going to go for a bit of a snowball onto the Pango, but not going to amount to too much. Obviously hasn't hit that level 6 mark yet. Meanwhile, top lane, Flea does have to be very cautious because concussive shot's going to fly in, and just look at the damage. Flea, I mean, he's going to try to run. There's really just no way out. Speed, he'll secure first blood on the Visage. And my goodness, Flea, he can't do anything about it. Like, you don't have any raindrops either. And even if you did, they burst through the raindrop charges so quickly. It just feels like there's no point.
Yeah, it just melts. And it's just down to how aggressive top can be. Like, you think about concussive plus Grave Chill, you are not running away.
Nah.
The movement speed slows, the ability to keep building up Soul Assumption stacks with a support like Skyrat Mage. They are grouping around mid here.
Yeah, that they are. Walrus punches out. Babbage, oh, he's swashbuckled on the spot. He's going to try for the Rolling Thunder. Back towards Stominan, but Kids is moving in, trying to get those final right clicks off. Babbage, he's forced to get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, Stominan will Fairy Fire and will survive another day. Kid still on the chase, has another shards in just a moment. There's going to be a snowball out. Babbage will get the double damage, but it's not going to be enough. That was risky. Like, he risks his life for the Skyrath kill. Yes, they do find the Skyrath in the end, but it's not worth the mid-Pango.
No. Kits get solo EXP as well. You are very happy now in that Tusk. Again, all down to the support rotations. Wildcard just a little bit slower on the uptake there to come in and intercept, and Stominan just does great work, juking around, cops a lot of the hits, immediate smoke on his respawn upon TPing mid and the bottle refill. So they've got this huge opportunity to bully out top. Arc still doesn't have Sunder, does have Metamorphosis ready, but he's just so squishy if they're right on top of him right now.
Yeah, Arc, you've got to run. So there's the smoke break. He hasn't reacted quite yet because he hasn't seen them, but in Kits goes, and it's just so much damage. Arc still surviving for now. Stominan didn't have the backup damage to really burst him down. Still going. Sammy tries to take down Stominan, but it's not going to be enough. Sammy will sacrifice his own life away now to Kits, and Kits is still going. He could try to dive the tree line if he really wants, but it seems like they'd rather focus down that tier 1 top tower. And for now, 5-Rat 4-Staff really just playing this draft to perfection.
Yeah, they're hitting all their early beats from the laning phase. They're getting this aggression out, shutting down Arc, making him go to the jungle a lot earlier, while in comparison, DNM's not under pressure. The supports of Wildcard are forced to respond to the aggression of 5-Rat 4-Staff. And that's not really where you want to be when you have this lineup from Wildcard. You've got this Pango who's ready to roll. You've got the EXO ready to go. We are seeing Babitic work his way down bot. So they could try to go for a little bit of a gank on DNM and try to go for the kill if they get the control here. But DNM knows something's up. They had a ward in the river, so they know the rotation's coming in.
Kids, he's going to find Arc top lane. This is a real problem. Like, he might get caught now, and hopefully, at least for Wildcard, he does. Kids, he's a tanky boy. He has Snowball. He'll go for the shards, but won't make it out. The thing is, though, he does find that Terrorblade who's already just not having a game. Like, they just comfortably infiltrate that dire jungle. And as a TB, you have a bad lane, you rely on the jungle. If your jungle's getting invaded like that, what the hell do you do?
You can't do much. You have to find a way to make space for Arc. And they tried to push in bot, but because they were forced to TP out Babitic after he ran down bot, they can't fully commit for that push. So the tier 1 still stands. You're trying to play this push game up against a Treant. Every time you can't fully commit and take these objectives, you're just going to heal it up, which stalls out that push, which stalls out the space, and just makes it even tougher for Arc to find that room. You still are seeing forays here from the side of Wildcard onto that bot jungle, but this river ward out from 5-Rat 4-Staff just gives them so much info. Wildcard has just run through there multiple times, and they're able to adjust accordingly on 5-Rat 4-Staff, not allowing any openings to come out for Wildcard. Smoke out here, though. 5-Rat looking to use that vision aggressively now.
Yeah, I mean, the only person that hasn't been pressured is Sunlight. And he just may now. Sunlight, third in net worth at the moment, but may lose it very, very soon, as there's your rupture out from DNM. Does he have a TP? He does, but he tries for the fight instead, because he's got the backup, but he's already gone. Babitic, you've got to get the hell out of there. He'll roll out now. But my goodness, the burst damage from 5-Rat 4-Staff, just way too much to deal with. And until you have those BKBs up, there's no survival. In fact, Babitic is still running. Eventually should get out, but Kits was on the chase. Kits will leave him be. Meanwhile, topside Speed just invading the dire jungle. And this is perfect gaming here from Speed, right? Like, just don't allow Arc that catch-up farm in that dire jungle. That dire jungle now, it belongs to Speed.
Yeah, he's eating through a lot. They've got really good forward obs here on 5-Rat. There is a sentry in Sammy, but the obs should expire in a few seconds, half a minute. So probably not going to be able to get too much out from a D-ward there. Arc is finding decent enough recovery. He's still got a long way to go. And the issue now for Wildcard is you've got this DP who hasn't really managed to pressure in that bot tier 1 yet. Albino Zebra's holding the lane now. Living armor is still a constant issue. If you can't fully commit with EXO for the take, it heals up by a decent amount. And Wildcard now are just kind of scrambling for a location to play in. Maybe once this diffusal's up on Babitic, you can look to, just inhibit a hero, get it easier to get the Rolling Thunder off. They are just going to smoke without it, though.
But they are. See what they can find. I mean, they're so desperate right now, Wildcard, to get something going. Just buy more space for Arc. Towards the top side they go. They'll try to hunt down the Visage. Speed is backing off at the right moment, but still getting a little bit greedy for that farm. In they come with the Rolling Thunder, but no, they miss the initial stun. They'll move in with the Cookie. Speed still copping a fair bit. Surely goes down. No, he gets the stuns off. Oh boy. And Speed is juking and jiving. Mortimer's Kisses will do nothing. They call him Twinkle Toes on that Visage, John.
He sure was quite flexible there, dodging quite nicely there on Speed.
Speed the ballerina.
He is a ballerina. He's dancing around, and if you want to learn how to play Dota and dance around like that, you can check his game, of course. I'm sure he's got some crossover tutorial on how to keep your moves up in Dota 2. Still, we're seeing a little bit of movement out now from Sunlight trying to shove in bot. Does have the creep wave, but just the presence of a Treant slows that down, and they're fighting mid again.
I mean, why not? This draft, it just... Hey guys, we went our lanes, let's run at them. Why would we sit back? Just run at them.
Yeah, and there's not much of a response out from Wildcard. I mean, they're forced to just, again, try to build up this farm, try to stall out for their Terrorblade to kind of catch up. at the cost of everyone else. I mean, at the least, they have managed to finally find that bot tower, so there's a little bit of room to kind of work that forward jungle down bot. But you're about to hit the item beats here on 5-Rat 4-Staff. Like you're on your way to a really early pipe coming out from Speed. Durability seems to be the call for him. So just trying to tank up his team up against a magic damage output of Wildcard. The Diffusal's up for Bapetic, which could have led to a successful gank in that smoke if they just waited for the 20 gold he needed for the recipe before they smoked out. So maybe now if they try to make a move, you know, you can slow someone down, find that support pick off. And to be fair, 5-Rat, they are 8-2, but their net worth lead isn't massive. So Wildcard is still managing to find spaces on the map to build up. Most of that is still on Sunlight, but he's about to hit that point where you're really durable on that DP. The Guardian Greaves not too far off, mech already up and running. So it can be a little bit harder to commit onto Sunlight. And that is something Wildcard can use to clump around. I think one of the times we saw the Terrorblade DP, they just instantly group up with Metamorphosis Exorcism onto the mid. I think at some point, Arc should look to make that play. He does have Dragonlance up, so he's a bit more durable. And they do smoke up as 2 here in Wildcard.
They've got to get something done. They'll head into the mid lane. If they can get a good team fight, that'll be the mid tier 1 tower to drop. Yeah, it's a little bit late, but it's going to go down eventually, surely. Wildcard maybe trying to use Arc as bait here in the mid lane, but it turns to be a little bit too obvious as 5-Rat. They read the movement very well from Wildcard, and they back their way out. Even DNM, very defensive in this Radiant Triangle. So they will see him, but they won't catch him. They just know they're coming. And so Wildcard again find nothing for their time, and well, with that 5-Rat, they may group up and smoke themselves soon.
Yeah, they've got ample opportunity to do so. All their spells are up. They've still got this really good single target damage coming out, especially with Stominin and the Mystic Flare. So you can just kind of dig through and melt a lot of these heroes, especially Arc. Like he's going to be vulnerable until the Manta is up. Even with the Manta, you might actually need a BKB this game, depending on how you feel and depending on how well 5-Rat 4-Staff kind of get the jump here. As long as it's kind of stable like this, I don't think you mind too much. Again, net worth lead isn't massive by 5-Rat, so just maintaining this farming pace from Wildcard will allow them to eventually just hit these timings on their Terrorblade and even on their Pangolier. Now, Bapetic is working onto the Linken's, so that immediately blocks at least the instant Rupture counter, but you still have a couple of ways of piercing, at least popping that Linken's. If your Rolling Thunder isn't quite up, you can just rely on your Skywrath. You have some solutions there. Overall, though, I think just allowing this kind of pacing, even though you're keeping up on Wildcard, the timings for 5-Rat still feel a lot earlier. I mean, Bloodseeker just needs a BKB, maybe down the line a Shard, and a Basher, then you're kind of sad. Oh.
Jump in, Sunlight, he's popped the Exorcism, but look at the damage! Your Guardian Greaves just in the nick of time, barely surviving, but not for long.
Ooh.
There's that sustain you talked about, John.
Yep.
It wasn't good enough.
I mean, to be fair, it was a lot of healing out from the Guardian Greaves, just way more burst coming out from 5-Rat. They did try to play around with Arc, right? You pop Exo, you pop Meta, you come in. Fortunately, Arc didn't pop the Metamorphosis yet, so he still got that available for himself, but that stops the mid push. You can't pressure mid, you can't open up the map more. You have really good defensive wards coming out here from 5-Rat, anticipating these moves onto that mid. And they can play aggressive now. Like, they still have so much to play with. Overgrowth is down, but it doesn't feel necessary at all. And again, you're just stalling out for DNM as well to get some space. Like, there's not much room for Wildcard. They've been clumped around mid for quite a fair bit of time.
Sunlight, not again. Sunlight, it just happened. He's going to be all right. They won't make the jump in yet, but Kids, no, he moves around. He was just waiting. He found the Rubik first. Flea almost down, but there's your Guardian Greaves again, giving them a bit of sustain, and with the Mortimer's Kisses, maybe they can force a good team fight. Kids, he does go too far. Speed now in pretty big danger, blocked by his own shards. Will drop to boot. In fact, that was Flea's shard blocking them off. So Wildcard, they finally find a crack in the armor of 5-Rat.
Yeah, they make it work. I'm not sure if I saw Speed use a Stone Form. It looked like he was wanting to, but might have been on cooldown. right as that fight hit critical mass, and just a little bit of a aggressive move out from 5rat punished massively. No Exo, but with Arc around, doesn't take too long for the mid to fall, even with that living armor around. There's still an opportunity to defend though. Respawns are fairly short here.
And it is. Tier 1 mid tower. Dropping fairly quickly. Wildcard got to be careful not to get punished for this. Shards will block their way. Overgrowth will hold them down by albino. Kids is going to rush in.
Ooh,
Ark's the
Arc.
target. Arc, he gets silenced up. He needs some help, but he's down. Maybe they can punish. They could try. Sunlight. Oh, look at this. Look at this. He's surrounded.
Oh my god.
Sunlight can't move. He'll TP out. He'll be all right. Sammy, in the meantime, though, won't be so all right. He'll be chased down himself on the Snapfire. Should drop as Kids is looking for a little bit more. They won't find him. That was quite a beautiful kind of ice surround, John. That should be a new spell.
Yeah, we've never seen that. Just 2 shards coming out, trapping in the same spot. That did kind of save Sunlight's life, though, preventing even more right clicks, giving him the space to TP out. And they did find the objectives here from Wildcard. You're pretty happy about that overall. You open up the map a bit more. 5rat can't quite commit into the mid tier 1 to counteract. So Wildcard, again, finding some moves here in this game. And just managing to get a few openings for themselves. I think the thing for 5rat now is these BKBs have to come up. At least DNMs has to come online. Kits, he's got the blink ready. He's been kind of juking and driving really well. And I am curious what speed goes for after the pipe. He is going for the axe. Looking to hit and run, do a lot of damage, especially once his 15 mark is up. Wildcard are looking to play aggressive with his vision, though.
Yeah, they're going to try. Nice silence out. They've got DNM on that Bloodseeker. DNM going to try and find a way out, but there's no way out. He is gone. Great plays here from Wildcard. Finding their footing in this game 1 after such a terrible start. And, well, for 5rat, it feels like they're giving a little bit too much away now.
Yeah, they need to respect that pick-off play of Wildcard. It is still there. The vision probably catching them off guard as their triangle's been really safe to farm in for quite some time. And they just go back into the push here from Wildcard. On to the top tier 1. Not going to take too long to kind of melt that down. You really need that BKB on DNM. If he does have that up, that entire movement gets a lot tougher to pull off. Although,
Mid lane, they'll make the jump in and find Sammy Boy. Not the biggest kill in the world, but it's something. And Flea's going to take the old Walrus Punch away. Takes the haste rune away while he's at it. And Kits has no spells to trap him up.
just a bit of tag. Always fun to see a Rubik with Walrus Punch, though.
Yeah.
Flying high from a right click. It's actually pretty useful on the Rubik. Pretty busted to have that kind of range on that spell. So they've got a lot of utility coming out from Flea now. And a slight net worth lead coming out from Wildcard. You've seen the recovery come through for Arc. He's gotten enough space in the jungle to get that build up. His Manta should be done. So he's got a way of avoiding some of that single target control. The Ancient Seal's not going to feel as threatening. And you kind of just have a little bit of a better time showing up now with that TB. Almost at that point where it can just stand up front and get the hits off. Once the Scotty's up, you're definitely in that spot. For the side of 5rat, BKB's already done on DNM. Kit's not too far off from his, just lacking the recipe. And the full pipe is almost done as well on speed. So you are starting to get a bit more durable. And Wildcard opting to make a play early. I mean, they've got the smoke, but no one quite up top. Probably maybe feel the need to play around with the Exo and the Metamorphosis. Although 5rat are going for their own movement. They know where they are at.
They certainly do. Sunlight is the target they'd love to start on. They know Sammy's around the area somewhere, but Sammy's not in position to really break the smoke right now. Wrap around Sunlight. He's going to get out of there.
Ooh.
Jump in. Kit's off the mark. Snowball, though, is going to land. Shard's going to block the way, so Sunlight really has no way out of this. He'll Guardian Griefs and try to run, but they get a follow-up silence off. And eventually Sunlight understands he is going to drop. Wildcard giving another big kill away here to 5rat 4-staff. And I was going to say Roshan might be open for 5rat. It seems like with their own draft, they are going to take it easy and not try to force Roshan yet. But once you get it, yeah, he does have 3 levels in tag team, so it can be quite a fast process, especially with those familiars.
Yeah, it doesn't take too long to melt. I think the one thing is that 5rat doesn't really have forward vision to protect Roche. They know there's the threat of the Pango roll in such a tight spot as well. And they don't really have the multiple BKBs to kind of help them there. They only have the NMs. Just kind of play it safe. Maybe once they clear that mid-tier 1, that's the timing they're waiting for here to open up the map. Clear the mid-tier 1, you can go for Roche. You do have much more protection now for Babitic. He does have his Linken's up. The one thing, though, that will feel awkward for the Pango here is you already have the early blink on Albino Zebra. So you can just blink in Overgrowth, and it's still really awkward for the Pango here. You're not dying from anything like Rupture, but you're held in place, and your teamfight presence is counteracted by a pause 5 with blink. So that's still something Babitic will have to watch out for. Just how well Albino Zebra positions himself in this fight kind of determines whether or not this Linken's is really going to do much. Like, if the Linken's blocks off Rupture and he's not being caught by Overgrowth, you feel pretty good. If the Overgrowth still comes through, well, it's not going to be an amazing thing.
No. Big group up from 5rat. Wildcard also staying together right now, not feeling safe. Because there is safety in numbers. Trying to infiltrate that Radiant jungle. And Arc has caught up very effectively. Top of the net worth board now, working on towards that Eye of Skadi timing, which is a very potent timing for Terrorblade. It's very, very strong once you have that item up, and you can start looking at, you know, other items like, say, BKB. Just to have that extra magic immunity against the side of 5rat. And 5rat, I mean, the game's slowed to a crawl now, and it's gotten to a point where you start to question whether this draft is going to be able to really contest them later on, right? Because you've hit the mid game now. TB, DP, they're both very, very potent at this stage of the game, and as it goes longer, Terrorblade, it's one of those heroes, it just scales so darn well.
Yeah, it really does. And you're scaling on Bloodseeker. I mean, it does scale pretty well up against a hero like TB. It's not the most amazing matchup once the Scotty's up. Does feel like you can kind of get kited around just by how far that reach is. 5rat opting to smoke up now.
But they are.
They've got the BKB up and running on Kits.
Maybe they can start with Babitic.
Ooh.
They do place the ward down. They've got the vision. Babitic, swashbuckle away. Sunder from Arc, going to give him another chance at life. Instead, they might have to settle for Sammy, but no, even he's too far. So 5rat not having that burst they enjoyed just 10 minutes ago. Still trying to maybe bait them into Roshan. Sammy going to go for a D ward, does get punished. Cheeky little play there from 5rat, acting as if they're going Roshan to try and force a D ward, and well, they were waiting the whole time. Now they can force Roshan.
Yeah, doesn't take too long with the damage output they do have. They do need a tag team to kind of get that done, but Kits opting to just look for more to walk under their vision. Wildcard not falling for that, although showing a couple of heroes, but they are tankier.
Very awkward position for Wildcard, because they know the vision's there, but they can't really move under it. And now Roshan just goes the way of 5rat for free, because you don't have the backup of the Snapfire with the kisses. It's a great position to try and fight in as well with the draft that Wildcard have, right? Like, you're in Roshan pit with a Pango. You couldn't have asked for really more, but they can't get there.
No, the one awkward thing is that you don't have a blink in Babitic, so it's really hard to actually get in there with that vision standing in the way. Oh.
Jump in, Snowball, gonna connect, Kits, has his own BKB now, he'll just rush right forward. Sammy, in trouble, will be okay to back off as Sunlight, he's the one that's very, very forward right now, but look at the damage, DNM just takes him out. And now with the Overgrowth, they'll hold down Babitic. He'll eventually start rolling once again. It seems like they want the Tusk and they'll find the Tusk. A 1-for-1. Not too bad of a trade whatsoever for Wildcard. But they will still give the Aegis away, and eventually 5rat, they'll just back their way out.
Yeah, it's a nice way to equalize for Wildcard. It's not the worst feeling in the world. You did pop Exo on your DP, and you lost Aegis, but you know, you kill off Kits. He's a pretty high net worth hero. Worthwhile exchange overall. But you will have to watch those team fights. Again, we're seeing the effects of just having a pause 5 with Spell Immunity Pierce and that ult. It's really easy to cut off Babitic. Doesn't quite work out in 5rat's favor, but it does make it ultra awkward for Wildcard to find a follow-through. And just all the spell immunity removes Sammy's effectiveness here. The kisses in the back just aren't a threat when they are very well protected with the pipe along with the BKBs here. They can look for a little bit of a push forward. Wildcard, they don't have Metamorphosis up on Arc, so it can be a little bit tougher to look for that fight. And it's still just really melts with speed around. I do like what we're seeing out from Speed with his talents. He's got the Grave Chill cooldown and the Armor Corruption on the Familiars now. So just get the added attack speed, melt the heroes with minus armor, and it starts to feel great. You've got the Shard up and running, a little bit more protection now with his own Stone form. And Silent as a Grave isn't too far off. It's still 3 parts away, but once that's up, the hit and run that a Visage can do is pretty ridiculous.
And of course, this game brought to you by our partners, esportsbet.io. It was 5rat that were the favorites in this matchup, by the way, John. I believe the rough odds were 1.5 to 2.3 the way of 5rat 4-star. But so far, such a close matchup between these two. And currently, Wildcard, they're the ones ahead. And again, I reiterate, with this draft, it does feel like they are going to have a huge advantage in, say, 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, they really shine in the late game once they can enable just buying space for Terrorblade to stand and plant himself in a good position in the fight. It feels really awkward for 5rat to kind of get on top. I mean, Kits is probably your best solution. Once you've got the Ags on Tusk, you can kind of reposition that Terrorblade in a very awkward spot. You can kick him back, make him vulnerable, bring him up to the range of your Bloodseeker, and then that fight just kind of gets topsy-turvy. So I think that's what you've got to look for on 5rat as the game scales on. Still, with the Aegis up, Wildcard not really keen on forcing a fight. They are looking to equalize lane, so they've just done a great job of shoving in bot, while the side of 5rat are just kind of looking to push top. They've got really good forward vision here from Wildcard to enable this creep cutting though. And eventually this tier 2 will fall, but again, equalizing with Wildcard, who are also forcing in bot. You do have the Treant on your side for 5rat, so there is a little bit of stall, I suppose, and that should... It's going to need a commitment from Wildcard to take it out down at the tier 2 bot, but they could look for the play. Still, 5rat, 1 minute left in Aegis, can go for a little bit of a sneaky smoke.
Here we go. They'll head down towards the south through that river. Stominant on the front lines right now, but DNM should take over as he does have the Aegis for another minute. Scan out. Going to be avoided. 5rat still moving in. There's your scan now, catching out Stominant in that smoke. Because Wildcard, they may just want to back the hell out of there and arc. Oh, he's going to be alright. They won't see him. Babbage still left behind. Going for the TPR. Kits, is he going to go in? No. His blink was on cooldown. They just didn't have the vision of the tree line to be able to try and get a snowball off in time. Nice evasion there from Wildcard. Not willing to fight while the Aegis is still up. But look at this. The TP's up north. Stominant looking to move in. All they got. They found the Death Prophet, excuse me, but the lift away was there from Fleet.
Yep, just really good saves been coming out from Fleet the entire time. Immediate 5-man smoke out from Wildcard. Could have a good ambush here.
That they could. Babbage rolling Thunder. Wants to try with Stominant first. Just wants to take out that Skyrath, but a blink away is there. Instead, he'll find Kits. Diffusal Blade slows him down, but there's your BKB out. Warrior's Punch back the way of Babbage. And the smoke rotation back from Wildcard is just so reliant on Babbage finding the right targets and locking them down long enough. And if they can't get that, they just don't have a team fight.
It's just awkward. You have a lot of ways of actually stalling out that Rolling Thunder coming out from Bapatic. The Walrus Punch is one way. It does take the BKB usage from Kits, but that's enough to drive them away. You know, and the fact that they can't chain stun Kits, they didn't even manage to catch out Stominant with its blink, does stall out that, and it allows 5rat to kind of just look for an angle back in, or at least get that build up. And they do lose Aegis, it does expire. So Wildcard, again, they're playing the stall game pretty well. I think 5rat might feel the pressure to get something done sooner rather than later. And their own movements haven't been lining up on 5rat either. Again, this stall is allowing the eventual Ags to come out from Speed and Kits. Speed's is a little bit closer, so you will have that Silent as a Grave up. They do manage to clear out the bot tier 2 eventually with some commitment. But it's a rather equal map state. Like, the map is almost mirrored. You have this tier 1 advantage down bot for Wildcard to stall out any counter push there. At the same time, you are 2k ahead on Wildcard, but that's almost all just on Arc. So you've got to do a really good job of just protecting him. And again, the Ag's timings, even Silent as a Grave is pretty devastating for a Terrorblade. Just get on top of him, chain stun him down, no BKB for Arc, only the Manta. So the chain stun from the familiars are still highly effective. Remember, with the 15 talent, minus armor up, just how fast they can hit with Grave Chill.
Yeah.
Even a high armor hero like Terrorblade, yeah, he's going to get planked down quite a fair bit there.
It is. It can be a very painful experience, that's for sure. Still a 2k advantage for Wildcard. Very even game between these two teams. DNM going to back off, not willing to try and risk his life here. Not without that Aegis up. Satanic now available on Arc as well, so he's become an even bigger problem now in this TB. Thing is, again, if he doesn't have the chance to just stand there and hit somebody, it's not going to matter. So a lot of pressure on Babbage to find that big initiation. They do group up mid lane Wildcard, but the problem is there's nobody really there. Like, Firerat are doing a very good job this game of just reading the map movements of Wildcard, and they seem to always know exactly where they're located. And so Wildcard, they just haven't had the greatest of opportunity to try and force a fight on their own terms. They could try to smoke now, they are grouped up, but well, they don't even have a smoke on anyone right now. They're just staying as 5.
Yeah, I think it's not the worst thing in the world for Wildcard. Again, you feel fairly confident with your Terrorblade being at this point, with how much farm you have on Arc, with how well he's recovered from the lane. It is a massive threat. I will say that we haven't felt the full impact of Arc just yet, though, considering his kill participation really hasn't participated too much. So we'll see how far they commit for some of these objectives if they want. Roche, fairly quick timer here. So a forced team fight for either side with a win will open up that objective in a massive way.
Well, last time around, Wildcard were the ones that wanted to fight, but they just couldn't make a way in. This time, they do have the superior vision around that Roshan pit. And this time, they're going to be the first ones to scout out Roshan. 5-Rat, they smoke up, or rather Wildcard smoke up immediately, and they see someone in that mid lane. Speed was spotted underneath that sentry ward for a moment. He'll back his way up, but instead Roshan is being focused. Will 5-Rat know this is happening? They have smoked up. The pings are there onto the Roshan pit, but it's dropping so darn quickly. It's a very hard team fight to start here for the side of 5-Rat, and it might just be too late. Roshan, it is gone.
Sneaky take from Wildcard. Pretty big win for them. Security up on Arc. And for 5-Rat, that's going to cause some issues. 2 lives in the Terrorblade is going to be annoying. Although if you take out his first life with Metamorphosis, it's not the worst thing in the world. Secondary life without Metamorphosis is kind of so-so. So you can still kind of handle it. You do have the Ags up now on Kits, so you can reposition that Terrorblade as well. Now it's all down to execution. Like, you've got this huge lead on Wildcard, 5k, well, not that big, but a significant lead up against 5-Rat at 35 minutes in. Again, mostly on Arc. We have to see Arc get that position he wants. We have to see Wildcard enable Arc if these fights break out. So far, though, he's just been kind of allowed to take these objectives. And with the TB and DP, you can threaten high ground quite fast.
And that they might. Arc, he's moving up. He won't pop the Metamorphosis yet. Naturally wants to save it for that secondary life if he needs to. But how the tables have turned. Arc gonna get jumped on. Kicked away, back towards his team. Arc still tanking through. Does get the Sunder off in time. Still just manning up here. Not popping the meta yet. Just right-clicking the old-fashioned way. And they could not burst him down. Mind you, he has the Satanic still available if he needs it. Another kick away here onto Arc. He'll pop that Satanic, but there's the Aegis. Now the meta must be popped, but he needs the backup. Do they retreat? Lift is there from Lift. Oh, excuse me. They do kind of cooking him back in. Now the kick back. Arc, he just can't catch a break. He'll pop the meta eventually. It's getting lifted one way, cook it the other, kick back the other way. And Arc eventually, I think he just realizes this is not the fight.
No, he's out of... Well, he doesn't have BKB. Metamorphosis is still up for a bit longer, but it's not the safest fight in the world. And you can just see, again, it's down to execution for 5-Rat. They execute pretty damn well there. It's all about the kickbacks.
Yeah.
And it's relatively easy to get that done. There's only one Linken's to worry about. Lotus Orb does not save you when Tusk is just staying in Snowball. Right? You can't kick the Tusk back. He's in the ball.
Right.
Isn't that balanced? What
Yeah.
a balanced way of doing things.
Snow is very good for protection purposes, Jonathan. Very, very good.
It's something. So the A just doesn't quite pan out for Wildcard. I mean, they pressure Tier 3. It's down to 600 HP, but you've got a Treant. Albino Zebra should be able to heal that up. And we're reaching a point where it's really just down to how these team fights go. If Wildcard just manage to get their coordination, they get a good roll from Babitic, and Arc isn't kicked out of position, then the fights can end up a lot different. He's going for his own Lincolns now. He understands that the kick is the one thing that can really mess them up. So having his Lincolns up plus a Lincolns given out from Babitic will make it significantly harder for kids to actually look for that reposition play. And that could be the saving grace for Wildcard in some of these wider fights. I can see both sides kind of just sitting back and farming up for a little bit more. Does feel like for both sides now, Roshan is what dictates when they can actually go for these plays.
Mid lane. Arc. Oh, Arc's very far forward. Lincoln's is there. Lotus away as well. Oh, he's going right back to Kids. This is not what Arc wants. Right back to Kids. Hold on a minute, though. They've got their help there. Kids now the one in trouble. He's going to run away with his BKB. And again, Wildcard just staying as 5. Not giving any opportunities away. Always there to defend the Terrorblade these days. And now a 6k advantage for Wildcard. Obviously still not comfortable to try for high ground yet unless they get a successful team fight. But they might run into a few heroes here. Albino Zebra. Only spotted for a moment by Sunlight. Will blink away. Perhaps Wildcard thinking about going for that middle tier 2 tower. It's the only outer tower left standing here for the side of 5 Rat 4 Staff. They do group up. There's the exorcism being committed by Sunlight. No Metamorphosis forced out yet by Arc. Dominant. Very nice ward placement. Trying to prepare themselves for a bit of a fight. In goes Kids. There's the snowball out. Lotus all going to drag him right back. Kids, he'll just wait around for that. Looking for that Walrus Punch. He does commit it immediately. But where's the backup damage? It's not going to fly out yet. So the T2 tower will drop. And it seems like at this point of the game, there's so much defensive itemization from Wildcard. You just don't have the burst damage anymore after the setup is there from Kids.
Yeah, it's more that they need to kind of coordinate around popping a lot of those Lincolns. The double Lincoln stacking is really the big pain here for the side of 5 Rat. And if they don't have a way of dealing with that, it's just a bit messy. You also have two Lotus Orbs up, one from Sammy and one from Sunlight. So you have a lot of ways of just working these spells back to 5 Rat. And it just makes it really awkward for that commitment. 10k lead up now for Wildcard. The gold distribution looking a little bit better for Sunlight and Babitic, at least equalizing with speed here and being ahead of Kits. For 5 Rat, they need to kind of play the pickoff game now. It does feel like they're the ones who should look for stragglers. The Ags from Speed hasn't really allowed him to look for any of those solo pickoffs that normally you'd associate with a Visage running around with Silence the Grave. Probably just waiting for that full Hex up. When you do have that Hex, it does become a lot easier to just melt these heroes down. But as that timing stalled out, again, the Terrorblade's just a bigger and bigger issue. Silver Edge coming out next for Arc. They are just really ensuring that Arc does have that capability to carry them through, and you know, it's shaping up that way.
Radiant Triangle, Sammy. Get 4 Staff back to the low ground. He's going to be okay. Babitic going to try and move in here with the Rolling Thunder and Arc. Also popping the Metamorphosis. They will find Stominan. They'd love DNM, but he's going to be keeping and just run his way out. Kids, meanwhile, being slowed down to a crawl with that Eye of Skadi. Albino Zebra drops as well. Kids, he will be able to blink out in time on the Tusk, but Arc, now with the meta popped, might go high ground. The problem is they don't have a creep wave. All the waves are pushed out at the moment.
Yeah, timing's not quite right. I mean, you're still pretty happy with those kills. 2 support kills, not the biggest. Forced to buy back on Stominan. So you kind of stall out his own timing into the Aether Lens just to have a bit more reach. And you're forcing 5 Rat now to play ultra defensive. They can't really dip outside of their base. For 5 Rat, it all just boils down to individual play. Like, they've got to execute precisely when they jump in. Like, it's all about spell timing, watching the Lincolns, watching the Lotus Orb toss-outs, and kind of trying to play around that. I feel like at this point as well, Albino Zebra is probably is a very big part of these fights. Like, the overgrowth timing has to be key. That's your one spell that doesn't care for the Lincolns, doesn't care for the Lotus Orbs once they are up. And it will allow you to take control. We just need to see the angles. So that's ideal for 5-Rat when they're the ones jumping in first. And counter fighting, it can happen, but we've seen Wildcard. They just managed to catch 5-Rat while they're not quite grouped up for a good counter fight, and they just managed to get these pickoffs.
That they do. 13k advantage now for Wildcard. Win probability still sitting 43% the way of 5-Rat, 57% the way of Wildcard, though, so well, Gaben's still giving them a very good chance of being able to pull off a comeback here, 5-Rat. Thing is, it's just so hard to catch up these calls now. Again, the defensive itemization making it so challenging. And it is really going to be all about the next Roshan and whether you can contest as 5-Rat 4-staffers. It seems like they'll already move back into that Radiant Triangle. Speed, it's a bit of vision for his team. Wildcard still grouped up as 5, not willing to split up, and, well, quite frankly, they might love to fight underneath their own vision. They'll smoke up. They know there's no vision around to see that smoke. Wrap around through to the mid lane. Still very hesitant is Wildcard, however. Oh, they might find kids. Albino Zebra there to break the smoke of Babbage, so he'll go right into the Rolling Thunder. But who's he chasing down? Maybe looking for the train, but he is not around that area, and they find nothing with that Rolling Thunder.
Not the biggest loss. He did have an Arcane running, so the cooldown's not too bad for Babatic. Bit of an opportunity, though, for 5-Rat. Double smoke on Kits and Stominin. They can still burst heroes down, at least these supports, if they do manage to pin them down here.
Samson. Let's get caught out. Kit's just trying to blow him up as soon as possible. Mystic Flare should get the job done, but Sammy's actually quite tanky now. In fact, turning around and fighting back. They rupture him up, and Sammy finally drops, but he's going to buy back immediately. In goes DNM. After Sunlight, but he's caught out by the Lift of Flea, and now he's in huge trouble. DNM can knock it out. Oh boy. That is not good news whatsoever for 5-Rat, as they are still going. Sammy trying to chase down more. He's going to find nobody, but they've got a Roshan they can go after now.
Yeah, it's the big objective that's going to allow both sides to find more for Wildcard. This could allow them to just basically end the game. 5-Rat maybe overcommitting a little bit on Sammy, just not expecting him to be that durable, and it cost them. Roshan does have the free refresh, massive for Sunlight to have that Exorcism up, or even Arc to have that Metamorphosis up on his secondary life.
Who have they found? Stominin. This will be a dieback for the Skywrath.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, you really need the Sky as well for a lot of your combinations here to silence the Lincolns popping. It's a minute 10 without him. It's the opening for high ground. You've got the refresh, you've got secondary lives up. There's not much stopping you now. And a double damage for Wildcard as well. So Arc's going to be pretty damn happy going into that high ground. For 5-Rat, we've seen them hold the high ground really well before. They've got the Aether Lens up on Kit, so it's a little bit easier to get in a good ranged kick in. It's all down to play. Like, if they can somehow kick back Arc, or somehow kick back maybe even Sunlight here, and then you can open up that high ground defense a lot more. It's so hard to execute now. With all the defensive items Wildcard itemized for, it's easier said than done to get that.
I bet. Got Bin. Chipping away from the low ground is Wildcard. Looking to go high ground once again. Double damage run on Arc is going to make it very, very easy once he has the Metamorphosis up, but he does have to wait 20 seconds for that. See the Refresher Shard on Sunlight going to allow him double Exorcism, and that's going to make life even harder for the side of 5-Rat to try and force this defense. And there's your double damage on Arc. He's popped it. Meta up in 4. These kickbacks have to be perfect, but it's just so hard to imagine. So many Lincoln Spheres being placed on Arc to make it impossible. They jump in, there's one kickback. They've got the TB. Quite deep here. They'll hex him up as well. Lift is out though from Flea, trying to save the day in Arc. He's going to pop his BKB and just happily fight back. Overgrowth will hold back the Terrorblade, but they cannot take him out. And he still has Sunder. He still has the Aegis. And he is still attacking those top racks. But they try again. Snowball is out. Arc will cop it, but he'll snowball right back with the Lotus Orb. In fact, now the Sunder! Well, there's something I didn't know, John. You can Sunder from Snowball.
Yeah, I mean, how often do you see that anyway? That interaction with Lotus and TV. So you learn something new.
There you
Kids
go.
learns as well. And I'm sure Speed will learn as well, and that's probably going to maybe come out in the video. Still,
Yeah.
I mean, you're 23k up, you pierce the high ground, you still have Aegis. You give it a refresh out to Arc, he's got Metamorphosis once more. Buyback already forced out from Kits. They can get it done, but you can see how difficult it is to just drag Arc back. There's just so many ways to save him. It's not easy. Sneak around here.
They're going to try something. What have they got? Stominant already dropping. Speed trying to do the absolute best he can, but needs to back the hell out of there. It is not a good team fight at all for the side of Firerat. Babbage barely getting away from Kits as well. Nothing going the way of the Radiant. The Speed eventually will just drop. Albino Zebra is able to blink out, but the chase is on. Wildcard, they smell blood in the water. They want more. And this game, it might just be over. Speed's down for 80. Stominant's down for another 30. Like, how do you defend now?
It's still the same story. Try to get the kickback somehow. Try to play with the overgrowth, hold back Babitic somehow, and isolate Arc, but it's just such a hard game for it. And, I mean, I know, Wildcard, they've got all the tools available. They can just keep this push going. They've got to seriously misplay to kind of get caught out here.
Babitic being chased down. Kits will be there with the Walrus Punch. Babitic still just playing around with them though. Not really in too much danger. DNM trying his best to get some form of damage out, but there's nothing. Mega Creeps are up. Firerat 4 stuff, they will not call it yet. But it's happy defense time. And that's never fun.
No, it really isn't.
GG.
They call it.
Yeah,
Fair
not
enough. Fair enough. I can get the sentiment. It's a hard game to kind of pin down Arc. And Arc, he had a pretty slow start, but again, they just enable him on the side of Wildcard to get that build-up. Like, after that early aggression coming out from the side of Fiverat 4-staff, they just left Arc alone for a bit in the jungle, right? Like, it was only Speed playing up top. They were trying to make moves around the map. They weren't catching out the Terrorblade. And there were some key timings there that Fiverat did manage to hit, say the Ags of Speed, the double BKB timings. They did manage to find a few kills, but not the big one on that Terrorblade in his scaling.
And I don't mean to sound very smug here, Jonathan, but I did say POS1 Bloodseeker, complete trash. I questioned the Visage, trash. You know what, Jonathan? I don't even want to talk anymore. Let's throw it back to our panel to explain themselves and explain why you got it so wrong, panel. What happened?
Well, we didn't get it wrong. Our boy Panda was here, you know.
Oh, now you're bringing up me? Wow. Mike himself said happy defense time, and that's not fun. It's like, wait, what? Like, what is he going on with this? But it's true. You know, the Visage, it felt like the lane was exactly how it's supposed to be. It's a good down. It's a very good lane, and I was completely right about that. And Fear was also correct that he's still going to win the game on the TB instead of the Visage.
I mean, you don't need to win your lane as a Terrorblade. Like, name a hero that doesn't mind going to the jungle more. I mean, that's his home. He likes to live there for 20 minutes, and, like, they didn't deal with the problem of the Terrorblade. Just dealing with him laning stage, that's not really a response to me. Like, that's half the problem. You got to deal with the game. And I think putting yourself in a position to, like, really just snowball the game against a hero like TB was too difficult. We rarely get to see games where one hero, such as like a Terrorblade, gets super farmed and carry the game. And that's generally just because you have responses and your draft is like not so limited to the point where you can't deal with an illusion hero. And they really put themselves in that spot here. And I don't know, I still favor them as like the better team here, but if you give Arc a free TB game, good luck.
I mean, we also saw in the situation, the fact that he was allowed to position at the very forefront of the push time after time after time. You're in a bit of trouble there. Even when he kept getting kicked or dragged back into the base, they just lacked the ability to kill him. I mean, Panda, the fact that he was allowed to buy BKB at 46 minutes, the latest BKB we've had on Terrorblade this entire patch, and he didn't actually need it. The entire time he's just like, I'm cool, I'm happy. Provided I just have this Lincoln Sphere, provided I just have some stat padding for myself, I'll be fine. They just lacked the ability to kill and burst him down after a while. What could they have done differently in order to try and win out the game before TB got to that point?
To carry out of your pub games when you tell him to buy BKB and he doesn't. Well, this time he's one of the shiniest examples of why he didn't actually need it, but it's true. I feel like when we were heading into the mid-game stage, we had a lot of kills for 5 red 4 staff. Doesn't necessarily tell you anything, but it also meant that they have a lineup that's capable of finding a lot of pickoffs for themselves and lead that into objectives. Wildcard was thumbling their thumbs or something. I don't know what the hell they were doing when the first Roshan was happening. We'll talk about that later. But they were passive. They were like, we know what you're doing, but we're not really doing anything right now. And felt like 5 red 4 staff, if they just push their advantage here right now, find a fight, you're still most likely going to win that fight. You're going to get a good trade for yourself. Push those objectives. It's an objective-based game. I felt like, why are they just dropping the ball here? They didn't go for it. Kind of let Wildcard into the game, and we know what happens when a late game TB kicks in.
Yeah, it was very interesting to me here, the fact that despite the fact that Wildcard Gaming won this game, there was a large portion of the game where it felt like they weren't able to actually do anything, that they wholly reliant pretty much on Arc having a phenomenal Terrorblade performance. Babatic on his Pango, past a certain point in the game, couldn't actually start fights for them, and he's pretty much it, right? We spoke about it in the draft, that they kind of lack that degree of initiation, but sometimes it turns out you don't need it, right? You just need to be able to shell around this Terrorblade, and it's interesting, we were talking about how this playstyle is dead, but it turns out they can revive it here.
Yeah, I mean, we did mention how turtling doesn't really work, and that generally is true if you have like answers in your heroes at some point in the game. And you can't really go high ground against this wildcard lineup. Like Sammy Boy on the Snapfire, Rubik, they're all using spells from so far away that just going high ground is very difficult. Even Bobadich on his Pango. These heroes are very hard to go high ground against, so they just bought the time that they needed for Arc to farm. Sure, you have a good early game, you take a couple towers, everything looks good. They had top 3 net worth cores in the game. But they couldn't just end the game. And unfortunately, this is just a classic case of like super hard carry that none of their heroes can deal with, gets farm, they stall time. We don't get to see, this is like old school Dota, we don't get to see this very often, but it was kind of refreshing to see a game like this.
Taking us back to the old days, you know, we've had a lot of history with this. I'm Fear yourself has been this kind of carry performance. So MVP votes, not going to be too surprising on the side of Wildcard Gaming here after a win of this fashion. It's got to be this Rubik. So I keep complaining in the back room about how much I hate movement manipulation. This Rubik, 4-staff, Aghanim Shah, this Blink Dagger, and a couple of times you were able to steal the snowball as well from the side of Kits. It really becomes so difficult because we saw in this game, every single time that 5 red 4-staff, even when they got a decent initiation on the TB, they just had so many ways on the side of Wildcard to just either prevent him from dying or extend the duration long enough of the fight that he just gets off the Sunder and he's like, cool, sweet. And BKBs are down right now, Rupture is down now. What are you going to do at this point?
Not much.
That's it.
I mean, Flea, he's the only American Pause 4 player in Division 1 as well. So, I mean, I guess he lives up to some kind of special strength here as well. The will, the grit to win these games. But on a hero like Rubik, it just feels like the hero falls into basically any mold. It works with almost every draft. Well, it works with almost every lane pair-up you go with. And in this game, a lot of great spells to steal too, but most importantly, I think that Telekinesis was basically MVP in this game because it was all about repositioning, right? The Walrus Kick, the combination with the Rupture, which was their only high ground defense tool really that they had. Telekinesis kind of helps you out with that too. Correct items built as well into this game, and I think when we add that up with all the Lotus Orbs and stuff that they had thrown into the mix, Rubik just feels like, yeah, this is a clear winner support hero here. Like, you want to have a hero like this with that item build and in your draft, like every single game, 100 times.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure, like if you're looking all the heroes combined on Wildcard, they kind of have like a strategy that works right now. And it's like Arc just throws everyone on his back right now, and you just buy items to keep him alive. Like, or you have spells like the Rubik, he has the Telekinesis Lift for save. Sammy Boy, he also has like the Cookie to get him out. They both buy 4 staffs. There's a Glimmer Cape. Sunlight bought all auras. He bought Greaves. He bought Pipe. He bought, what else? There's a Lincoln Sphere available, Lotus Orbs, all for the TB. And this seems like to be working for Wildcard. When we do see them win, it's on the back of Arc playing a really hard carry, and the rest of them just kind of supporting him and buying time.
Well, at this point in time, we have a win in favor of Wildcard Gaming. The 1v5 strategy does seem to still be working, you know, but we'll still see whether or not in game number 2, 5 red 4-staff can let them know that the meta is updated and there are different strategies to win Dota games at present. We'll find out very shortly after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. We are continuing this Div 1 action deep into a game between 5 Red 4 Star versus the side of Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard found themselves on the front foot right now off the back of an incredible carry performance from Arc on his Terrorblade. Right now, 5 Red 4 Star need to do something special in order to avoid their first loss thus far in the DPC. I'm here joined again by T-Panda and Fear. And gentlemen, honestly, when we look back at that game, it's all about the draft. That last pick Visage was impactful, deeply impactful in the lane, but it sort of reminded me of what we saw the other day here when we saw Nouns going for that Gunner Visage, or Gunner Viper, excuse me, win lane super hard, and then you lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to see a Darkseer, and like I think they probably thought about it. Darkseer is renowned as like the best counter Terrorblade in the game, just about, especially in the lane throughout the game. Plus, he had good partners with it too. So I was definitely surprised by why they went for the Visage there, and not really surprised about the result. I did call it. I did not think Arc is just so good on this TB, but I didn't think he would just mess this one up.
Yeah, I can kind of agree on that. I think the draft order where they decided to go for the Bloodseeker or like the carry pick in the second phase, did they want to actually lock in the Bloodseeker just to see a Pango counter? Did we really see him counter the Pango this game? No. So if they wanted to swap things around and actually have speed in the second phase and have DNMs here in the last phase, could have been a completely different draft on our hands. But they decided to go this route. Maybe they'll adjust. We'll see if they want to swap things around with who do they pick in what phase. Because with 5-Rat, when you look at their drafting, and this is also something I talked with Panders, they have a very different type of approach to it. Like, if you compare it to, like, the old days of Quincy Crew and having Queen Callahan in the team, they would have a lot of emphasis on the mid. But right now, it's just Kit's taking that first phase. He's kind of happy with it. He can also be the second phase. And it leaves more open for your carry and your offlane. So we'll see if they adjust.
So last time around, we were highlighting the difference between Kits and Barbitage in the mid lane. And of course, Barbitage did end up in a victory in that game. Speed, last game, played this Visage. And I think very clearly, they look much, much better on the side of 5 Red 4 Star when Speed is having a good game and a game that he can take over the map and or create a lot of space with. In this game, you know, playing the Visage, yes, it's similar in profile to a Beastmaster, but there's limitations to what a Visage can do relative to what a Beastmaster can do, right? Doesn't have that BKB piercing disable. Doesn't have a way to completely find easy vision across the map whilst also just controlling space and stuff. So going into this game here, Fear, what do you want to see from Speed this time around? And Sunlight's performance, did you think it was a lot better? Because, you know, he didn't have the worst time in the laning phase as he has had in other games. So does he just go back to that Death Prophet and make it easier for himself?
I mean, laning stage-wise, Sunlight did a lot better. I mean, they did run the double ranged lane, which, in my opinion, is very hard to lose. So we'll see if they do have a melee here in that lane, if it'll become more difficult for them. But regardless of that, he still did well in the lane, and I love to see that. As far as Speed's heroes goes, I mean, I don't want to keep harping on it. He just made the wrong choice. Like, I just wanted him to pick any hero that dealt with a Terrorblade. He had some options. He chose to go for a riskier route. Didn't work. It happens sometimes. Sometimes you're confident about an idea or you're misreading the situation a little bit. And honestly, maybe it could have worked and maybe they're internally like talking about it. Like if we made a couple of choices differently in the game, this could have worked. But it's always a high like ceiling type of like play, and I feel like just making the game easy for yourself and having a very easy to execute, I'll keep like emphasizing, is the way to go.
Well, speaking of easy execution, you are into the second draft, and one of the easiest heroes that we've seen executed, at least elsewhere in the world, has been this Lina, has been racking up win after win after win. In NA, that has not necessarily
Loss
been
after
the case.
loss after loss.
Loss after loss after loss. And Rubik Tusk is probably going to be the response here, and indeed it is from the side of Wildcard. They knew exactly what was happening here, Panda. They allowed this Lina to go through, pretty much stealing strats from what Shopify Rebellion's been doing. Every time they let the Lina go through, we do see these two heroes from them. So the record so far would suggest that Wildcard should be on the barrel of a 2-0 here, just based on the openers of these drafts.
Yeah, just call it GG, you know. I mean, yeah, a solid opener from Wildcard. I think, like you said, we were expecting the Rubik at least to go through, and then adding it up with the Tusk, you have a lot of flex. When damage also combined, you have the lane-winning heroes, and also if you lose this lane on Tusk, if you lose a lane on Tusk, like Fear's been already saying, it's pretty hard to lose it, you still have impact in the game. Whereas this Lina, kind of dependent on how well the early game goes. I mean, Lina's strengths is basically the capability to fight back, right? Her tool set, skill set allows to do that. You've got a lot of damage to help you out with. You have mobility, you have the stuns and the quick nukes. Long range, I think, is one of the hugest advantages for this Lina. But you need to get to that 14-15 minute phase without being detrimentally behind your opponents, basically. Because that's when the Tusk is like, all right, like, this is my game. Like, where's the Lina? I'm going to punch this woman. But Lina is like the hero that is seems to be the epitome of the new carry play style. Having an aggressive hero that still has good early game and is able to scale later on and just carry it all the way. And that would be something that Arc would love to do. But we'll see. We'll see if it's a mid Lina, if it's an off lane, carry Lina for 5-rat.
I'm kind of intrigued by this because a lot of the time that we have seen Lina, and most successfully, has been when Lina's paired with the Clockwork hero. So talk to me about this, Fia. Do you prefer, if you had to choose a lane partner for the Lina between Tree and Protector and the Clockwork, right? In this game, given that Clockwork is still
Ogre
available,
from other games.
or
Yes.
Ogre, right? What do you think the pecking order of these heroes actually is in terms of their legitimate power in the game?
I mean, they all have like different strengths. Like the Clockwork is more mobile, more of a ganker, a little bit weaker in the laning stage as a Tree. Tree is definitely, he's picked a lot for his laning. He's the strongest laner of them. And Ogre, I don't know why people pick Ogre, but he's in there somewhere if you just don't have either available to you. But I don't have a lot to say about these drafts. I'm just getting deja vu. Like watching it, to me, it's just kind of like Wildcard just kind of chose whatever stats website they want and been like, oh, Shopify Rebellion, this is how they answered Lina. That worked. Let's go ahead and try it out. And then 5-rat, we're going to pick Lina. We're going to, match it with a melee position 5, and we're just going to play it out. We've seen this like so many times. And so far, the Tusk Rubik has had an advantage, but that has been on the side of Shopify Rebellion, who is kind of like outclassing every other team at the moment.
Actually, look, the coin flip has gone the same way as game 1, where
Oh,
both
yuck.
teams have prioritized second pick and both gone for Dire.
Sorry, I saw Magnus and I couldn't help myself. Like,
That's fine. I understand.
this hero right now, like I'm not a believer. I'm really not a believer of this hero. I don't know where they're gonna play this. I don't know how this is good versus Lina. I did like their opening so far on Wildcard, but I feel like this is not making me a believer in their draft right now.
Is it 0-2 so far in the DPC Panda, this Magnus? Well, in the North American DPC at the very least. To be fair, it's only been played by Alpha, and that's a squad at the very bottom of the pecking order. But how do you feel about this? Or who do you want to see being paired with this Magnus to make it a little bit more useful in a game like this?
10 seconds remaining.
Good question, because when you have Rubik as your lane partner, if you want to go for the off-lane Magnus, I mean, you have distancing tools, you have quite a high burst damage. You don't really have a hero to pair up with the Empower right now, so I want to see if Wildcard is going to get themselves another physical damage dealer. And looking at Ark's hero pool, he really prefers majorly just having one type of damage. It doesn't really play like the Morphling type of heroes where you have a mix, or the Shadow Fiend, which I don't think he actually has played.
Does he
Shadow
play
Shadow
Faceless
Fiends.
Void? Because that would be the Shopify Rebellion answer to Lina.
He's
Let's
played
see.
one game.
Let's see
lately.
how much they're studying that team, or they're going their own route. They're already going their own route, to be fair. They did pick the Magnus. But yeah, the Void, pretty good with the Magnus. A lot of team fight, you get them power. And you just get on top of Lina with the jump and the Chronosphere. She can't survive that.
What about Monkey King?
The lane might be a little too difficult versus the DP, right? So like I would be a little worried for that. Like it can work though. Like any melee hero can technically work, but I think versus the DP you do want like, I mean, Slark could work too. You kind of want to be able to get away from the Spirit Siphon.
Yeah, if you want to just go for it, well, okay, they're going to go for the melee physical
It
damage.
kind of
so-
jumps away, but at the same time you can jump in.
Yeah.
It actually is
5 blink
overwhelming
you know.
damage.
And that is a replacement. Ursa usually loves to go Battle Fury, so that now you got the option. Do I actually need to go Battle Fury this
Yeah,
game?
no,
Because
no,
I
no.
already have the melee cleave, and that allows me to fight much earlier with the item choices I'm going to go. Sometimes we see the diffusal. Sometimes you basically just have somewhere in the middle grounds where you can just join in fights early. And that helps the Tusk, and that helps the Magnus actually quite a lot.
And I think you actually have to do that because we're talking about like the old school way of playing where, I forgot we saw it. Was Alpha playing it or, Monster was playing Mag. They were just kind of like sitting there not snowballing, but turtling. That doesn't really work right now. If you want to make this Mag work, he's going to go in early mech, hopefully. Then by then it needs to match with the timing of Ursa, who has a Diffusal Blade. And this Ursa can't go Battle Fury and just be farming while Mag has a mech because then it's just way too slow. So I like the idea what you said. Go to the Diffusal Blade this game. Get very active. But is that the style here for like Wildcard? We talked about they want to play, the 5 versus 1 type of carry. Will he get active early game? So far for Arc, we don't see it that much. He's usually kind of just farming up his net worth.
Gonna have to buy Blink Dagger very early on in this game, get in the face of this Lina. But then generally speaking, 5-4 stuff, well, generally with just Lina in general, when we have this hero, we like having things in front of her to protect her. Now they already have DP and the Tree and Protector, so that's a lot of sustain to keep the DP alive. This Tiny can also provide some distance as well as a bit of a more beefcake. So what do we not need at least one more hero that has a bit more burst? Because I'm looking at these heroes on the side of 5-4 stuff and I'm thinking, damn, how do Wildcard win in like a quick fight, right? Extended fights could still happen here, but with DP, I don't know if they want to be playing extended fights versus both DP and the Lina Panda.
Yeah, it could be a difficulty. Then there's the Primal Beast that you kind of start looking at. Like, does Firat want to add that into their pool? What kind of things are they expecting on the side of Wildcard, since they also have the last pick of the draft? So Firat's going to have to just jump in with what we feel like we're comfortable going with. Like, you've already got the Lina, that is a DP core. I'm still thinking, do they flex this Tiny? Like, do they want themselves another mid hero last pick? Like, you see the Viper ban coming out, but it could also be a 4 Tiny, which would then allow them to get themselves at least a decent hero as a core. But Tiny is still a pretty good core hero in general. So I think that's just down to the thought process of 5-Rat. Like, which one do they value most right now?
I mean, what I would do here, it might be a wild idea, they might not do it, but I'd put Tiny mid for sure, Lina carry, and pick like a Shadow Demon here. A hero that Ursa, like, it removes some power, it removes like the, what is Ursa's W? I'm a Dota player, sorry, I don't know what skill it is. Overpower. It removes all those spells, right? Where he can't do damage. And you could have a save, but they're going to go for a more aggressive route and go for the Skywrath.
Silence is good, because that only doesn't take away the potential of Ursa having to, like, he needs an item or a way to distance the fight so that he can get his enrage off. And that also nullifies the effect of his shard that he gets from second Roshan, because the silence is like 6-7 seconds or something like that. You can't use your Q, you can't get enrage off, you can't get anything else off, basically. So Sky is a really good answer against the Ursa. And also thinking about the lane. This makes 5-Rat's offlane so much stronger, because now you have a harasser. Ursa, who would like to have an aggressive lane partner to fight back with, kind of feels underwhelmed right now with the Skywrath pick.
I mean, one of the games we saw of the Magnus that ended up losing earlier on, there was a Skywrath in that game, and he was dealing with the Doom as well, but sometimes he'd blink in, instant silence, and then there's no RP, so that deals a little bit with their teamfight aspect on Wildcard as well.
Double-edged sword, though. I would say the Sky, Ursa hates silence, right? So if you do silence and get on top of him, other way around, if Ursa ever gets on top of Sky, he has nothing to do with that. He will die in like 3 seconds. So execution here for 5-Rat. Like, they really believe in themselves here. I thought Shadow Demon's not a hero that's meta, but I think it would have been like easier to pull off. It's really annoying to play against. But it looks like they just believe in themselves. They want to be aggressive. They want a hero that can go around with Tiny and get kills, where I think Shadow Demon would like really lack at. So I think it's a pretty good pick overall here. And then Mirana, looks like we're just getting support picks now as our last picks of the game.
Sammy
bit of adjustments. Yeah, they're adjusting their drafts. Like, they prioritize these supports into the final phase. I was thinking, could they put Tusk or the Magnus as a support and then have Babatic with the last pick? But he's already gone with the Tusk. He's like, I'm locking this hero in. Just get yourself a lane-winning hero, at least something that helps trading. So now, instead of having a double melee safe lane, you have a range hero that's capable of trading and has the Starstorm, which is also going to help you out level 1. So you can trade back at least. Mirana can take some of the attention away from Arc.
All right, what do you like, though? Who's going to be winning this game? And do you like the draft more than you like the game 1 draft with the last pick on speed?
10 seconds remaining.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I feel like this is a pretty even game in terms of what we're seeing right now. I'm still going to go with the 5-Rat draft. They've got the Lina. They've got the capability of bursting down heroes. But again, Magnus, Ursa, I just want to see how the laning stage goes out. If Wildcard comes out with a very good lane with this Ursa, I feel like they could just get away with this game really fast. This could be a stomp for Wildcard, but I have faith in 5-Rat. I feel like they want to stretch this into game 3.
Well, Fia, you've always said that you think 5-Rat 4 stuff is better, so just one word. Will they do it? Are we going to game 3, yes or no?
5-Rat 4 staff all the way. Arc has to be a god to carry this game, I think.
Yeah. All right.
I want to hear if Mike is... What does he think about this? Does he see anything positive anywhere in life?
We are going to be finding out what Mike has to say about this one. So, just before we get into game 2, we throw it over once more to the miraculous Mike and the young, beautiful jargon-setting John. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Snare. What I think, John, is Fee should listen to what Snare's saying. He said one word, Fee gave him an essay. It was absolutely unbelievable. I'm so sick of this guy being on the panel just thinking like this guy just talks forever. One word, Fee. One word.
He is an old man, you know.
Yeah,
old men talk a lot.
He's old. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
he
old.
Yeah, his TI was quite some time ago. Still, this is the present, Mike. 5-Rat 4-Staff up against Wildcard. And we heard it, the panel seemed confident in 5-Rat. They've got ways to kind of set themselves up here. They've got the Lina, which in NA hasn't been the hottest thing.
What?
In NA, it's not the highest win rate here.
If it's not the highest win rate here, John, it's a trash hero. This is the
That's
best
true.
region. We've talked about this.
That's true. NA is #1, of course, and we are casting the #1 region here.
Of course
Mike.
we are, Jonathan. We're the #1 casters.
Absolutely. So, as #1 casters, we should be able to get a best of 3 that goes 3 games. We'll see if 5-Rat are up to it. And this should be a pretty interesting one, because, Arc has some ways of just being this big hitter, right? He doesn't need to go Battle Fury. He's got Sunlight, who can rotate in and give some empower, and just allow him to farm up that way. They've got ways of reaching that Lina, the Rubik, and the Tusk opening. Most common ways to deal with Lina here in NA. So I'm keen to see just how much DNM can get out of his lane. But you also go back to comfort for 5-Rat. You go into Dominant Sky, which had a pretty decent time last time. It did feel like 5-Rat did have a strong early game to mid game.
Yeah.
Just kind of slowing down, and Arc just managed to farm. You could see the same story here. Again, the panel pointed out, with the Magnus on hand, Arc should look for a faster build-up, something like Diffusal, and just have the Empower around and run people down fast. But again, if it stalls out, we've seen Arc, he's very capable of making these item choices. His team is able to play behind him really well. And if this game kind of repeats itself from game 1, that could be where it just all boils down to. Just who coordinates better as a team. There's a lot of play and counterplay from both sides here.
Yeah, thank you for that, John. And by the way, for the people watching, we're very well aware we're not the #1 casters. I'm aware John weighs us down.
If you say so, Mike. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Sorry, John.
Whatever helps you
I
sleep.
have to save my ego, Jonathan. Leave me alone. Mid lane. The Tiny versus Tusk matchup. It feels like every second game we're seeing Tusk. In fact, this is the second game we've seen Tusk so far today. Babbage this time to take it. Kids will be on that mid Tiny. John, who has the advantage in this mid lane matchup?
We've kind of seen Tiny just out-damage here by pure virtue of tree grab being obnoxious toss back plays as well. Once you're level 3 with Avalanche Toss ready, there is some threat. Tusk can kind of dodge out with Snowball, so it's not the simplest aspect for Tiny, but I do feel like Tiny tends to get a little bit more out of that lane. Ooh, Flea.
Talk about getting a lot out of the lane, John. Here, Flea already securing first blood onto Albino Zebra, and that's something you never really want to see if you are a 5-Rat fan. The Rubik off to a fantastic start, and it was literally just right-click harassment into a Fade Bolt. That's all he did.
Yeah, that's the one thing with Treant. It doesn't have the most armor. Once you are committed on, it doesn't feel great. They also cut off the tree line. And just having that quelling, constantly spamming it on that right side of the lane, you don't really have an area to play for Albino Zebra. So that's the one tough thing about Treant. If your enemy does just cut your tree line, your laning phase can kind of get slower. At least DNM isn't being affected by this. He is still farming pretty good, which is really all you want from this lane for Lina. You can kind of tie into aggression once Nature's Grasp is up, but keeping someone like Sunlight down is pretty tough. Once he does have the skewer back, so locking him in is a tougher call, and even if you find Flea, it's not the biggest deal in the world.
Bottom lane, Samson's going to drop now. Stominan able to kind of do the same thing Flea just did. Secures the +5 kill basically on his own. And, well, this Mirana, obviously level 1, doesn't have the leap available, so could not get away from it.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a slower start in both of the safe lanes here with the supports. You are still getting decent farm from Arca. I say decent, it's not the greatest start with the first 2 waves. So Speed's doing a fantastic job on that Death Prophet to just kind of control that lane. And that's the key aspect. If you can keep Arc down, you delay his early times. He's still queuing up the Battle Fury with Magnus around. I guess realistically, the Magnus isn't going to be following you every time for Empower. That does mean you're looking for that slower pace. And we saw Wildcard kind of play in game 1. And it's one thing to do that with a Terrorblade. It's another thing to do that with an Ursa up against a Lina. So that could throw things off kilter. And I think that's, again, just going against what the panel said. I mean, they expected maybe that change in itemization. Arc's just looking to play a long game again.
Yeah, no surprise the panel was wrong once again here, John. Obviously, Arc, he's playing the way I would play, right? Because...
Oh boy, wow.
What?
the way you'd play it.
Yeah, because I don't trust my Magnus to chase me around empowering me, and quite frankly, I hate playing Magnus these days because that's what my carry expects. And then they question why I don't have farm. Because I've been following your dumbass around, empowering you over and over again, Mr. Pos1. That's why. Buy a Battle Fury. It's not that hard.
We'll see if it pays off for Arc. I mean, you still have some decent timings with Battle Fury BKB. Roche is still pretty big with just the Battle Fury up, so you can kind of get that done. Again, it's just worrying considering the start for Mark, he's half the CS of Sunlight. He is less than half the CS of DNM. So it's a lot more effective for speed in shutting down Arc, and again, just going for the slower build.
Mid lane, Sammy, it's a nice rotation. Takes the water in away, and kids, he cannot survive through it. Very nice rotation there from Sammy Boy. Didn't even bother throwing out an arrow throughout that engagement.
You don't need it. You've got the magical damage on hand. Just a little bit for the Storm. Level 5 for Babatic does a lot of damage.
Arc almost drops. I suppose he did have the Fairy Fighter to be able to survive through it anyway, so he'll be just fine. But he is struggling in terms of CS gen. Like, you compare the CS right now at this bot lane. Speed has got 28 and 13. Arc has got 8 and 0.
Yeah, that's where, again, this laning matchup is a lot better for Speed now, and it just kind of brings into question, how quick can you really find that Battle Fury? How quick can you really farm? Are you still going to have a tier 1 once that Battle Fury comes out? Probably not. Speed's just looking to be aggressive here with Dominant around as well. Just applying huge pressure. Tree range creeps up. TP out from Babatic though.
Dominant's in trouble as well. Arc, he's being chased down. Speed does not give a crap. He wants the kill. Babatic gonna try and trade, but neither side goes down. Arc still, he's having such a rough game already. This Ursa, 11-0, needs some space to be made. But we are still only 5 minutes in, and the fact that Babatic has to rotate this early on, like he doesn't even hit the level 6 mark. So he has to go back to the mid lane now, try and hit level 6. In the meantime, of course, there has been a lot more farm going on here with Kits on the Tiny. And it just seems like Wildcard, they've got no lanes going their way.
No, their lanes are off to a way slower start. And it just kind of ties into the timing that Wildcard will want to hit as well. We heard a panel talk about the mech timing for Sunlight. He is looking to work into that itemization. He does not have any point in the Empower, so at the least they're coordinating with Arc, knowing that he does want Battle Fury. You don't bother with Empower here, you just go for your wave clear, your relocation, and try to hope for the best there. They are chasing Albino Zebra.
Nice little shards there from Babatic, just going to block the way. Albino, I mean, he's a tanky boy with the living armor. Maybe he could hope for Roshan to deny him off. He's still going to try. Babatic, though, no. Going to body block him off, and Flea will get the job done. That'll make it a 3-2, the way of Wildcard. And I suppose the one saving grace is Flea's been having a very good time with this Pos 4 Rubik. Only problem is, it's a Pos 4 Rubik.
Yeah, and you lost Arc in that rotation as well.
Oh.
5-Rat found that opening down bot. And Speed's very happy. Just again, pinning down that Ursa. It's been a really slow start. 15 CS at 6 minutes in. Not a good look when you don't have the Magnus to really fall back to. Well, level 1 Empower's at least up. So you have something to use, but again, Speed's just off to a running start. Has the Exorcism up. Arc's still level 4, and they're making rotations in already.
They are. Kid's not going to find much for his trouble here. He's rotated. They know he's there. Sammy's going to stick around, trying to defend the tier 1. Meanwhile, topside, DNM does get lifted up, so they're going to try and find something for their trouble. Skewer back, DNM does land the Light Strike Array, and Sammy's off the mark with the arrow, which means DNM's just going to TP out. And that's why you always save a stun.
Yeah, it doesn't quite line up. And they managed to clear the bot tier 1 off that with all the rotations up top. DNM still safe farming in his jungle. Everything's lining up for 5-Rat. Just maybe a little bit reminiscent of game 1. The early game did look to really favor 5-Rat. The issue now is follow through. Because we know what Arc can do if he does get a lot of free space. This time around, Speed isn't leaving that lane. He's not relenting. He knows he has to keep Arc down if they want to force that game tree. Lots of heroes mid here from Wildcard. DD up on Babatic, so they could melt a hero down if they find the angle in. But you've got some good wards from 5-Rat. You've got a good ramp ward to just ensure that they have an idea of where some of these supports might want to rotate. Lines are being drawn down bot. Speed is solo here if they do manage to work something out.
They'd love to find Speed if they could. Like, this guy's just so farmed at the moment. 4.5k net worth here on Speed. And look at him just bullying Arc. He's just not leaving the Ursa alone. I can't believe he can just get away with this. Wildcard, instead of trying to head down into the mid lane, Kids is going to get hit by a snowball into the Walrus, but the arrow's off the mark. Woo, that's I've had that experience, and let me tell you, Sammy's team is reacting a lot better than I would if that was me.
Well, it's one thing when you miss it, Mike. It's another thing when a pro team does. So, different layers of expectations here. This time around,
No,
No, that's 3 in a row.
No, Kids, he's still gonna drop, but you sacrifice Babbage for that.
That's just nasty. You know, it's
Nasty
not
from who?
it's not Sammy's fault, but at the same
not-
time,
Whose fault is it, John?
the game.
Oh, the game.
game's fault. You
Okay.
can only blame the game, Mike. Don't blame the player. Still, I mean, you miss 3 in a row in ganks like that. It's not a good feeling. Wild card positive here is maybe stalling out for Arc, and he does kind of get Sunlight to follow him through. Anyway, level 3 Empower, so
we
you
go
can clear
again.
out some stacks. Hello.
This time? Okay, this time they've got it. The arrow will land. Onto the Tiny they go, Kids. On a run, is going to be able to survive the living armor, making him just a little bit too tanky with all that bonus armor. And with that, Wildcard be able to secure the Tiny kill. But they are still trying to give Babbage as best of a game as possible. Hand over the Haste Rune to the Tusk. And still they are in the lead, but my main concern if you are Wildcard is the fact that Speed and DNM are both kind of getting out of control.
Yeah, their farm buildups there. You're hitting the early durability item for Speed, almost at those Guardian Greaves. Again, the positive here for Wildcard is Arc is not under pressure. Battle Fury in 2 parts, has the Empower. He's just kind of playing where Sunlight's trying to farm the lane as well. So they're kind of allowing him to get that build up into the Battle Fury. Which is nice, but at the same time, Battle Fury, again, it's something that you still need more on top of. So we'll see how soon Arc will want to try for a play on, say, Roshan is key timing there for the Ursa. Grouping up top, Albino Zebra's the only one to kind of defend with the living armor.
And they saw him. Babbage won't go for the dive in. A little bit hard to catch that Train Protector in that tree line. Meanwhile, Speed's pushing in the mid lane, so you've got to make a choice. Do you want the top tier 1 tower, or do you want to defend the mid tier 1 tower? They're going to move Babbage in. Snowball is there backing onto Kids. They'll try to secure the Tiny kill first. Kid's still pretty healthy. So he will just walk away. Flea, no, eventually does fine. So they do get the Tiny kill. Speed, however, is going to be okay to back off, but Sunlight gets a nice RP off. They do find the Death Prophet. Still, Speed is tanking through it very effectively as he goes right back in, but now the Snowball going to go right back the way of the Death Prophet. Can they take down Speed? He is still healing up with these Spirit Siphons. They cannot deal with the man. He is alright.
They do lose kits. You feel pretty good about that on Wildcard's end, and you prevent your mid from falling. So overall, a very successful defense out. You managed to get a really good steal from Flea. He did manage to take that Exo himself, so he's fully healed up. Regen Rune, though, does go DNM's way at the least.
Babbage, bottom lane. Snowball is there, but the Spirit Siphon's still going, and Speed will secure another. This DP just so tough to deal with.
Yeah, it's just durable. Way too durable right now. Guardian Greaves not too far off now as well. And again, for Wildcard, they are going for the long con here. Arc clearing out a good amount of triangle stacks. Ancients being cleared out now. Battle Fury very close. So the farm should just accelerate from here on forward. And he is climbing up in the net worth charts after a really rough lane up against Speed. For 5-Rat, the one change we need to see in this game is pressure onto Arc, right? Because game 1, they just allowed Arc to free farm. Same thing is kind of shaping up here. Still fairly early at 13 minutes, but they need to kind of clear out this mid-tier 1 and start to get some forward wards, apply pressure, ensure that this slower build is punished from Arc, because he had a lot of potential to play a little bit quicker with the mag, and he's just going to go farming. It will pay off in the long run. Five Rat cannot afford to kind of get into that long run game. Although with Alina, perhaps you feel a little bit more confident. It's still a risk.
Both teams just kind of poking and prodding the mid lane. It's going to be a smoke up. Looks like Kits and Stomin are going to try and move together. So they have great burst potential with that Mystic Flare with the Avalanche Toss combination. Speed just going to frontline, more than happy to try and bait for his team. Has the full Greaves up and just wants the tier 1 mid tower.
Ooh, Arc.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they've got the Ursa. That's the one you want. Sammy tries to help with an arrow, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. The cavalry is incoming. They'll try to find some form of a trade here. At least catching the Skywrath, and now with the RP, they've got speed, but he is way, way, way too tanky. That is not the target you want, and now Kits. Great Avalanche. Sammy's gone. Babbage has gone to boot. 5 Rat 4 staff. Making it look very easy so far for game number 2.
And they find the big kills they need. They clear that mid-tier 1. And that should allow them to apply that constant pressure onto Arc now. I mean, Arc's got the Battle Fury. The farm can build up. And they do have defensive wards around that bot jungle at the least. So that movement out from 5 Rat shouldn't be repeated. At the same time, really great foresight from 5 Rat 4 staff. They get that blink timing up on Kits. They just move around as a unit with Stominin. And this is a very low cooldown combination, so they can just constantly do that. Smoke out from Wildcard here, though. Under vision, 5 Rat is.
That they are. Stormin in good position to break the smoke. And we'll just go down. Slowly but surely. Still, if you are Wildcard, that's not really the kill you want. On the brighter side, it does allow you to take back the Radiant jungle, so there's that. But they will not find themselves a primary target, and I hate to continue repeating myself, but DNM and Speed are both freely farming this whole time.
Yeah, they're building up. Maelstrom already up on DNM, along with a Dragonlance. He can hit pretty damn hard if he does decide to join in these fights. And Speed's just ultra durable, going for the Heaven's Halberd, or at least just Sanj first. He's going to have a way of just being even more durable up front. They don't really have the burst damage here on Wildcard to kind of take care of him, unless they can just chain stun him and get a good amount of Fury Swipes built up with Arc. That is probably their best bet. Even just a zip in from Babitic is just not enough with the Tusk as it is right now. Speed's just too tanky, as we've seen time and time and again. They are still kind of getting a good amount of space out for Arc, though, and he is farming quite nicely. The wards from 5 Rat not really there. They do manage to get a triangle ward down now, and they are securing that area around Roche. They're kind of baiting in. They are scanned out, so Wildcard knows something is up, but they should know it's a gank attempt because they check Roche.
Wildcard just holding their ground here in this mid lane. Very patient is the side of 5 Rat. Waiting for that perfect opportunity to make a jump in and just find underneath their own vision. Hoping someone farms the triangle on that Radiant side. And instead, it's time to force Roshan. It just happens so quickly as well, because you've got that level 2 Exorcism plus DNM who's very farmed up right now. There's really no stopping it. Sammy's going to move in to try and D-ward, but he's just going to get blown up immediately. Ward gets protected, Courier goes down as well, and Roshan's gone. DNM will take the Aegis.
Yeah, and they play really defensively on Wildcard. They didn't want to go around that area. After checking Roshan, it was empty. They probably figured maybe a smoke gank was coming out. Cost them a Roshan in the end.
Are they trying for
Although
speed? All right, let's see if they can find him. RP committed. There's your Exorcism wearing off. Speed will go down very quickly thanks to the RP setup, but here comes the cavalry. Stominin gets set up with the slow into the toss back. The Mystic Flare kind of wasted, but it may not matter. Arc dropping so low on the Ursa, but somehow he is still running, still getting out of here, but Stominin's on the chase. They'll settle for Sunlight. The concussive shot goes back the other way. Arc, he will survive.
Ooh, on the edge there for Arc. Very fortunate for the side of Wildcard that they only dropped their mag after finding Speed. The toss back just kind of costing them, right? Like they wanted that group up, they wanted to clump them around for the overgrowth, but just not having that Mystic Flare damage on Arc cost them that opportunity. And Arc is itemizing quite well, going for the BKB. That combination is not going to do much to him once he has that fresh BKB with 9 seconds on that charge. Going to be a lot tougher for 5-Rat to focus in on the Ursa. Does feel like that's going to be more on DNM to get done with his right clicks, but they're not the beefiest yet. And Orlina is still a little bit more set up to farm, although the machine gun is kind of building up. Smoke out from Wildcard this time.
Oh, they might run into Stominant. Breaks the smoke. Shards off the mark. They're checking Roshan pit instead, but it won't matter. They eventually find him. I still think Stominant, very good positioning. He just constantly breaks the smokes of Wildcard, and look what's happening bot lane. DNM's just forcing in the tier 2 tower. That'll be the glyph to be forced out. Sammy's the only one around to try and force this defense. So DNM, he is not backing off. He knows. Thanks to Albino Zebra, he's got the info, though he does cop an arrow. But it won't matter. Nobody's around to capitalize off these arrows.
Is under attack.
And eventually, the tier 2 bottom tower might just go down.
Yeah, no contest coming up from Wildcard. They're opting to kind of take that top jungle while they can. A nice objective take for 5-Rat. Should open up some pressure on the lanes.
Bottom tower.
They are starting to group together though. They have a rough idea that Wildcard's kind of playing their jungle. They don't have defensive vision, but they have been missing. Ooh.
This is the Avalanche kids. Or rather, a quick blink away here from Babadich. But now a 9-9, 2k advantage still standing for 5-Rat. Of course, they did hold a large advantage in that earlier game, and we did see them kind of throw it back the way of Wildcard. Wildcard being super patient, trying to wait for that opportunity to kind of make a repeat performance here in Game 2.
Dire's top tower.
It's mid lane. They might have a chance now as they do need to defend. Problem is there is an Aegis still up on DNM, which is going to make it rather tough. In they go. Tossback is there. They found the Tusk Babadich. He's still running. He might know. He doesn't make it. They even found the Magna, so Sunlight is gone. There goes Sammy. They are just getting blown up in that mid lane. There's nothing they can do about it.
They at least find this kill on Kits. Arc just managing to focus in on him and melt him down. But they sacrifice a lot, and that should open up this tier 2 push coming out with the EXO running. DNM, his damage is pretty much set. He's almost at the Gleipnir now as well, so even more control coming out. And the map is shrinking for Wildcard. It just goes back to Arc needing so much space with a Battle Fury. It does take time for the Ursa to kind of hit that critical mass. BKB Blink is the timing. BKB's almost there, and that does throw off the combination of 5-Rat to an extent. But DNM's still going to have the right click and the range to kind of counteract Arc unless they can get on top of that Lina, which is easier said than done. Does feel like there's a lot of pressure on Sunlight and on Flea. Maybe look for a lift back or skewer back along with the RP for control. And 5-Rat, solid 5k lead for them. Most of that riding on DNM. Everyone else kind of equally farmed for the most part, at least. So there is still play here for Wildcard. Eventually, your Ursa will eventually just be big. BKB up. Doesn't have a gap closing measure yet, so the Blink's still pivotal here, but 5-Rat just chasing down. They have control.
Speed literally doesn't care. He just doesn't care. He walks up high ground, no vision. Understands he's just too hard to kill at the moment. Wildcard still 4k behind. Not out of this game number 2 yet. Again, they were behind in the first game after all, so they could easily make a comeback. And there is going to be a 4-man smoke. They're going to try something. Moonlight Shadow popped as well. They'll run into that mid lane. Flea trying to bait. Does drag back Speed. Again, he's not an easy target. You've got to commit so much to take down Speed on this Death Prophet. You'd rather hold on to the RP if you can from Sunlight. Wait for a bigger team fight. Lines being drawn out into that dire jungle, but the only person they're probably going to find is Albino Zebra. DNM's already backed off.
Dire are scanning.
Still trying to find somebody. DNM is around the corner if they can. They do see the courier of Albino Zebra, but that's not the target they want. And they're barely going to miss out on vision on DNM as well. Babadich, meanwhile, mid lane. He's going to get jumped. Kits is there. Avalanche tossback is out. Stominant silences him up, and with the Mystic Flare, Babadich has no chance. This is such a rough game. 5-Rat, they adjust the draft in Game 2, but they maintain the map reading that they've been doing, right? They read the map very well against Wildcard. And it's just so hard for Wildcard to maneuver and find anything for their trouble.
And it's just down to what the choices Wildcard made. They go for the Ursa that wants to play a bit slower. The Siege just comes in from 5-Rat with the DP plus Lina. Doesn't take too long to mount these objectives. They still have an RP play. They've got the Blink here on Sunlight if he does manage to find the angle.
Sunlight, nice one, toss into the skewer back, into the RP as well. Just really wanting DNM. He barely survives, full staff away, but Ark gets the job done. They even found Albino Zebra. Maybe they can keep this one going. Stominant, he at least finds Sammy Boy in the meantime, but his team is falling apart. Speed, drag back as well. The Magnus saving the day for Wildcard. As Speed still trying to back, but hold on a minute. Ark's getting low. Ark might drop. Ark barely able to get out of there. Speed getting Warriors punched up, still trying to chip away at the Death Prophet, but he's just so darn tanky. A snowball forward, a skewer back from Sunlight. Speed is not getting out this time. And there it is, Jonathan. Wildcard. They have found the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, they get that relocation play out onto the Lina. DNM doesn't have anything defensive, so the moment the Magnus commits, it kind of goes downhill fast. Really big overgrowth steal from Flea as well. And that follow-up control really pinned down DNM after the RP because he didn't quite die at that moment. And they just managed to clean up from there. Like, they commit a couple of buybacks, but it does pay off in the end. Their high ground holds. The racks are intact. For 5-Rat 4 staff, they lose a little bit of that lead. You know, we're seeing Arc just rush in now in that Wort. And the itemization, again, it's just lining up. Guardian Greaves going to come out in Sunlight, boost up that durability for Wildcards, and BKB for Babitic. Still 2 parts away, but not too far off from at least the Mithril Hammer. And just wait for the recipe next. For 5-Rat, they need something defensive on DNM. Like, he's fully kitted out, Travels up, Hurricane Pike, Gleipnir, but a BKB has to come out. At the least, you can block off the Horn Toss and Skewer back, force the Ursic to go a little bit more forward in trying to kill off that Lina, and that provides a little bit of a safety net for 5-Rat to kind of look to play around him. Easier for Albino Zebra to reach in with the Overgrowth if he's not dragged away on DNM. And you can just kind of look for maybe the toss back plays, be disruptive. For Wildcard, they kind of need to just keep doing that. If DNM's a little bit too far forward, feeling overconfident, you've got the tools to punish. You've got the damage on hand.
They do. Wildcard now grouping up once again. Albino Zebra, he's the one on the Roshan pit at the moment. Do they want to settle for the Treant? It seems like they will. Roshan still 35 seconds away from respawning. We'll see if they can find anything else here for Wildcard before they do try to force the Roshan fight. Tier 1 mid tower is still standing after all, so they may as well. Ark will get to it. Meanwhile, rest of the team will move in. They have found the Death Prophet. Babitic does get the Warrior's Punch. Still Speed. He cops an arrow to the face. Can he get out of this one? He's healing up. An RP though. Sunlight. He'll catch a couple. DNM's one of those targets. But DNM, he'll force stuff out of there. Back to the low ground. Maybe they're okay, but no, the snowball. DNM. He is not going to make it. Can they at least punish Wildcard? It seems like they'll try. Ark will just TP out though. Oh, just TP.
Yeah, they don't have control. Like, the moment that fight unfolds, they get a good jump once more. They punish DNM for not having too much defensive. He manages to force staff away. They still maintain vision, snowball down, and he just melts. 5-Rat need to do everything they can to defend DNM in the middle of these fights, but they don't have the most saves on hand. And the saves coming out from Toss, just having this ability to snowball the Ursa forward, to catch out the Lina once more. The damage not quite fully flowing yet from DNM, not having that silver edge up for a little bit more crit and damage. It does allow the Ursa to just do what it does best. And I like that Ark is going for the Basher next, just additional control on hand. 16 to 16 with the game evening up. Roche going to be the focal point for both sides now. And you do have the respawns on 5-Rat at the least, so they can look to play inside. Overgrowth's a little bit longer though, and that spell's really key to a lot of these team fights, but they can't allow this Roche to go for free.
Oh, Ark's going to take it very quickly. They've got to get in somehow. Kids is there with the blink if he wants to try and make a maneuver in. He'll get a bit of vision with the tree toss. Speed will frontline for the side. Still Ursa going after that Roche. Ark not giving up a DNM, stunning him from the outside as they lift him in. DNM,
Oh!
albino zebra! He takes the Aegis away! Oh! They lift him in! Was that Flea? Oh, it was Flea!
Oh boy.
They lifted him into the Roshan pit!
Yeah, I don't think a Treant's the best target to lift in there, unfortunately.
I think it was DNM they lifted, but regardless, it's when the Roshan's that low, John, I think you might be doing them a favor.
Yeah, it's a risky play. And to be fair for 5-Rat, it's more about denial of Aegis. I don't think you're going to be doing much with an Aegis up on Albino Zebra.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. What's happened here? So Kits jumps in. There's the lift back. DNM got lifted. Albino Zebra just blinks in himself. Very, very strange Roshan fight there from Wildcard. And in we go. Into the mid-racks they go. Speed. Kits. Avalanche tosses there. Flea will be the one to get caught. Leipnir will lock him down. Still the Rubik is running, but instead they'll take down Sammy Boy. Meanwhile, Kits dropping very low, but so is Babbage on that mid-tusk. Trying to run, but Speed will chase him down to the ends of the earth. Ark cannot fight without his team. He'll get stunned up. In goes Sunlight. The 4-star forward. They have messed up again. DNM's gone. Oh, this mid-racks. It is torturing the side of 5-Rat. As they'll move in with a snowball now. Can 5-Rat continue to punish? Ark, he'll move in onto Kits. That'll be your mid-tiny gone. It's up to Speed on the Death Prophet, but Speed's getting bashed up. He'll chase down Babbage on that Tusk, but can he really do it? I don't think he can. He'll get lifted up. They are still snowballing around. Speed's the only one left. Oh my goodness. And the worst part is the guy with the Aegis is the guy that survives. Albino runs out of there.
That's why I guess Wildcard didn't mind too much. Sure, they take a couple of losses in Roche, but Aegis on Albino Zebra just doesn't accomplish much, and they get a bit hasty. They chase for these kills behind the racks. They get punished for it. They don't respect that pullback that Wildcard does have. They commit only onto DNM with the RP, but that's the only target you really need. You take care of the Lina, everything else is easy to manage. And there's just not much saves in 5-Rat. And it's just so difficult for 5-Rat to siege in when they keep committing this way. They need to have a little bit more patience here. Otherwise, Wildcard, one more repeat like that, and this game could probably be theirs.
And a reminder, John, this game of ours is brought to you by our partners, esportsbets.io. The odds 1.5 to 2.3 here in the favor of 5-Rat, but this is the second game in a row where it felt like 5-Rat were the better team. But once you hit that 20-30 minute timing, they just start to fall apart.
You know what it reminds me of a little bit? It reminds me of watching old Polaris on high ground.
Oh.
They'd have this massive lead. They have everything they want. Their laning phase goes really well, and then for some reason, the high ground just falls flat. Maybe over-aggressive, sometimes not aggressive enough, and they get punished. I think that's something 5-Rat 2 times in a row, third time's the charm, right? Maybe they figure out, all right, we just focus in on the objectives. We stand really far back. Don't have DNM chasing down these supports when you can't see the Magnus, or when the Magnus might have buyback to come back in, and play it safe. Just go for the siege, go for the objectives. That's what Dota's about. It's defense of the ancients, not killing the heroes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some games it is. SCA Dota it is.
Well, I mean, you can kill as much as you want, but if you can win a 43-0 game somehow, then what do the kills mean?
Right. Fair point, John.
I mean, it's not like you'll win a 43-0 game, to be fair, but
I mean, you know, could happen. You never know. 5-Rat. 4-man smoke, but there's a 5-man smoke. Both teams want to fight. This is what we love to see. Where's it going to happen, though? Seems like 5-Rat. They do back off for now. They'll wrap back around through their own triangle. Wildcard will go the exact opposite way,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
mirroring each other's paths. It's all about fighting around that tier 2 tower. Speed. Gonna show himself in that mid lane. Wildcard. do they want to force the fight? It doesn't feel like it. Feels like they'll go address the lanes instead.
Yeah, I think you really want to wait for that BKB on DNM. Like, at least not being skewered back is already a pretty big part. You force the RP on yourself, fine, you're still maybe dead. But not being removing the possibility of being brought back definitely means that you've got more shots at living. Because that's what's been killing DNM on that high ground. Just the skewer back from Sunlight. He's been setting up for his team quite well in this match. On the side of 5rat, they're 3k behind, 33 minutes in, not the biggest deal.
Mid lane, oh, bot lane, Arc. Kids is looking for a tossback perhaps. There's an avalanche, but Arc, very quick, impact flee. He'll jump in with the lift, but the force staff is there from Stominant.
Dire's top tower
Arrow.
is under attack.
Not gonna land, Kids will just wait it out. It's kind of an interesting dynamic here, John, because Wildcard are the ones in the lead now. But 5rat are still the ones that are being much more aggressive, and Wildcards are the ones that it almost feels like they think they're behind.
Yeah, I think they just understand the riskiness of losing a fight. Up against a lineup that 5rat has, they could easily just end with buybacks committed. So you just have to be really cautious about how you start these fights, who you catch out. Because either way, if 5rat does manage to slip through with DNM and with speed, Ancient's just kind of open. You could just try to skip racks, go for tier 4s, and force an endgame if you were feeling that confident from 5rat. They've got the damage for that.
Well, Wildcard, they move up top. 5rat, they're just going to start maybe pressuring that bottom tier 3 tower and force them back. You never want to allow Wildcard that entrance back into this game too by just pushing out the towers.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They do reveal themselves down at the bot lane, but they don't begin the pressure. They're just allowing the creeps to do it. You have Sunlight there defending anyway, so the creeps aren't going to do really jack crap. And Wildcard, well, they won't really commit to the tier 2 top tower either. Looks like they will retreat back towards their base, predicting 5rat might try for high ground any moment now. But 5rat, they're just kind of hanging out in that Radiant jungle. They're not looking too interested in forcing a fight.
No, not yet. Just keeping that build up, allowing DNM to work slowly but surely into the BKB. They've got the full Aeon Disc as well for speed coming in, so it's going to be a lot harder to pin him down in the middle of these fights. Should be able to get some good uses out of Guardian Greaves to save the rest of his team, even if he is jumped up. And should be able to get that Heaven's Halberd off to hold Arc back as well, which is really big key. If you can disarm Arc, he does become really easy to kite around here.
5rat going to start moving in. Speed will show himself, but he's going to be so careful. He cannot afford to die first. He's one of those guys, they just need to survive in the fights. Arrow, oh, it's going to land. Do they capitalize? No, they don't trust. They don't trust their instincts here. And in they go, Sammy.
Huh.
I was about to say, what is that? And I'm still going to say it. What was that?
Maybe he didn't expect the rest of the team to be there.
Well, why not jump the Death Prophet then?
Yeah, maybe just wanting to de-ward, maybe hoping that they were standing on the lower side of that triangle area, but does get punished. Good vision out from 5rat, of course, holding that area to kind of punish. Not the biggest kill in the world. Respawn for Sammy's not too far off. So overall, nothing of value is really lost there, Mike, at the least.
I mean, I suppose so.
You know, it's I died, it's fine. Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah. Nevertheless, 20-20, 2k advantage. Though at a plus right now, giving Wildcard 65% win probability here in this game, number 2. Again, they've been stuck on their side of the map for quite a while, in fact. D-Ward is out. Arc, he's going to jump in. He'd love to start on Kits, but the 4 staffs make it very hard. Moonlight Shadow was popped. They want to try and get something out of this. Keep in mind, Roshan is up in 45 seconds, and what is it, John?
Wait.
Kits, he found Samson. The buyback is there. Skewer's not going to be out. Kits, he got the BKB off in time, but Babbage, he will do the same. They will move on to that Tiny. Shards will block the way as well. Kits, looking for a 4-staff, will find it. You're about to point something out.
Yes. 5-rat 4-staff will have 5 4-staffs. Very soon. They're only lacking it on Kits, really. But they're going to have it. I mean, Albino Zebra's going into one. You have one in Speed. You have one on Staminin. You have one on DNM. It's only really Kits not in that team spirit. Honestly, 5 4 staffs here is pretty good because you're up against the Ursa.
Come on, kids.
You're up against all of this mobility. You kind of just want to kite them around. So kids could just go for that revolutionary 4 staff tiny, which really isn't too bad. Even in this game, particularly, not too bad.
Do it for the brand, kids. You've got to do it. Kids, speaking of the devil, he may get punished for not going for 4 staff here, John. Getting caught out. He does have his team around him, but there's your 4 staff. He's facing the wrong way. Skewer him up. Take him out. That's what you get. Still, Sammy is going to die back immediately. DNM will take him down. In goes Speed now, chasing down the Ursa. Arc enrages up and will run. Meanwhile, Sunlight will skewer them back a little bit, but DNM is happy to get right to work. Still a nice lift back from Flea. Will save the day. Boss staff's away. Glimmer Cave, Sunlight, still glaping it up. Will not make it out. 2 for the price of 1, I believe it was. At the very least, they do force the buyback of kits. Only problem for Wildcard is Roshan is now available.
Yeah, that's going to compensate for that buyback on kits. And we'll see if 5-Rat can actually go on to high ground without dying this time, because that's been the big thing that just punishes them. They go for Aegis, they find Aegis, they go high ground, they dive a bit behind the racks, and then Sunlight makes work happen. He has buyback, his respawn, probably 30 seconds left when the Roche falls. They could try to hold out and going to the high ground. They do give DNM the Aegis though, so wanting that security on the Lina once more. We'll see. This is where we've seen 5-Rat over and over again have this position to push mid-high ground, and they get punished. Just because Sunlight's been doing a fantastic job to enable Arc to do the damage he needs to. So we'll see what the play is for 5-Rat.
You would have loved that the refresher shot as well on Sunlight.
Oh, yeah.
Such a shame. Goes to Speed instead, and well, Speed naturally going to be a very happy boy now with Cheese up and a refresher shot up. Going into the Shivers guards next. And well, 5-Rat, they're back in the game. 51% is the win probability now for Wildcard. 5-Rat 49%. In fact, now it's an equal 50-50.
That's what we love to see. You know, this match again, we were talking in the green room that it's probably the more even match we'll see here. And it has been. I think there's been a lot of up and downs for both teams in this series so far. Again, they've been finding openings from each other. You can see how closely matched they truly are, even though the odds, again, favor 5-Rat just a tad bit. But they've both got ways to play. Still, interesting position, Wildcard, trying to hold a high ground for a fight here in the triangle.
They absolutely are. 5-Rat. Well, Speed will cop an arrow to the knee. In goes Kids. Nice toss back onto Sammy, and that's him gone. But Sunlight, a very nice horn toss skewer back. Do they have an RP? They do. It's connected on 2 of them. But where's the damage output? It's coming. But no, the snowball back away. Babbage dragged Arc out of there. I suppose they decided the fight wasn't worth it. It didn't look that bad, though.
Yeah, not the worst thing. Yeah, they forced the cheese out from DNM. He could have fallen, but heads up, uses of spells, Albino Zebra blinking in with the overgrowth. That did save, because they weren't quite next to the Lina there. They figured maybe in that time span when the stuns did fade on DNM was a bit too risky. Opening for the high ground here on the side of 5-Rat. Immediate refresh out from Speed for the EXO. He's going to have that again to melt her in. They're going for top, trying to clear the tier 3. They've got 2 siege creeps as well. There is still a buyback here on Sunlight, but he doesn't have the RP anymore to commit. It's a lot tougher to look for that opening here.
Absolutely. 5-Rat moving into that top lane of Barracks. No problems this time around. Sunlight was the issue all along. Secondary racks to come here for 5-Rat 4-staff and Wildcard. All they can do is just throw arrows here at Speed, but the Ghost is doing all the work anyway. Gotta be a secondary rack's gone. It seems like, well, 5-Rat, they're not going to stick around for the third. They won't get greedy. They'll be happy with the progress they've made. They'll come back later on. And for Wildcard, well, they've got to find a way to come back in this game now, because it is well and truly back the way of 5-Rat 4-staff. And to make matters worse, DNM's going to find a double damage room.
Ah, yes. Gaben's Blessing coming out onto DNM. Still has Aegis for a minute 40, so they could actually try to commit here. Full Silver Edge now up and running as well. A lot more damage coming out on DNM. I would still love to see Kits go for a 4-staff. You know, stay in the team. 5-Rats, 4-staff.
I mean, he could just buy one out. Hold on a minute. Sunlight, Leipnir, gonna lock him down. Mystic Flare, not so much. Sunlight, oh, yeah, he's gonna proc the Maelstrom. Of course he is. Well, of course he is.
Are scary.
You can try running, not against Alina. How much damage she does. Man, it's always. I don't know how to feel when you die like that. I guess if you're the guy who gets the projectiles out, you're happy. If you're the Magnus, if you're Sunlight, you're just like, well, I tried. I tried.
What can you do? It happens. Scythe of Vice now up on speed, or at least on the courier coming out, so he decided to go to the Scythe of Vice over the Shiver's Guard. More disable on the side of 5 right now. Looking to try and go high ground for that final lane of barracks, but again, unwilling to risk it. Age is going to expire in 30 seconds, so DNM might just let that one go. I'm not sure if Sammy's apologizing to his team or the enemy team at this point with that voice line.
Yeah, it's been a bit rocky. Do love to see full Ags up on kits. So he has the tree volley ready, and he can hit as far as the Lina can. Always nice to see
Excellent.
that. Very balanced.
My
No
favorite.
big crit just yet. You know, kits needs that Daedalus up and running for that to truly reach its peak effectiveness. And you do have the full Ags now for Babitic. So you do have a relocation spell outside of just RP and skewer back. You can kind of catch DNM now. And that is going to be a bit scary. He does have the BKB, but he might not be prepared for the Ags timing here coming out from Babitic. That could throw them off guard from 5-Rat 4-Staff.
Well, here we go. 5-man smoke up wildcard. Which way are they going to head? They'll head back into their own triangle. So they're kind of going the wrong way if they want to fight. They may just want to try and secure some farm here. It seems like that's exactly what they'll do. Push out some lanes. You could maybe find Stominant on the high ground, but not quite. He does blink away. Meanwhile, mid, Sammy is in the middle of nowhere, getting some wards down. Moonlight Shadow pop, but there's your tree volley, 4-star. In fact, Overgrowth gonna hold down a couple thanks to Flea. They've got speed. In goes the Ursa, the RP. It's gonna catch a couple of them, but do they have the damage output? He'll chase down DNM, and there's your bash out. He's got the Lina. And the kick away. DNM's going nowhere but down. He has to fight. Tree volleys though.
Arc?
They're coming
He's not
in.
safe?
Arc. He is not safe at all. He's caught out and he is gone. Buyback immediate from DNM. They want to put a lid on this game. Babitic is fine to TP away,
Radiant's middle
but wildcard, they are going to have to buy back if they want to defend.
This is pretty risky coming out from 5-Rat, having DNM buy back to try to siege, but he is key in this siege.
is under attack.
No EXO as well to play with. They have to rely on DNM's damage.
No. He tried to get a kick off, but the Hex is there. The buybacks are going to force back 5-Rat 4-Staff. Giving plenty more time for kids to finish the 5-4-Staff strategy. He's still not going for it. Very upsetting here from the Tiny.
I mean, it's the 4-Staff play saving them.
Yeah.
Like, it's just been throwing them around, forcing Wildcard to chase deeper and deeper, kiting them around, kiting Arc around. So I really wouldn't mind that. They focus really hard on killing off DNM, but you have no answers for speed. Like, this guy is just too tanky, and once he has the blink up, he can just jump on top of you and get that instant Hex off. Albino Zebra. Oh,
Jumps in. He wants to try and go for something here. So will Kids, but they're going to lose Albino straight off the bat. Still Babitic almost going down to DNM. Should eventually drop and does, but gets a Warrior's Punch off first. Now the skewer back right into the loving arms of Arc. But can he hold them down? The 4-Staffs are just too much to deal with for this
Oh,
Ursa.
God.
And now the fear is there. Arc has died back. That's got to be it. GG surely has to be called. They are still trying. Kids has been RP, but they call it. They cannot fight back. There's no damage left. And what a game it was. 5-Rat 4-Staff having a comeback here in this game number 2. And that does mean we get another game 3. This time between Wildcard and, of course, 5-Rat 4-Staff. You love to see it.
yeah, they're very well matched teams here. We saw game 1 a bit rocky, but 5-Rat kind of repeated what they did in game 1, right? Where they had this really strong start. And they still struggled on high ground, right? Like,
Yeah.
when we saw DNM, we saw speed. They'd go past the racks, and they'd get punished. Sunlight played a fantastic Magnus, managing to get the blinks, the horn toss, and skewer backs. And that really stalled the game out for what felt like 20 minutes plus. I think that was the point that it went further. But 5-rat 4-staff, the key thing is if you live up to your team name, if they had 5 4-staffs earlier, that might have been avoided, Mike.
It may have been. Let's throw to our panel, see what they think about this 4-rat 4-staff strategy. Let's throw it back to the thirsty T-Panda, the funky Fear, and of course the slippery Snare.
Thank you very much. Leveling up on the alliterative game. I love to see it. Game number 2 going the distance to push us to a game 3. Completely expected here. We wanted a kind of day that was going to be competitive, that we're going to see some interesting plays, and certainly that's what we got. Game number 2, 5-rat 4-staff. They won, but it was touch and go for a minute there, guys. There were some moments, a couple of pushes onto the high ground where it felt like they might have just thrown the game, but ultimately, it turns out that Lina can actually win Dota games.
Some games are unthrowable. It seems like it. I mean, they close it out in the end for sure, but it wasn't an easy victory at the start for 5-rat 4-staff. I think Wildcard played pretty well, and they were hyping up Sunlight, but I think we disagree a little bit, at least the later parts of the game.
Yeah, I mean, even the early game, like, the one thing he is doing that is pretty decent is he's upped his laning stage from this whole entire series. It's looked pretty good, but he has unfortunately picked Magnus, so that is going against him. Yet again, a hero that is very hard to execute. It's very easy to play Magnus and be like, you know, people to laugh at you. Kind of this fight was one of them. He skewered them out of the Roshan pit, and like, it's a bit of a yikes, but that is a hero where you can either look like a god or you can kind of get laughed at for making some funny plays in the game. Overall, I thought his Magnus was decent. I think we saw the RP here. He missed the Tiny and that skewer there, and that could have been the game changer there for that team fight as well. Just these small things that really add up.
I mean, Dota 2 is definitely a game of margins, and one thing that was very interesting for me here, Panda, is there were several times when 5-rat 4-staff were trying to push up onto the high ground, and this Rubik was also instrumental in stalling this game out, right? Keeping things going with a couple of key overgrowth plays, some really good steals on Exorcism also earlier on in the game. Why weren't they able to convert some of the early advantages? Because there was a point where Arc was the most farmed hero in the game and also arguably the most dangerous hero in the game. What happened that didn't allow them to actually get him close to the Lina and kill her before she could get off like BKB Satanic and the like?
Well, to answer the first part of your question, basically when they have this early scaling damage on the Ursa, the help of the Battle Fury, plus the Empower, they're actually ripping them apart with this RP. Hence why the Magnus Ursa combo worked out so well for them and that high ground defense. Added with Flea, with some great spell steals, he got the Overgrowth a couple times, he even held on to it for several fights, which was very important for them to keep those targets on the spot and kill them. How it changed later on into the game, they did continue hunting DNM. They were doing the right thing. Focus down the Lina. She probably doesn't have a BKB. If it's not up, it's definitely an easy target. If she does, we'll still keep hunting her. Arc had his sights on DNM the whole game. He was doing the right things. He was doing the right moves. But you need the help of your teammates here and there. Like, they don't really have the frontline presence. Bobatich Tusk. You have to bring it up that he does have effect early on with this hero, and Bobatich, we've seen that even if he's dragging behind, he's still providing impact for his team, even if it's an Ember Spirit or whatever he's playing, in this case the Tusk. But their frontline presence was just getting disrupted by this Tiny. I think Tiny got better and better as this game progressed. We saw the Aghanims later on kicking in as well, which is a huge nuisance, massive amount of damage, and of course the slow applied if he has the Echo Saber. So these kind of things help DNM reposition, but they had to spend every little inch of capability that they have onto this Lina to make sure that she dies and they have a fight after.
Yeah, 5-rat 4-staff, of course, we're going to be having our MVP. Interestingly, coming from a hero or player rather, that we spoke about just before the game started, Fear. Somebody who has to be having a good game for the rest of 5-rat 4-staff to be able to succeed. He had a very good game. Not only doing a ton of damage in the fights, ton of damage in terms of buildings, but demolishing Arc's lane, preventing this Ursa from actually having a game for the vast majority of the early portion of this game. And I think one of the things that I want you to talk to us about, he was able to provide damage in this game. Unfortunately, if you look at the draft of the Wildcard Gaming, only really Arc is doing damage here. Yes, the Tiny wasn't doing damage until much later, but Speed really picked it up and helped them carry this game to victory.
I mean, yeah, without a doubt, he's MVP for me for one key reason. It's like, he shut down the key player for Wildcard, right? If you shut down Arc, I feel like their tempo, their control of the game is going to be a lot harder. And plus, I don't think he didn't do anything flashy this game, but he built all the right items. His spell casting was good. He did everything like solid. He just had a really good performance this game.
I think it's also one of these things where when we see a newer team like Fire Red Force, people who are still trying to find their groove and find where they fit into the pecking order of North America, doing things normally and solid is a lot better than just having super high ceilings but a very low floor. So thankfully to Fire Red Force, we have a game number 3. Not going to be a stompy day today in week number 2 of the DPC. Let's find out, though, who's actually going to be winning the series, because now that it's 1-1, Wildcard Gaming have a chance to go 2-2 in the bracket, and Fire Red Force have a chance to go 3-0 at the top of the leaderboard. Let us see who's going to be getting their particular due in Game 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, to the North American DPC. We are going to a game number 3 here between the side of Wildcard Gaming and Fire Red Force, the winner of which will be solidified, I think, as the proper mid-card team, just beneath Nouns, but certainly just higher than everybody else in the pecking order. Game 3, gentlemen, it's going to be exciting, but it's also going to be tense, right? Because in both games, pretty much, we can agree that where things really went wrong for the losing team was the presence of a hero in the off lane, the lack of damage coming from the mid lane, and just a difficult carry-to-carry heads-up matchup. So for Game 3, T-Panda, what do you want to see from Wildcard Gaming in terms of adaptation based on what we saw in Game number 2?
Basically, all the way from the draft, looking at the first phase. Because when we're looking at a team that has tied up the series and goes into Game 3, if they have first pick, it feels like they have a bit of an advantage. At least it seems like it, because that has also led into straight-up victory. We've seen the Beastmasters in the first phase just being like a really good pick, the Rubiks, the Linas. So I want to see if they are shifting it up. We've seen second pick in both games and also forced the Dire side. And it has actually been Radiant losing both of these games, and the ones with first pick have been the ones to win the game. So we'll see if that trend continues.
I mean, speaking of drafting order, one thing I find very interesting here, if we compare some of the players in the team, right? I want to specifically talk about our 5 positions. Albino Zebra on 5 Red 4 staff, and of course, Sammy Boy on the side of Wildcard Gaming. The first phase, earlier in game number 1, Fear, we were talking about the presence of Tree and Protector when he's picked up early. Right now, Tree and Protector for 5 Red 4 staff, 80% win rate, every single time being picked up by Albino Zebra, and he has now copped the highest heal per minute rate in the entire North American DPC, 120 heal per minute. He knows what he's doing with this hero, so do they have to start maybe focusing on trying to get the tree away from him and force him to play something different?
I don't think that's a bad approach at all, because he has a very different play style than Sammy Boy. He's a little more defensive. He's not willing to sacrifice his life as much as Sammy is for the team fight, right? So him sitting back and wanting to heal people is what he's truly good at. And Tree, it's a meta hero, so it could be an approach you could go for, but he is a natural POS 5 player, so he does have a very big, extensive hero pool of all the POS 5s, but it's going to be a more traditional hero pool, and it's not going to be something too crazy.
He has narrowed it down for now. He's only played Treant, Hero, and Silencer, so his hero diversity is only at 16%. But you're right, like we might be seeing something completely different from Albino Zebra. And like you said, he's already been topping heal per minute. He's also doing a lot of stunts. He's got some really good KDA averages compared to Sammy
He's
Boy.
staying alive in the fights,
he's
right?
He's staying alive. Like def averages, Sammy Boy 10.29, Albino Zebra 4.6, and he's also got double the assist because he's staying longer in those fights. But is that a strength for Samson that he can basically soak up all the damage early? Or is he just is all these stats basically he's dying randomly around the map, like going for warding attempts or not? Because Albino Zebra, he's playing it more carefully. He's playing it more safely.
I mean, I will say, I think Sammy right now, it's a little too much. Like, some of his initiations, his team isn't ready for it. He's going in by himself. I get his idea. He wants to be, like, the one that soaks it up. He's the lowest net worth. He's going to have vision. He's going to plant a ward. He's going to start the fights. But let's be real here. In a lot of these fights, like, he's going too early. He's just kind of feeding for no reason. Or Albino Zebra, he's going to stay behind, keep his team alive, throw out as many stuns as he can, keep him alive. When your POS 5 dies right away, it's hard to have some impact in the game.
I mean, speaking of how these two players match up, right? One thing I find very interesting is Albino Zebra has a wide pool in general, but has sort of narrowed it for the sake of the DPC. Something opposite is happening for Sammy Boy, right? And we see that for 5 Red 4 staff, they have a sort of reliable drafting pattern just because they know they have the tree already. For Sammy Boy, he still played 8 different heroes across 9 games, right? He's only played the Pugna twice. So going into this game number 3 here, as we do have the draft available, what do we want to see from him? Do we want to see him play yet another different hero? Or should they look back at some of the games that they have already won and say, let's try that again. That seems to work out for us.
I mean, I just want him to pick a hero that's good for the game, to be honest with you. Like, he has his playstyle. I think he sits best on, like, these melee POS 5s because it's very clear he likes to get in there. He wants to be the first one in. He's not shy to give his life away. So might as well just put him on an initiator that just gets in there. I don't want to see him on like a Pugna with 10 deaths or playing a Mirana that's sleeping in there that's really squishy, that doesn't really offer much initiation. So get him on the Clockwork, get him on a Tusk if you want. Something like that way I think really fits his playstyle right now.
I think 5 right now, considering do we ban the Ember Spirit like we have in the earlier 2 games and leave the Lina open for Wildcard to decide, do we let you get the hero again? Actually going for the Naga Siren this time. That's a bit of a change, so there's definitely some adaptation already coming into this one. Swapping out both the Rubik and then leaving the Ember 2 in the pool, leaving quite a lot of these contested first phase picks into for actually both teams to pick now.
Yeah, Tree, Lina, Tusk, or someone in the pool. Lina's gone.
Yep.
Yeah. And Wildcard chose for the second pick, while Fire Rat, they actually went for Dire.
Okay.
Oh, and Firebrand gonna switch things up right now. So this hero has been banned out in both of the prior games in the second phase, denying speed, but it's arguably his best hero in the entire game. So they go for it now with this Beastmaster, giving away the opportunity for the Tree Tusk. We have seen that open up from some other squads in the DPC so far. But if they don't go for the Tree Tusk, suddenly Firebrand 4-Staff can get Tree and Beastmaster, which, you know, having the interplay of a pushing hero as well as a defensive one could be pretty good.
This is bold because, like, we saw it last series as well. If you shut down Arc, you're looking pretty good, but you're revealing your cards right away. I feel like Arc is a really good carry play right now. He'll have something in store for this Beast, so it's going to be an uphill battle here for speed, and I don't know, do you want to give Arc a free laning stage?
Yeah, and that's also something that Zebra basically told us in the interview too. That just pick me the Beastmaster. I don't care what the matchup's going to be against me. Like they can go for the safe lane that's going to rock me down. Like just pick me the Beastmaster, and I'm cool with it. So he's willing to take the role of seeing what wild card is going to be going up against him. Enchantress kind of expected when you have the Beastmaster coming up, and now they could just go with another core pick here. Like they could go for the Tusk here for Bobatich. Do they go for the Ember Spirit, or do they go for the Tusk?
Do we like this though? Because I think we saw 5 Rat Force play against this Inch before. Stomonen's going to pick up his Sky again, right?
Yeah.
They're going to spam the axes in the lane, and you might feel a little useless on the Inch. This used to be like a clear-cut matchup where you just win as Inch straight up, but nowadays Inch is kind of out of the meta. It got many nerfs. You can't really get big creeps at early levels now, and it's very susceptible to like these heavy nukers. And you know, seeing Stomonen and how much he does love his Sky Wrath, I do see that coming out right now.
Could go for the Hoodwink too. It's great at breaking the Enchantress if you want to get that early game damage into the mix as well. Breaks the passive basically after the Ench hits level 6. That can be helpful. Not really like they're seeing the Ench as a problem in a way. It's just hindering the capabilities of this Beastmaster. That's mainly the role of this hero.
They could be arguing maybe one our mid. They showed Tusk. Maybe we should get the Tiny. That worked out last game for them. I'm
like the
surprised
Pango.
that they're taking this long because it's not very complicated, I think, for them to pick a hero. It's going to be Stomonen's pick, or they're going to pick Kits the mid. Maybe they're just debating it internally. Who has more heroes in case they get banned in the next phase to save it?
Yeah, Stomonen seems very... He's thinking a lot here right now. It's like...
I want Tiny. No, I want Sky. Who gets to pick their hero now?
Yeah, everyone wants to throw their hero. Like, I don't care what they're picking. Just pick mine first, you know? And they go for the Pango. All right, so...
Kits Pango.
Had a thought about that.
So they went for the mid. And because I think
Double
Tusk,
core first phase.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you first pick Beast, because that pick right there, you see 2 picks, you see an enemy mid with the Tusk, you kind of want to respond to it before it gets banned out. But would they have banned out the Pango? I'm not entirely sure, but they didn't want to risk it, I guess.
Now we have to see from Wildcard if in the second phase they're going to start dealing with the Skywrath Mage, the Tree and Protector, which usually are the picks that come. Obviously, Fire Rat Force off in this phase should be banning out the Bloodseeker. Wildcard have showed a willingness to play that hero.
Oh, they banned TB, I like that.
Okay. Terrorblade gone. No massive arc potential.
I don't actually like that Tree ban. I think they should have done Sky, Hoodwink, Snapfire. Boom. What are you going to pick now? Rubik's Band as well. You're going to lose all your big damage heroes from your position 4. But either way, they're going to get one of them guaranteed now.
Well, they
So
went
we'll
for
see.
the Pango, so now it's a bit of a discussion of the Bloodseeker. Like, are we afraid of it? Do we want to ban it from 5? Right, it would make sense to get rid of it. But what the issue has basically been for these Bloodseekers has been the high armor heroes. Look at Naga, look at the TB, that are very difficult to deal with, like if the game stretches long. We already saw that this Bloodseeker just doesn't have impact on the TB anymore, which felt like a free win in game 1 when they passed the specific time marker. So they could let the Bloodseeker through. They've already banned out 2 of the cores, like the Sniper and the TB. Sniper is also pretty annoying for this Pango to play against.
I mean, given what happened in game number 1, where they ended up losing despite having the Bloodseeker into the Pangolier matchup, do they maybe start taking cues from what Kits was doing in game 1 and say, well, just buy Lincoln Sphere, mate. Don't worry about it. Like, you don't have to be as scared of this hero as we would be otherwise.
I mean, I think the Bloodseeker is an okay ban for them, but it has to be good against the Beast as well.
Yeah.
Because right now, I think they're banning more for the Beast than they are for the Pango. Because, you know, Kits is going to go against something annoying, but he's going to go mid. He's going to get his farm. He's going to make rotations. It's going to be a lot different than if this Beast has no lane whatsoever.
I'm actually curious, has Stomonen played Pulse for Ricky? Because that would be pretty good against this Tusk here.
We actually haven't seen as much Ricky as I would have liked. Well, let me not say as I would have liked. For teams
He's
that
played
winning,
1 game. He's lost.
Ricky could actually be a good shot.
Only concern I would have is just like the lane, because what they're lacking right now is the damage. I really think they need one of those damage pos fours that can. I mean, Snap is in the pool and Hoodwink. I feel like they need
That's
one
the
of
best,
those.
two best for Stomanen, yeah.
Yeah, because like if he doesn't get either of those, like I'm afraid if they go
10
Ricky
seconds
Beast
remaining.
lane,
You don't achieve a lot.
they're
with
not
that.
gonna do anything, and I think
Yeah.
the Beast
5
might
seconds
actually just get
remaining.
bullied out of lane really hard.
Well, it's a Skyban.
They could do what they do in Southeast Asia, where you go for the Morana, Ricky as your support duo, and then you actually lane the Morana in the off lane at the beginning of the game, just for additional harass potential.
Yeah, sure. That's not a bad idea. They could always just switch their 5 and 4 and just to get a better laning stage. But that means their position 1 would also have to adapt, and most likely as we see them play like the ranged carry heroes. So those are all good ideas. Let's see what they ban here. And the Hoodwink is gone. Will
So
they
what's
just
left?
pick
Tiny.
the Snapfire on 5-rat? Who knows? As far as Wild, they could steal the Snap, actually, if they wanted to.
Lycan's also in the pool, which Sunlight has had pretty good success lately. The
Why didn't he pick it
and
last game?
And also the Doom, yeah.
Like, if he was going to
Oh.
pick Lycan this tour, why would he not pick it for his
10
DP
seconds
Lena?
remaining.
It's kind of odd that he went for Magnus, if he actually does
5
play
seconds
Magnus
Yeah,
to me.
yeah.
Very, very odd.
Yeah, he's played 4 games on Magnus with 75%, but then he's got 7 games on Lycan with 86. So that's like 6-1 basically that he's had lately. So Lycan would be great. He's also going on the Doom. But they go for the
They
Snapfire.
stole
All right.
it. All right. So, like, what are you going to play now if you're still Monin? You got to bring out something unconventional, because I think all the 4s that we see, Jakiro, that's probably a 5, but they
Yeah.
could lane it technically.
I was going to go
There's
for
a
Clockwork. Well,
That's
both of these
his-
heroes could be 5, right? Both of them can be a 4, I suppose. We have seen that Albino Zero played the Jakiro earlier on in this tour. He lost with it that game, unfortunately. They weren't able to get the win, but he has played it, right? And this gives them a little bit more magic damage, which they were really, really light on beforehand. And that in tandem with the Clockwork, I suppose, is set up for like Macropire, Ice Path, those kind of things. But I don't know, the lane does feel a little bit clunky, this early laning phase for me from them.
With the Clock Beast.
Yeah, like Clock Beast, Jakiro Beast. Like which one is nice?
actually like the Clock Beast because
10 seconds
they're not
remaining.
very high HP currently in the safe lane with the Edge +1. So
5
you can
seconds
cog them up.
remaining.
Battery Assault does a decent amount of damage. You're forced to enchant. Is oh my god. Edge is forced to heal herself, and then you have the Beast just throwing extra damage with the amplifying axes. So I actually see this lane work pretty well for them. I like this Clock one here because Ember in the mid lane is one of those heroes that just hates when somebody constantly shows up in the lane. So if they want to leave speed alone to get some solo XP, might not be the greatest at the start to be, like continue with snowballing off a farm, but this Clock can bully the Ember Spirit. Like that could make that could make a huge deal for 5-Rat if they just put emphasis into the mid lane.
Let's see here. Ember Spirit for Barbatich. So we did see him play this earlier on in the tour as well. And, you know, to somewhat mixed results, I suppose, from the side of Wildcard Gaming. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to still win a lane decisively just yet. And at this point in time, Fia, do you just start focusing on trying to beat this Ember as much as humanly possible in the mid lane?
You can. It's a little difficult. I think right now they have revealed that Tusk is most likely your offlaner now.
Yeah.
So they do want to carry at this point. I think winning your side lane should almost always be like the goal in the draft if you can. I think your backup plan is if you know you can't win your side lanes. I mean, Dream Snare, you know you're going to win your side lanes, then you can go mid. But in this particular game, I mean, they have a small window to do it. Like Clockwork can go mid up until Ember gets 6. Then it gets very difficult. So, like, can Clock make those rotations
10
early enough for
seconds
Pango to
remaining.
make that happen without sacking the Beastmaster? Potentially, a lot has to go
5
well.
seconds
I think this
remaining.
Clock, if it's position 4, laning versus the Inch, does have an opportunity to kind of shut down the Inch before he can get, like, level 3, just staying on top of him. But the matchup 1 versus 1 of the Beast versus whatever arc is going to pick here has to be sustainable, for sure. So I think it's going to come down to a lot of like outplays in that specific lane, and however well it goes will depend on how much mid can get help. And there's a small window where mid can actually get helped for 5-Rat 4 staff, because as soon as Ember's 6, you can't really
10
gank him anymore. It's a
seconds
Clockwork.
remaining.
If Wildcard senses that
5 seconds
they
remaining.
might be, what's the word I'm looking for here? Well, I wouldn't say relieved, but in a way forgiven with the lane with this Beast and the Clock, they could go Slark. Monkey King is also another that I'm still considering that they could go for their safe lane carry for Wildcard. I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be playing this Ember safe. So that means 5-Rat are playing up against a lane matchup where the Beastmaster might have some difficulties versus the MK. CK is also another hero that I'm kind of scared of, but CK could also be pretty good for 5-Rat.
Please no.
It's worked out.
I've had enough CKs
You've seen enough.
I've seen it. I mean, the hero itself, in theory, they could pick it. It could win, but like it seems like such a good CK game sometimes. But the CK just falls flat. Some Pango will get an Ags. It can be difficult, but it is really good. It is a potential thing that they could do here.
They could infest bomb with the clock, with the beast,
yeah.
the Pango. So Lifestealer could also be a decent.
Yeah,
pickup.
both needs to carry, right? So that does make sense. Lifestealer for 5-rat?
How about Ursa?
Five red Lifestealer, yeah.
Okay.
How do you feel about Ursa? for
We
5-rat
always,
stuff?
it's always Ursa, right? At the end of the day, people will always pick the Ursa.
And wildcard ban Slark. I thought they would maybe go for it.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah. Oh, Nature's Prophet carry.
I suppose we wanted a root, right? Most of the time that we've seen this Ember Spirit being dealt with in some particular capacity, there's like Crystal Maiden, some root in the game. So later on, you get that out of your Nature's Prophet. Can push a lot from the side lanes as well.
I mean, that's intriguing because like he is playing versus Tusk, he's playing versus an Ember. That root
10 seconds.
is probably not going to be in the form of like an Agdams, but there's the leash, but that's level 20.
5
So-
seconds remaining.
Can the NP get there? I'm a little scared for this NP's like early game, but you know, we've seen enough NP games where usually this hero just takes off in the early game and never slows down. But they do have ways of getting on top of the NP. That's pretty much what I'm getting at here. And they get one last pick here for wildcard against the Beastmaster. I mean, there's not a lot of options left, right? Look at all these carries banned. So, and some of the carries I'm thinking about are just like not meta, like some PA and Weaver. Like, I don't even know if he'll even pick heroes like this. And if he does, will he win with them?
Back to this NP, you want to know why we never actually thought about this hero? He's played one game of it.
Yeah.
And that was when he was still playing with the cut.
That's a
Played-
long time
so and
ago.
a different role as well. So I'm surprised. I'm really surprised about this Furion pick, how it rolls out.
What's Orc gonna play though? Because obviously he wants to play the uber hard carry. Well, there's the answer. Troll Warlord. Troll is always one of these heroes that's always right? You're never like uber happy to see this Troll Warlord come out. All right, hit me, T-Panda. Which draft do you favor when you look at these two lineups? Who is actually going to be winning this game number 3?
Well, DNM Furion, I have to say, is a complete question mark for me, how well he's going to perform. We've seen Speed Beastmaster. We've had a rough game, but we also had a really good game on that hero. Kids Pango. I don't think that can ever go wrong. I said the same thing in game 1, basically, about nothing can go wrong with the draft. If you look at the wildcard side, I mean, Bobatich, he doesn't really need too many items to have an impact in the game. On the Ember Spirit, we've seen he's already proved that a couple of times as well. And Arc Troll, it's one of his best heroes. In terms of numbers, I'd say wildcard. In terms of heart, 5-rat.
All right, Fia, Dean of Dota, give us the grading score here. Who's going to get the passing grade for this draft?
I mean, I think, unfortunately, I have to go 5-rat 4-staff just based off, I think, Bobatich is the hero that is supposed to get a lot of farm this game to deal with all these summoned units, but he has not been able to prove to me that he can get farm in any of these games. So Troll, he's going to get kited if his Ember's not with a Maelstrom and doing a lot of damage here.
So we're going, so you think 5-rat 4-staff. All right, the panel here is a little bit mixed, but let's see whether or not it's going to be 5-rat 4-staff getting the dub here of Wildcard Gaming somehow can find Bobatich in a position to carry this game. To find out, we throw it over to our wonderful casters. We have Mike the Marsupial and John the Jackal. Gentlemen, take it away.
Mike the Marsupial is something my wife would call me, Jonathan, and not in the polite way. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, last game around, we almost had the 4-staff part. This game around, we've got the 5-rat part.
Yeah, it's shaping up that way here for 5-rat 4-staff. I mean, all of them can really push well except for, well, Kits, unfortunately. And Kits was the last one who kind of ruined that 5-4-staff combination.
Disgusting.
So, yeah, he's not lining up with the team synergy. Still, you heard Fear. 5-rat 4-staff does have a lineup that looks a little bit better, maybe down to the fact that Wildcard will have to rely on Bobatich to try to deal with that split push, and you know, his performance has been a little bit up and down.
Bit up and down.
Fear, not the most confident in Bobatich. Maybe he proves himself here. Very important series to prove yourself in. Again, to kind of climb up in points. Week 2, every single match starts to count. We don't have as much left. We're halfway through already.
We
in the
certainly are.
DPC.
And for 5-rat 4-staff, these guys are still at the top. These guys could maintain their position in the group stages here of the DPC going into the Lima Major. And I know everyone's thinking, oh, hold on, Mike, they haven't really gone against, TSM and Shopify Rebellion. I don't care. Nobody can tell me they're going to get steamrolled by those teams. Well, by the way they're looking 5-rat 4-staff, they could be an NA powerhouse, John.
They definitely could. And, you know, this is a team that always had a lot of promise. Again, a personal anecdote that DNM used to be in the league that we used to cast when we were
Always.
amateurs,
Echo
right?
League.
All the way back to Echo League. And a Div A, which is a real weird place.
We didn't believe in numbers back then. We used letters like GigaChat.
Yeah, Div was a interesting place. I'm sure a few people out there who played in NA remember that, and it's a interesting time. So we'll see. Wild card, of course, you can never count them out. A bit of a rough time last time. I think there was some mention of Sammy and Marana. The arrows weren't quite lining up, but he's on the edge this time and should have a lot more impact at least.
Absolutely. We love ourselves as Sammy Boy as well. I mean, mistakes happen. It's okay. We can make up for it in this game. 2 for 2 trade on the bounty runes. Love to hear the comms, by the way, though, when those particular mistakes happen.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see. Always interesting to hear how the reactions are.
Yeah.
When things go south sometimes.
He's playing the Ench this game around, though, right? Like, the Ench, one of my personal favorite heroes, very annoying to have to play against. Obviously, against the Beastmaster, it's a natural counter. Thing is, though, Speed, he's a really, really good Beastmaster player. He's going to know, I'm not leveling up balls. I'm going Wild Axe's build the whole way throughout this lane. Sure, when I get the Helm of the Dominator, it's going to be a bit annoying with the enchant, but I'll just keep farming towards the Helm of the Overlord and just kind of avoid Sammy Boy in the first place.
Yeah, it's not really the worst thing in the world for the Beastmaster nowadays. Do love what Speed did there as well. He starts out with 5 mangoes to sustain the Wild Axis spam and just gets his tangos in. So he can kind of tank through a lot of these hits. Has a lot of regen on hand. Stominin is doing a good job pulling as well. He is getting mildly punished, but you can't really stop it when Clockwork does this, and they should build up.
Whoopsie daisies, he almost did. Speed had to come in. Speed knew. He's like, hold on a minute, this guy is not pulling the aggro properly. let me show him how it's done. And there you go. But it's underneath the tier 1 tower, which is not preferable. Still, Stominin will try and buy a bit of space here for Speed. And Speed doesn't actually miss any CS underneath that tier 1 tower, so very good on him. Sammy Boy being chased down, he'll be fine. We should have a look at the other lanes as well while we have a chance. Of course, mid lane, Babbage going to be up against Kids with the Ember vs Pangolier matchup. What do you think about this one, Jonathan?
I'd say this feels pretty good for Kits, and Ember can kind of play around it. A good Ember can kind of dodge out and force the pressure with a sleight of fist. But Kits has shown us that, for the most part, in this specific series, he has done a fantastic job in his matchups. Again, there's a lot of play with a shield crasher, although dropping low.
Certainly was. Gonna be okay. Bottom lane, however. Sammy, very close to dying. One more hit will do it, and the Wild Axes will get it done. Arc does eventually find a trade. Albino Zebra. Well, John, when someone's having a bad series, you know how you make it worse? You tip him.
Yeah, but is Sammy Boy the kind of person to actually care about that?
I think he might be, John.
I feel like he dishes it out so much, he doesn't really think about it, He doesn't think about anyone dishing it back to him. It's like, whatever, Like that time in Twitter, the time you mentioned when at the end he all chatted on Abed. It's like, are you mad? It's like, yeah, he doesn't care. This guy is mentally strong.
Yeah. Top lane. Albino Zebra, gonna go down. I don't think I've heard many people call Sammy Boy mentally strong, John, but there you go. You might be the first one.
In a way, right? Like, that's mental fortitude in a way, where you just dish out a lot of talk, and then you just really don't care when it's tossed back to you. You're just, like, blocking it off. I think is the way to phrase that without going into any other words. It's how Sammy operates. The top lane has been a little bit more back and forth, and Wildcard has been doing a pretty good job. There's a lot of aggression you can get done with Sunlight and Flea. You can easily trap in. You've got pretty damn good magic damage early on. DNM, he doesn't start off with something like the Blightstone, so right-click trades aren't the most amazing for him. And that's where we usually see NP shine. You just go Blightstone, you get some good right-click. He does have the Wraith Band up for a little bit more armor and a little bit more attack speed and damage, but not as much. So, still doing a good job of farming up here, slightly ahead in comparison to Arc. And you heard Fear, once this NP does get off to a running start, it tends to not stop, it just farms fast.
Oh, only very low on the Clockwork. Meanwhile, top lane, a bit of action happening as well. Tell you what, though, stopping it again, so low. Sammy's just been chasing him down with these impetus shots, and one more would do it. Stominin almost looking like he's trying to bait him into that tier 1 tower, but Sammy will not fall for it. Meanwhile, top lane, Sunlight going to move in onto Albino Zebra, but can't do too much about it either. They don't have the follow-up here at the top lane to finish off the job.
Are fortified.
You know who's having a really good time right now is Babbage in the mid lane on that mid Ember. Just 30 and 3 in terms of CS, just no struggle whatsoever. You know, Kits is doing his absolute best to keep up, but Babbage just kind of getting out of control here, I feel.
I think it's pretty all right for Kits. Like, he is dropping way more on HP, but he's finding his farm. The issue now is that the early rotations that we heard the panel talk about aren't coming in for 5-Rat 4-Staff. They will get the bottle top up for Kits, but once you hit level 6 in Babatic, you're not going to be able to pin him down with Stomach. And that's the big issue. Like, that will allow Babatic a lot more play, and you're not really going to be able to control him until you maybe get the roar up on speed. His level 6 is still a ways off, though. So you have a big window where Babatic will be allowed to do what he wants, and you can't really do much about it on 5-Rat.
No. Bottom lane, Sammy has to be a bit cautious because there is a bit of a wraparound from Stominen. It's going to be okay for now. You're at the fun part of playing Ench where you get level 1 enchant up, and well, level 2 is even better. That's when the real fun starts. Just being able to chase heroes down with that neutral creep, and he does get the level 2 up. And this is where the lane might get a little bit hard for speed. Like, he's still got the access to throw out to try and secure a farm, but he's only 13 CS in right now.
Yeah, it's just a little bit slower. You are finding room now for Arc to just get that farm up, work onto the Battle Fury, and just get going. You have really strong foundations for Wildcard. You're unhindered on Babitic. You've got this really good farming pace out from Arc. Stomach.
Getting chased down. They don't have the chains, though, to lock him down. Remnants forward again from Babitic. He's have an Arcane Rune, so all his spells very low cooldown, and he secures his first kill of the game now on the Ember. So already a fantastic start in terms of farm. Finds himself a first kill. Things so far going very well for Wildcard.
Yeah, just all lining up. Their lanes are looking really strong. They're coming out of the gates really well. And they've managed to do a good job of just holding speed back. I think that's the big factor. This Helm to Dominator timing, it's not going to be stalled out too much, but it is far back enough that you're going to have a pretty good window where it's not going to matter too much. Arc's just going to be able to farm the lane. You have the Enchantress who can always just take that large creep that you'll want. And the Overlord timing's going to be key. They can still group around for a push down the line.
Who are they aiming? Top lane, Sunlight and Flea are around the corner. Sunlight looks to be the target here on the Snapfire, but they're the ones actually moving in. They're trying to go for a kill on DNM, but there's 4 heroes up here. Babitic, he's going to rotate as well. DNM, he might be the one to go down. Sprouts up.
Ooh.
They do cut through it, and eventually they will find him. Sunlight does die, but it's a great trade so far for Wildcard. Can Babitic get out though? He's out of Remnants, but he does have one in the mid lane. So he's going to be all right. And for 5-Rat, that's going to hurt. You lose your pos 1 for a position 3, and you brought 1 extra hero up to that top lane. They might try again. Chase down Flea. They've still got kids around, but in come more TPs. This time Sunlight going to return back into the lane. In comes DNM, trying to help out. Flea, a great Cox pushback from Stomin. Flea should go down to the Tusk eventually, and will do so as Sunlight now might have to make the Walk of Shame back, and it seems like he will. 5-Rat, sometimes you just got to be persistent, and that they were.
Yeah, they stick around a lot for that fight. It does give a lot of room out for Arc, and I think that's the one main concern. The Troll's just freely farming into that Battle Fury unhindered. It's going to be down to 5-Rat 4-Staff to keep aggression to prevent that farm happening. We've seen them do it in Game 2, where they did apply a good amount of pressure to slow down his Ursa, but this timing on the Battle Fury for Troll looks a lot better this time around.
Mid lane, chase onto Babitic, but it's really only kids. I mean, Babitic is very low on mana, but he doesn't look too unhealthy right now. Kids is really trying something special, but completely alone. There's no way he finds that. With the help incoming, though, maybe he can. But no, Remnants away, everyone's fine. Rotations from 5-Rat mean nothing. I suppose at the very least they do buy space for the side lanes, forcing everyone else mid, but that's about it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a lot of space that you'd want on 5-Rat. It feels like Wildcard's getting much more space out for Arc. They're allowing Sunlight to get solo EXP to hit the Mortimer's Kisses timing, and then your team fight's kind of online. For the side of 5-Rat, this lineup is geared for ratting. They've taken the top tier 1, but you really want mid to be gone to have control here.
Mid lane, Kids, Snowball's going to land. Flea is there, should have the Walrus Punch to throw out, but no, he's only level 5 at the moment. Kids still dropping very low, but there is the save from Stominant. Mortimer's Kiss is even being thrown out. Oh, it's barely going to be enough. Sunlight making it worth the rotations. As they chase for more. They do find Stominant. 2 down in the mid lane. 4-5 at 4-star. And now Speed. Speed's being chased down by Arc. Speed gets caught out and he's going to drop.
Yeah, it's not the way you'd want this game to go for 5-Rat. Early activity already out from Arc. They're going to line up for the mid. They're the ones to find the first mid tier 1 tower. And that just opens the map in such a massive way. It's not going to heavily impact DNM. You can always teleport down to the south side, the jungle down bot, and build up there for the NP. But it does not bode well for 5-Rat in terms of map control. They just aren't able to clump around and try to push. They just get the Dominator up on speed. He just hits level 6 as he dies in that last fight. At the least, you've got the Roar, but you need the follow-through to kind of kill off Babic here.
They are doing a fantastic job recognizing how important this Beastmaster is. And look at Sammy. Oh, Sammy's got him started. Here we go.
I told you, you know, Sammy, you tip him, he doesn't care. He'll just tip you back. He'll keep playing his game. And they've, again, the key thing here has been speed. Game 2, we saw his impact massively on that DP that was really left alone, number 2 in net worth, number 1 in net worth in some cases, for a long time in that game. This time around, his Beastmaster is just struggling behind even Sunlight. Might find a little bit here.
Yeah, Stominant gonna get caught. Arc very farmed up right now, and so is Babic. And eventually, Babic, he'll take it in style. Just waiting for the Sleight of Fist to be off cooldown. That'll be his 4th kill of the game now on the Ember. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Sammy being chased down. There might be a tip incoming for Sammy. He will drop. In comes Babic to try and punish though, and if they can find Kids, this will be a massive trade for them, but a Roar comes out. Speed is going to try and force the fight, but they don't have the follow-up damage right now. In fact, Mortimer's Kisses to fly out. Oh, Kids gets trapped up, flees right on the mark, but the Kisses will not reach. The fight keeps going. Babic is on the run because he doesn't have any remnants left. Stominant though, he's not level 6, so he can't go for a hook shot. So they will get away scot-free here, Wildcard. Sure, they don't find what they wanted, but at the very least, they don't lose too much.
And they might find more. Stominant
gets rolled on, gets the cogs out in time. Sunlight has a cookie in 1, and it won't matter anyway. They'll land the chains out. Sammy's there to back him up, and Stominant's going to drop. In fact, even more. Albino Zebra gets spotted here by Babic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gets the chains off. Where's the backup for this Ember? It's coming. Shards are there. Albino, he's got nowhere to go. He is dead. Babic, an absolute menace on the Ember, and Sammy, an absolute menace with the tips.
Don't be mad.
I love it. Sammy. I mean, it's looking good for Wildcard. They're playing their cards right here. They're just suppressing these early timings that 5-Rap want to hit. They're not able to really get this running start with speed. DNM's forced to show up in these fights in comparison to Arc, who's just been free farming. He has his Battle Fury up. And 5-Rat have not been able to just focus in and try to hunt that troll. Levels are so hard to come by. At least Stominant is about to hit his level 6. He might get jumped again, though.
He may. Babic really playing on the edge here on the Ember. He feels so comfortable now. Like having such a fantastic start. 5-0-4. Got the Maelstrom and Orb of Corrosion up. It's every Ember's dream, right? Like, this is the dream start for an Ember Spirit player. And it just feels like he can do whatever he wants now.
Yeah, there's just nothing to stop him here. Outside of the roar of speed, you have a lot of ways of just running around. They are smoked up here in 5-Rat. Arc would be a good kill, but he backs off in the nick of time.
He's got Battle Trance anyway. It's kind of risky. Oh, hook shots off the mark. Yeah. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you miss.
I mean, they don't really have vision in the area from 5-Rat. It's an awkward move to get out there. And the side of Wildcard, I mean, they're just taking over the triangle, cutting off even more farm spots. DNM trying to do what he can. He can at least just TP into a lane. shove it out, try to keep lane equilibrium their way. Wildcard still really in a comfy spot. 2k up. And they can always just look to come back in. Like, they've already got the full Maelstrom up, and Babatic, he can take control of the split push. Just kind of prevent it, clear it out with the Sleight of Fist. He's rushing the Ags next to match the pacing of DNM across the map. And everything's just lining up. 5rat, it just doesn't feel like they've had this opportunity to try to group up, play with this team fight that they can bring out, play with that push potential onto the objectives. And if they can't take control of the map like that, then this entire push lineup just doesn't feel like it makes too much sense.
Very tough situation for 5rat.
Dire's
There's a smoke up now from Wildcard. Stominan is around to break the smoke. So good positioning from him to make sure that nobody else gets caught out. Cogs, hookshot away. Probably still won't make it. Babatic is on the chase. Ice Path will delay them a bit, but now Albino Zebra's shown himself, so it might be a 2-for-1 special. And it will be. There's one, there's a second. Sometimes it's just better to let the clockwork die.
Yeah, it's...
Radiant's bottom tower
They don't
is under
really have much to try to save there. Maybe they were trying to look to be offensive with Macropyre Cogs. Doesn't really line up that way. Sammy's just going. Just going.
This is why I love Sammy Boy. I saw this guy in Singapore, and I literally told him, just never change. Never change, Sammy.
He's a madman. Roshan down. Aegis being left for Babatic. 16-minute Rosh. Wildcard. They've got complete control in this game. 13-7. A little bit of a push coming out down bot. Tier 1 fault, so there's some area to farm in. They've got the Diffusal up on Kits. So it's a bit easier to chase down with the Rolling Thunder. But we just haven't seen 5rat connect as a team here. We just haven't seen them
under attack.
play with this control, single target control, and mixed area control they have with a Pango, with a Beastmaster, the Ice Pats to play with. And as long as the mid stands, Wildcard is in a really good spot to just keep this farm game for Arc. He's going on to the BKB, and there's no one to stop him.
There is nothing to stop him at the moment, that's for sure. It's kind of hard. Like, you are still waiting out these timings, and there's the timing. DNM now having the Gleipnir up. That can certainly help. Problem is, it does feel like they are relying on speed to hit that Helm of the Overlord timing before they can really go. And obviously, he is running rather late considering the state of the game for himself. Currently less than 6k net worth lead for the Beastmaster. They've really done a fantastic job just shutting the man down. And it's kind of the key to beating a team like 5rat 4 stuff is just make sure Speed is not having a good game in the offlane. Because again, he does tend to play those Zoo-style heroes. And the one negative about those heroes is if they don't get off to a good start, well, they can kind of struggle to do anything.
Albino Zebra got spotted by a courier on its way back home.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye, Albino Zebra.
Space. And that's, what, 4 heroes coming in for Jakiro. You don't mind that too much. Allow your course to keep trying to get that build up. Stominan might be another freebie for Arc here, though.
Could be.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See if Ark can get some lucky and snares off. No, not through the cogs, he can't. Bottom lane, Speed. Trying to go for a roar. They have the Rolling Thunder. They'll commit the roar as well, but can they get the damage off? This will be a huge kill if Babatic drops, but no, Speed is gone first.
Oh.
And Babatic, he is fine. He gets out scot-free. Kids will go down a boot.
Oh, man.
It's so tough.
Oh,
But DNM?
DNM?
He'll at least get the Aegis. That's all you're going to get, though. Stominant. Going to try. Cogs push back. No, it's not in time. Oh, he waited a split second too long.
Yeah, doesn't quite line up. At the least with that kill, with the Aegis down, they've got some room. DNM's still looking, though.
He is, but do you have the lockdown now? Gleipnir is there, but Stominant, he cannot get there to actually get the cogs off. So important you find Babatic on this Emperor. Look at that, he's even got the hand up. He taunts them as they leave.
Yeah, Wildcard are just dancing around the side of 5rat. For 5rat, the execution's just so difficult. Like they need to kind of throw all their hard stuns onto Babatic. If they can't, he just kind of bails out. You don't have a clear way of dealing with Arc just yet as well. Your push has kind of fallen flat outside of the Tier 1, so you haven't made any progress on the map. Mid-Tier 1 been standing for so long for Wildcard that map control is just not in your favor for 5rat. And look at him. The Arc is just playing on the top jungle. They've got 2 wards watching to defend. There's no one to contest Arc. BKB already up on our troll.
Top tower
This guy's just going to be next impossible to kill. You could try to kite him around.
Mid lane. Well, they're trying onto Sunlight. Flea and Arco around the corner, though. Shards. Oh, it's going to block hits in. He'll still get away. Drums popped. It seems like Arc wants to chase, but no. Decides better of it. Does back his way out. So, I mean, they are trying to find ways into this. In fact, top lane, Stominant's gone. Suppose you could argue space has been created, though, because Speed is pushing down the bot lane, so the tier 2 tower took a fair bit of damage. But that's kind of where you're at right now for the Dire, is you just got to rat and split push until you see an opportunity.
Yeah, and just keep trying to open up that map, buy space out, have maybe some faith in DNM to kind of carry you through. They might find a freebie here.
Yeah, Sammy boy. That'll be enough. The ice path down, lock him out. DNM, he'll take the kill, tips out immediately. And that's the that's the one thing about tipping, right? Is they're always going to come back and get you eventually. And if Sammy loses this game after such a great start, I imagine Speed's ready with the fingers. He's holding out. All tips being saved for Sammy.
Yeah, they're gonna mass tip Sammy at the end if that happens. So far, it still looks good for Wildcard. When you lose an inch, not the biggest deal in the world. Your farm on Arc is still going at a pretty ludicrous pace. Basher not too far off, even more control. To be fair, DNM is keeping up. He's done a fantastic job on this Nature's Prophet to kind of maintain parity with a troll. And for 5rat, they've been doing a decent enough job to not drop any more net worth than they should. The next thing they need to do is really just clear that mid-tier 1. That's what allows Wildcard to get all these plays to invade that triangle. That mid-tier 1 standing just gives them so much reach that 5rat can't really match, despite having, say, Vision out from the Hawks, from having this threat with a Pangolier. It's not something Wildcard is scared of because they can just reach so much more further on the map without being punished.
Maybe a 3-man smoke from Wildcard. They'll head down to the bottom side of the map, try and see if they can find DNM. DNM, realizing something is awry, does back his way out, just TP right back towards the fountain. Even with the state of the game, I think 5rat are doing a fantastic job, again, buying more and more time. Even allowing Speed to get to that point where he has the Overlord, going into the 4-staff now. Just keep split pushing lanes, and it's just one of those things. Like, you've got Babbage, who's very good at pushing back on the Ember, but it's not quite as good as a Nature's Prophet Beastmaster combo. So Wildcard, they're going to try and force a fight. Kids, he'll be targeted. Swashbuckle away, but the chase is still going. Speed is around to help out with the Roar, and will commit it just to try and give a bit of space. In fact, they're going to turn right back around and try to force the fight. Stominant, he's been caught within his own cock, so he is going to drop. Meanwhile, Babbage will just keep going after Albino Zebra. That'll be the Jakiro gone. So both supports drop. Can they trade something? It doesn't seem like they can. They're still just lacking so much damage. And without those supports, you don't have the follow-up disable you need to hold down the side of Wildcard.
And this opens up a huge push onto the mid-tier 2. Fortify is still there. Not going to be able to fully commit. But that does bring Wildcard up to 5k above in comparison to 5rat. It's just so difficult. You get the control off if you don't manage to find Flea. He just has Snowball. That's him without the blink. And once he's got that blink up, it's going to be a lot easier to bail out Babitic in the middle of these fights. So for 5rat, I mean, these timings are just slowly creeping up. They're smoking up these 2 supports, maybe just going on a bit of a ward run. Try to get some control back in that triangle. But it's a rough one. Stominant trying to go for the Sange into the Halberd, more than likely to have some way of foiling Arc at the least. And Speed's just gone a bit of a merry chase to shove in mid. At least with an Overlord, Sammy can't quite just steal it away, and he can make a slow shove in onto that mid-tier 1.
They shouldn't be allowed to do this. Like, the fact that they're getting away with this is kind of concerning for Wildcard. Sammy, he's gone. Can they punish? Roar is out. Arc will cop it. Stominant will hook shot away, but Babbage is on the chase. Speed will go down. Arc still chasing. We'll find Albino Zebra, but a nice ice path will give him a bit of space to try and force stuff back to the low ground, but Speed, or rather Flea, will find the Walrus Punch. So they do get punished for their movement. The Wildcard not allowing any kind of leeway here with this mid-tier 1 tower, and well, sadly for Wildcard, there's no Roshan available right now. Otherwise, it would have been very free for them. And, well, Flea, he will hand over the tip to poor old Speed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sammy's telling them to tip now. I'm sure Sammy's, hey, tip him, tip him, tip him. You know, that's the comms right now for sure. 22-9, 6K lead up for Wildcard. They've managed to really, just find that early start. They found a way to enable Arc. For 5-Rat, this game is still within their hands, but it's all down to execution once more. A lot earlier than the last time around, and Stominant
in the middle of nowhere. May get caught out, and looks like he has no real way out of this situation. He'll try for a TP play, but Flea will take him out with the Walrus Punch. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sammy looking for a little bit more. We'll chase down Albino Zebra, but ultimately we'll have to leave him be.
Middle tower is under attack.
And of course, Jonathan, that gives me a chance to bring up our betting partners. Of course, esportsbets.io. The odds, of course, were roughly 1.5 to 2.3. 5-Rat being the favorites. Right now, they aren't looking favorites whatsoever.
Yeah, it's not been going their way this game. They haven't found too many openings. Roche is running right now, and there's no Hawk to really give vision here inside of 5-Rat. They did have a Hawk spotting the entry, but they're not in position to fight. So second Roche going the way of Wildcard once more with a free shard on hand. And they just got to keep holding out. At some point, the NM is going to get pretty damn big. Working onto the Chrysalis, probably onto the Silver Edge. His damage output will skyrocket. And they do have good objective hold on 5-Rat. By virtue of just having a Jakiro, you can hold quite well. So they can opt for the long con here, opt for a slower game to come through. But the scaling from Wildcard just feels so good. You've got the Ember that scales, you've got the Troll that scales, you've got this Snapfire that can scale insanely well at the level 20 and level 23, 25 talent marks, where you can just clear out and not really care.
Sammy again just giving it to them, having a great old time. Because Enchantress, one of the heroes in the game that has the best BM kind of voice lines. Very, very annoying to have to listen to. Bottom lane is where the line's been drawn out here for Wildcard. We'll head right down towards Albino Zebra. Of course, Speed's around the corner as well. Much rather the Beastmaster if you can. See if they can get lucky and avoid the Jakiro first. Speed, oh, he's in trouble. They're going to wrap right around to him. Smoke broken Flea. He didn't see him. He's still out of vision, Speed. He's still alive. But no, the snowball's going to come in. There's no way. It would have been pretty sick had he found a way out of that one. A very nice Ice Path Macro Pyre, but it's not going to do enough. And Albino, well, he'll try for a TP out. Looks like he's going to be just fine to get out. But they'll lose the Beastmaster once again.
They've had a fantastic time on Wildcard, just pinning down Speed. It's been such a slow game for him. He's really not able to do as much as I think he'd want to do on the Beastmaster, the split push game, going for some pressure on the tier 2s. I mean, the bot tier 2 is almost down. 273 HP Stominant.
He's already having a very rough game on the clock. Nice hook shot back towards DNM. It's going to give him an opportunity to back off. Albino barely avoiding the Sleight of Fist Chains combo. 5-Rat refusing to give up this game. Sammy, in fact, now getting caught by Kids, but he does have the backup of Sunlight. And Arc will show up as well, so there's no chance for Kids to keep going. Kids will back off, but that has bought a bit of time for the side lanes once again to be forced out. And it's really, really tough for Wildcard to even think about going tier 2s into high ground, because you've got your side lanes you have to address.
Yeah, the split push is causing some caution to come out. Stominant being chased again.
He'll happily give his life away though, that's the thing. It's all about buying time. So Stominant, he will die, but the top lane is now forced out to a point where Wildcard have split up. Though they are going to still try into the mid lane, but Kids is fine. For now, that is, the Ember does show up once again, and never mind, Kids might just drop. and done. Babbage thinking about going a little bit deeper, but will not do so.
Is under attack.
Yeah, just go for the push. Creep wave couldn't come in. It is, well, maybe not as much. DNM is trying to cut as much as he can. Might get punished. There's some good vision here from Wildcard.
Has been
He's just trying to make sure they can't go high ground, but like you said, John, the punishment isn't coming. DNM is caught out. He'll BKB, but he's got no way to TP out. 5 seconds on the teleport, 14 seconds on the TP scroll, so he'll get ensnared, and DNM will finally get caught with his pants down. I mean, doing what he needs to do, but now perhaps Wildcard has a chance at high ground.
This should be their opening. Age is still a full minute 10 left. Lots of time to kind of get that done. And for 5rat, it just doesn't feel like anything's connecting. It's all about just buying space, people making sacrifices to get that done. It's a long way until we see some ways of kind of handling this. Like, I do like that Sammy did go for the shard as well on the Ench. The little friends is up, so you can just use that creep army against speed.
Ah, yes.
Even with the Overlord, at the least, you still have some way of punishing that Mies Bastard as well, although I don't think we've seen it come out from Sammy just yet. You have the tools. Halberd up on Stominen is pretty good. That can help, especially against a troll, but I'm just trying to figure out if they can even find this good fight opportunity to get that done. It just... They're 13k behind, which isn't the end of the world, but it just feels like positioning-wise, setup-wise in these team fights, it's a very specific condition 5rat 4-staff has to meet to actually take these engagements. Maybe the best you can hope for is just this constant stall from DNM.
Sammy's actually a mastermind, man. He's been tipping speed this whole time, waiting for this moment where he has the shot up. He's been tipping him the whole time, knowing there's going to be one moment where he gets to use that little friend and it actually just deletes speed. It's actually genius.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, he's paying it back.
Here we go. Babbage is going to remnant forward onto Kids. That tier 3 tower not going to last very long here for 5rat 4-staff. They are still trying to split push the side lanes. Try to stop that pushing coming. But the Rax is slowly falling here against Wildcard. And 5rat, well, they definitely don't want to fight. They'll glyph up, and now there's no creeps in the base. So surely, backdoor kicks in. Though I gotta say, backdoor takes a long time to decide to kick in. But there it is. Problem is, Arc will just get through it anyway. Disarms out, buying more time. Wildcard, they can't do it. They cannot do it, they gotta leave.
Yeah, it's just DNM again stalling this game out as much as he can. And he's got the silver edge up on that NP, and he's just been cutting that creep wave. They buy themselves a little bit more time here on the side of 5rat 4-staff. They've got the blink up on speed. That could be exactly what they need. Just have a stable initiation. Chain stun at least one hero. Clean up from there. They find a big courier kill as well with the Ags taken away from Sunlight. So no gobble up plays here as well. Could be an opportunity for 5rat 4-staff.
Could be. Mid lane. Looking at Sammy boys, 5rat 4-star. The Eng can be pretty baity kind of to go for though, right? Like it's a pretty tanky support to try for. Albino's going to hit him with the Ice Path, but they do not feel comfortable trying for this. Meanwhile, Babbage, he is very confident, just jumping right into the middle of two. Takes down Albino Zebra, right onto Stominen. Do they have a way of cancelling TP? Not quite. Flea will not make it in time. But surely they can try for high ground through the mid lane.
Yeah, or just at least get backdoor moved and go for the top. Melee Rax next, which they will do. Just swing up top. No Jakira to kind of melt through the creep wave. You can kind of try with kits, but it's already up there. The damage is done. And Wildcard have that opportunity to just find more. They can't get Megas with a tier 2 standing bot, but the defense for 5rat just doesn't feel like it's really there.
Jump in, they do roar out the Ember. He's quite low on mana, so maybe they can finally take him out. The chase is on. Babbage finally goes down. DNM got a lot of gold out of that. Can they keep it going? Flea's also being caught out. Arc is still trying to find Speed, but Speed just 4 staffs away. Still buying a bit of space for his team to try and back him up. He does finally go down, but Arc, he's dropping rather low himself. He's out of mana now. He can't battle trance. Maybe they can deal with him with DNM, but Arc is still chasing underneath those tier 4 towers. He will find kits. More buybacks to come as Stomminen jumps in on his own. He will go down. Kids with the buyback. Still trying after Babbage a second time, looking for that dieback on the Ember. But no, never mind. They get the Ember, but they'll give Kids his life away, it seems, as Ark will find the dieback himself.
Dire's bottom tower.
So 2 diebacks here in this team fight, one on either side. Both mid laners going down. And it seems like Wildcard, they will not stick around to try and force in the bot lane.
Yeah, just wait for the reset. Not too much for rush. Tier 2 still stands. You've gotten 2 racks for your trouble. You're still pretty happy on Wildcard. Like, that is a winning fight. You force back the earlier buyback from Kits. He's not able to clean up the supports, along with a core kill for 5-Rat. It still boils down into this ratting game for DNM, although he might not be safe, but he's managed to at least Silver Edge as Arc comes in. So, stall game is where it comes down to. Just play with your Jakiro, play with your NP, and let's see how long DNM can drag this one out for.
16k advantage. 2 racks is up. 5-Rat somehow not out of it yet, but Dota Plus is sitting at 96%, the way of Wildcard. 4% chance given for 5-Rat 4-staff. It's mid lane. Flea getting rather aggressive on his own. Hookshot is there, Stomminen, he will not hesitate to try and go for this and does find him. Flea maybe just kind of falling asleep there for a moment. Will go down. They do have that Aghanim Scepter finally up now on the Snapfire, so Sunlight can initiate with the Gobble up. But it seems like both teams are going to be trying to fight over this next Roshan. Still 1 minute away for it to respawn. 5-Rat, they'd love to force a fight with the 2 down on Wildcard, but they will not have the opportunity. So again, they'll just wait out the Roche.
Just play it patiently. Wait for that next big objective. Respawn does line up with your Tusk respawn as well. So you're going to be full force there for Wildcard to get back into that one. You do have to say, you do have level 20 up on DNM, so you do have the leash from the Sprout, a little bit of extra control to try to pin down some of these heroes. That should allow more presence out from DNM, who again has done a pretty good job in extending this game out. Although...
Babbage. Try, it's sprouted up though. BKB is going to be there. Roar out as well, just holding him down. They've already gotten through half his HP pool. Kids is going to jump in. The Gleipnir is narrowly avoided. Meanwhile, Ark going to try and go into Albino Zero, but the hookshot is there. Stomminen playing a bit more time as DNM now. Back to work onto that Troll Warlord, but it seems like Wildcard are the ones that need to back out. DNM, he'll keep going. It looks like Babbage wants to try and jump back in, but Kits, he'll jump right in onto the Sammy Boy, onto the Enchantress. They need to get the hell out of there. Wildcard still juking and jiving. They're alright for now. 5-Rat 4-staff have found nobody. After all that work, nobody will die.
Just so many ways of saving here from Wildcard. The 4 stabs, the rotations in, the threat of the Blink Snowball. It's a lot of saves. Even just blink in and gobble up is also one more play that Sunlight has access to.
Oh, wait a minute.
The Roche?
They can't get away with this. I mean, they've got a 4% win probability. They can't take Roshan.
It's a big one as well with a refresh. Wildcard are aware.
Well, they can't let him get away with it. Shard's out. Gleipnir is there. 5-Rat 4-staff, they're going to back out. And Roshan, it's returning back to the pit now. We'll see if Wildcard can make the play to try and go for this. They should be able to quite safely. But they are still paying respect to 5-Rat. Hawk Vision will go down. You've still got the Rocket Flare vision provided by Stomminen. Not to mention the trains to run in here by DNM. Babbage is going to jump in. Very important he doesn't die though, because he does not have buyback available. DNM, meanwhile, still has a double damage rune active. So a bit of a scary situation, but Ark's going to make the jump in. Do they have the vision? DNM gets caught out, but he's invis. In goes Stomminen. Roshan still going, but Kits is in the Roshan pit. Can he find the Aegis? It's on the deck. Somebody pick it up. Flea's got it, but Babbage just dropped. Babbage is down. DNM going for a bit more. Will aim Sammy Boy, but no need to TP up, but the bash is there. Ark is going to be there in time. Ensnares him up. Snowball is there. DNM surely goes down and does. But he has buyback. Babbage does not. So I don't know if Wildcard can force Roshan, rather force High Ground. Keep in mind, Flea has the Aegis.
Yeah, not the best hero to have that Aegis at the same time. 5-Rat didn't manage to snatch it for themselves. They can still melt through these tier 4s. Wildcard kind of wants to get cheeky here, and they will. No Macro Power for a few more. No Roar, although it will be back up in a few seconds. These objectives will melt if 5-Rat don't make a play.
They're going to move in. Speed, he'll front line. Glyphs were forced out. Roar is there. They've got Sammy Boy in the Ench. Not the biggest kill, but it's something to get them started. And Sammy Boy eventually going to drop as now they found another. They've got the Pulse 3 Snapfire. Sunlight. There is going to be a Tusk to try and help out Flea. He's happy to sacrifice his life because he's got that secondary life available. Ark's going to jump in. Stominum is maybe going to go down, but no, the Sprout. It's going to leash him in. Hold on a minute. Have they got the Troll Warlord? I think they do. Oh, Wildcard, what have you done? What have you done, boys?
Oh,
Sometimes you just need to run. Oh, and Sammy might just drop another time. He just fought back. He's still going up against DNM, but there's nowhere to go. Holy. Tips are coming out. John, what are Wildcard doing?
We do a little throw-in sometimes.
Sometimes?
Sometimes we do a little throw-in. Look, they tried to go for the big play, right? They forced that issue on the tier 4s. They feel confident off the back of that fight. They get caught out by some really good control out from 5-Rat.
He's going for more. DNM. He's looking. Flea. He's going to be okay for now. You're getting to that very ugly point as well, John. DNM's going to have that level 25 soon.
Yeah, he's going to be all over the place. And, I mean, you do have the Ags up on Bapetic. You don't have anything like Travels. So, I mean, you can still keep up, but certainly a lot easier for DNM. And again, just back in that fight, there were a lot of things. A really great hookshot angle out from Stominin. The little Ogre Seal play to kind of get himself out.
There's
they
no way.
Run themselves down really well, and they still have really good push threat from 5-Rat. This is still a tough game. Now, their 2 Raxes down, but they take out all the outer towers of Wildcard, even out map control a little bit. They've got a tier 2 still left bot, so Mega Creep's threat is still stalled out for a little bit longer for 5-Rat. 36 to 18, yet the game still feels dead even. 8k lead as well for Wildcard, but DNM is #1 in net worth. This guy's just done so much to keep his team in the game.
He certainly has, and now with the AC up, it makes life even harder. Oh boy, you know when you get that feeling in your veins, Jonathan, there might be a comeback on the way. It gets a little, so, you know, the atmosphere gets a little bit warmer. You start sweating a little bit, and Wildcard. I mean, they're 2 Raxes up. Dota Plus gave 4% chance of a comeback for 5-Rat. If you lose this game, there's going to be some words after it. I'll tell you that this is not going to be a good series for Wildcard to drop.
Nah, man, there's going to be a lot of tips at the end.
Oh,
we all know for what specific character, for sure. That would be quite a way for 5-Rat to go here, and they'll finally go for an aggressive smoke themselves. It's been a while.
Oh, this could be massive. This could be massive. There is buybacks on Babbage, there's buybacks on Flea and on Ark. So they've got 3 heroes. In fact, never mind, the Troll doesn't have buyback right now. He just bought out. Needs 180 gold for it, but they might catch him just beforehand. They'll start on Sammy. The Ench is immediately deleted. Ark's going to try and jump in with the Battle Trance. There's a leech out onto the Ember. So they go. They're trying after Albino Zebra. They might at least find the Jakira, but Ark's been caught out. Ark needs to run. The Troll Warlord, he might just drop, and he does. He is 60 gold away from buyback. Oh, they need him so bad. They need him so bad for this fight. Sunlight's okay. He should have buyback. He should have it for this defense.
Oh boy, it'll tick in at the least, but 5-Rat.
Here we go.
They still have to pierce high ground. You know, they don't have the security of something like Aegis, but they do have insane push. If they can work it here.
Oh boy, tier 3 tower under siege now. A lot of talking going on the side of 5-Rat. A lot of mouths moving. Speed is not moving whatsoever.
Oh, the
Speed
tier
is
fours
full
are-
concentration. Tier 4's under siege, however. Albino Zebra, he'll be there to defend. So it's going to be a 4-on-5 situation if you do have the buyback from Arc to defend. For now, it seems like he's more than happy to give 1 Rax away. You don't want to lose that buyback. Gobble Up is there, but it misses, and now the Lee shot. DNM, he got Babbage with the force up's going to save.
The
No, the
roar?
Roar. The Roar is there in time, but they don't have the buyback. Or rather, they don't have the follow-up because the buyback was there from Arc. So they forced the buyback from the Troll. That's going to be enough. Kids looking to back off will not be able to do so. But they have forced out the buyback from Arc. And that is massive.
That is a big win for 5rat. This puts Arc in a very, very vulnerable position where if he does get caught out, that could spell the end if you're not careful on wild cards. And he does have the Lincolns for protection at least. So pinning him down is a little bit tougher. But now you have to deal with DNM in level 25. It's what you were talking about, Mike. He's going to be all over. He's going to make it hellish for the siege to come out from wildcard. Roche still a minute and a half until we see that respawn as well. And wildcard will need that safety net for Arc this time around to have that angle into the high ground. To be fair, there's only 1 tier 4 left. So if wildcard were feeling confident, they'd try to go for the end game there.
Dire's courier
But
has
it's
been
risky.
killed.
Speed's got to be very careful in that tree line. Sammy has not seen him yet. Eventually will do so. Speed now realizing he doesn't want to be in this area will blink and try to TP away in time, and will do so. Babbage, he was on target with the Remnant, but the speed of the Remnant was not. So Wildcard, they have not liked the way this game has gone.
Dire's bottom tower.
They want to switch it back in the other direction. They'll go through the bottom tier 2 tower, and that they will. Question is it time to go high ground again? Or do you wait for another Roshan attempt?
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
You wait for Roche. You go for the safer play. They are smoked up. They might find a pretty big pick-off here, but Roche is still 30 seconds away as well. So the timing's just a little bit early until we see that respawn timer. And that's assuming a very quick Roche on top of that. They could circle around. Maybe they're hunting down DNM, but they just get control back in that top jungle, get some wards going, secure their position for that next Roshan. 5rat are aware this is where they need to play. They're just spamming out the rocket flares onto the area.
Dire are scanning.
Oh boy.
6k lead now, down all the way.
So much tension in this game. So much tension. 47 minutes in, like you said, John, 6k lead. 5rat now, 20% chance of winning this game, just slowly but surely going up. They've got to be so careful not to make any mistakes, but if they can keep this up. Mid lane, Dominant. Sunlight, going to be spotted there. Flea going to show himself as well. Kits will happily jump in. Hookshot is there, Dominant. He's going to find the Tusk. It's just a support Tusk, but it's a great start. Kids will get to work. It's a bit of an awkward position for them to try and force the fight, but Flea is still getting caught out. There's a Gobble Up play to buy him a bit of time, and now, well, hold on a minute. He's stuck in the ditch. He can't get out of there. Arc, he's going to get right to work. Kids, he's going to swashbuckle back to the low ground, but it won't matter. He is going to go down. They do have buyback and they'll commit immediately because DNM's being caught out. Arc is rushing towards the Nature's Prophet. Stominant gonna try and stop them. DNM, he'll go for the leash with the Sprout, but the Shard's gonna block his way. Now the chain's out. The Prophet's in trouble. DNM, he'll go for the man fight. There goes Flea. Maybe they can keep fighting. DNM, are you sure? The little friends are attacking DNM, but he'll TP back towards the base. Get a reset. It's a 0-second cooldown, so they can just keep going. This Prophet, he'll be back to full HP in just a moment, but can they catch anyone else? It seems like they've got Flea for a moment. Here comes DNM again. He sees Sammy. Gleipnir's going to connect. DNM might have his way with the Ench, but the Glimmer Cape's going to buy a bit of time. Hook shot. They're going to find the pause 3 snapfire. In fact, they found both of them. There was no spit out. Sunlight is gone. Sammy is gone as well. But you know what's not gone, John? Roshan. Roshan is back up.
Perfect timing for 5rat. They still have to keep an eye on their Ancient. It is naked. So it's a bit of a rocky state for 5rat and for Wildcard. Roche going to be the big one. Free Ags, everything on hand, and Arc is in position to take that. This will cover for his lack of buyback. The side of 5rat, they need to get in there quick. They can't allow this safety net to come through.
Babbage is trying to buy time for Arc to finish off that Roshan, but no Arc. He's going to try and join the team fight. Keep in mind, not many buybacks left here for Firebrand. This could be the team fight for Wildcard to put an end to this game, as they will try find DNM. A big snowball out. That's Albino Zebra gone. In goes the Raw, but speed is dropping low. DNM completely surrounded. Who do you aim, DNM? He is trying to aim just anybody he can, but he needs a way out, and he is dead. He'll buy back as well. Back into the team fight they go, but everyone on Firebrand are dropping like flies. Babbage, he's chasing absolutely everyone. Hands up. Stominan's got nowhere to go. DNM, he'll try and snipe the Ember. He's at least got one, but now he needs a way out. Babbage will buy back into the team fight. The TP is there with the Glimmer Cape, and somehow Firebrand. They've lost 3, but they protect the Prophet. Still, Ancient is exposed. Roshan is up.
They can't contest that. No buybacks on any of those heroes that died. You lose a big item for speed as well. His Octarine falls with his Courier.
And Gaben's seen enough. He's given a double damage over. He has seen enough.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh. How do you do it now, John? It's 2v5.
It feels impossible.
In they go. Onto the Ancient. They'll sprout, but it won't be enough. Arc will get to work. There's a roar out. Speed, he'll go after Flea, but he's got no backup damage. He is just going to drop. No buyback available. It's just DNM. They can literally just focus the Ancient. There's no way to defend this. Wildcard, it's been an absolute slugfest of a game, but it seems like they've finally done it, as they are still fighting, but GG is called. Tips are out to Speed. Speed will not get his revenge in this game 3. Oh boy. What a game 3 that was.
Yeah, that was one hell of a game. 5-Rat, it was really slow. Like,
Woo!
Speed had an atrocious lane.
Oh,
His build-up was just way too long. Wildcard, they managed to do the right thing. They corrected from game 2. They saw how much Speed did for the team, and they just knocked him down. Constantly tipping. You know, Sammy with
You've got a
mind
tip.
games. Yeah.
I hope we've got Sammy for an interview, by the way. I'd love to hear Sammy Boy talk. Enough of us talking, John. Let's throw it back to our beautiful panel to see who we do have for an interview.
Woo! What a game indeed. Game 3 of Wildcard Gaming versus Firebrand 4-star goes truly to the distance, and Wildcard, they get themselves a W, delivering the first loss to Firebrand 4-star so far in the DPC. That game, just an absolute wild ride, gentlemen, from pretty much start to finish. I mean, at the beginning, we had so many different things happening. Speed doesn't have a start to the game, right? Looking super, super rough. The top lane, not looking so hot for Firebrand 4-star, but Fear, Babatic, finally starts to pop the hell off in the early game.
First game I've seen it. Like, I thought he wasn't up for the task after his previous matches here, but I take back my words. Babatic, maybe the new king of mid lane here after that performance. They really needed that from him to like have a really good performance at some point, honestly, during this tour, because he's been showing up, hasn't been showing up rather. But this game on his Ember, he's made up for it in spades, having a miraculous performance here.
And Panda, unfortunately, yet again, we have a situation where the first overall pick, Beastmaster, does not work out. And unlike in the last series, Firebrand 4-star do not have another game to adapt with. Now it's just an L. You have to deal with this. And do you think they're going to end up doing this again? Or has they now been figured out in terms of how to stop their progression from that side of the map?
Well, they understand that this Beastmaster first pick is definitely answerable. It's not like an unstoppable hero. And for Wildcard's side, they just figured out basically what Vibrant wanted to achieve this game. They got themselves the good lanes, they got the Enchantress through, they got the Ember Spirit through. And you can say that Babatic had a lot of impact this game. We're talking about that the post-draft, that if he has a good game, yep, he can do some stuff. He doesn't necessarily need a lot, but he definitely would like to have the farm. And he was topping net worth. This guy just went nuts and had a really good showing for it too. I mean, hands down, that was his best game so far.
Absolutely his best game by far. One thing that is interesting about this, Sophia, that I want to talk about is Firebrand 4-star up until this point have had the highest average match duration, not only when they're winning, but also in the games that they have lost, right? What do you think it is about the way that they play Dota that win or lose, it takes a long time to get past this team?
I think when they're winning, they're just fairly disciplined. I guess in this series they lost a little bit when the high ground pushes in game 2, but when they're losing specifically, like, they are hard to like just beat down. Like, they were losing really hard in this game. Arc, Babatic off to a great start here, but they were holding for a long amount of time. So I think the resilience of this team is quite impressive.
I think resilience is a good word to use because at some point they were 20k net worth down. They managed to take an amazing fight during a defense and had a couple decisions been different, maybe a couple of different itemization choices, we might have actually seen them eke out one of the biggest comebacks because the biggest one up until this point was 13k. They almost made it happen. But unfortunately, almost is just not good enough. And the side of Wildcard Gaming will take this W. The most deserved, I think, MVP that we've had for quite some time because Look at this, right? When you see this MVP vote, there's not even a question about the impact that was had in a game like this, right? Babitic,
Yeah.
I think it's important not just that he had such a good performance, Panda, but when his team needed him, right? And after some very rough performances throughout the series itself, it looked like it was just like, well, this is an ARC show, ARC or nothing, right? But now this makes it more difficult for teams down the stretch. Now you have to, I think, ban this Ember Spirit against them because second game on Ember, second victory for the side of Wildcard.
100% win rate doesn't lie. Yeah, the Ember Spirit for Babitic, him in general, just having a splendid performance. This does good for his confidence. Having a performance like this, still being able to close out the game when it looked a bit rough at the end, but majority of this game was just basically you could say a Babitic show. Man was going on a dominating streak fairly on into the game. He was moving from left, right, and center. Down from bot lane, straight to top to fight again. Mid, they're going for a push. He's looking for a pick off and bottom right after. He was faster than the Nature's Prophet, which tells a lot. When DNM could be all over the map, it was actually the Ember Spirit who had the most impact around the map.
I was watching, I was like, who's playing on this guy's account? Because I have not seen him play like this yet.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
I'm very impressed by what we saw here today. And now Wildcard Gaming, they've managed to avoid going down 1-3. They're 2-2 at the moment, and we've now seen 5 Red Force off be put into a 2-1 situation. What do we make of this, though, gentlemen, in terms of the pecking order? Obviously, this game, both of them beat bait, and that was nice, right? But was this a definitive game in the sense that do you feel like if we play this game 100 times over, we will always have Wildcard win?
No.
Or is it just basically a coin toss between the two?
Definitely a coin toss. I think
Coin
Bait
toss.
is really close in there too, but I think their drafting just like wouldn't allow them to get that little edge. I think those three teams are incredibly close to each other. And we'll see. I think Nouns is the next question mark as they kind of had a little bit of a sloppy performance versus TSM. So we'll see if they join the crew there and can make it a 4-man mix or if they can actually that little step above them.
And let's hear actually from the winning squad themselves because Wildcard Gaming are going to be joining us when the person, I think, it's a very fitting interview that we're going to be having here. So, Mr. Sammy Boy, I believe, can you hear me? Congratulations on your victory. Tell us, how relieved do you feel being able to eke out a victory after a game like that?
Can you hear us, Sammy?
I'm not sure he can hear us just yet, so we're just still sorting out the audio there. And he's doing the right thing. Hydrate, y'all.
Yeah.
Look, the winning mentality. Make sure that you're always drinking water right now. So hydrate. Sammy, just let us know when you can actually hear us. And before that happens, what did we make about Sammy Boy's performance at this game?
Sammy Boy, I mean, played really well. He was like that wall in front of the enemy team, always there. Sometimes you'll see him die, buy back, get back in there, but that was kind of his job this game, to just be like that front wall for the team, give vision, give some information on how the fights are going, and allow his teammates to follow up on that.
Yeah, like he did play this kind of sacrificial support for the most of the time, that he's got a lot of deaths and he doesn't necessarily get to participate in the game too much. But game 3, I felt like Sammy Boy had a lot more presence compared to the other games that he's had so far. I guess he's starting to let his carry also pick up some of the kills. He's not the one taking them in between. That carry mentality doesn't disappear by itself. But, I feel like they're figuring out things, which is definitely a positive sign for Wildcard. Like, we already kind of touched upon the topic of multiple cultures in the team. How quickly do they adapt? How do the results vary? We've seen Wildcard in a rough spot, but we've also seen them win the first series, winning a series here versus 5-Rat, which is, I think it's a pretty big milestone in a sense.
Yeah, so it is a pretty big milestone, and I think that we are still having a little bit of technical difficulties with Sammy, so we're going to be swapping out who we're going to be talking to for a quick second, If Wildcard does well enough, obviously we'll get a chance to talk to everybody down the stretch. So I believe now we have Speed on the line. So Speed, good sir, can you hear me? We have some audio. It's still Sammy. Hey.
still got Sammy.
Awesome,
Speed is on the
awesome.
other team.
Can you hear us, Sammy? Doesn't appear so. So regrettably, it is what it is. We're not going to be able to hear them for now. That does just mean that they just have to win more games, right? The more you win, the more opportunities you have to be interviewed at this point in time. So now, looking forward into the future, now that we know that they have multiple avenues of victory, they're not just simply reliant on ARC completely hard carrying games like this. Does that make drafting for them a little bit easier down the stretch? Does that also open up the pool of strategy that's available to them, Panda?
When you're looking at the hero pool of Babatic, basically, like I think he's going to be the one that's going to be targeted a lot. So that could help Arc with his hero pool. Otherwise, he could just stick with what he already knows, what he's been feeling very comfortable with all these micro heroes, and now the troll. They could just continue with what they've left off. But I'm pretty sure they want to take a look at just the drafting ideas of like how much do they value the second pick? Is Dire something that they really want to focus on above the pick order? And basically who they're going up against. That is also a big influence, basically. Do we have to get rid of their mid laners early on? Like, is there that like Ember threat as well on the enemy side? Like, is this hero that we just have to ban away from ourselves because they're good with it? Do we look at the off lane? Do we look at the safe lane? Do we look at supports? It's really match dependent in the end.
Well, it is indeed match dependent, but this match went the way of Wildcard Gaming. So let's quickly take a look at how that impacts the overall standings, because now the leaderboard has been shaken up quite a bit. 5 Red 4 Staff, of course, taking their first loss. Wildcard Gaming able to eke out their second win thus far. And one of the big things that we've actually been able to see from this so far here is that all of these teams, besides just TSM and the Shopify Rebellions, right, it literally can be anybody's victory. Maybe not like an Alpha, TF Gaming, they're sort of at the bottom of the pack, but now it's a 4-team race in the middle of the zone, right?
Yeah.
That makes it, in terms of like how you think about the game, means that every game is even harder to play, right? Because you might be coming into it super confident knowing that, hey, we're going to win this easy, but that's not going to be the case anymore. Even a team like Nouns might have to start worrying about a Wildcard Gaming. Well, they've beat them already, but if they play it again, it might not be the same result.
I mean, I think when you're in a position where, your region has 2 slots and there's 2 teams that are favored and doing really well, you're already in a really, really tough spot if you lose even a single game, right? So, like, all these teams, they're going to be fighting, right? But there's only 2 slots, right? So, like, they're going to have to find a way to get an upset win against Shopify, against TSM, and then maybe they can squeak in and get to that major slot.
Yeah, and most importantly, if they feel like they can't squeeze into the top 2, if that is at the end of the week, or maybe it's the start of week 3 where they realize, well, they're getting away from us, we can't catch up to them. We'd still like to play for place 3. That's 120 points, or even 60 points on 4th place, which can be important when you're looking at those, can we squeeze into TI, or are we forced to play those regional qualifier spots once again? So it's still some pretty important points up for grabs at 3rd and 4th, even if you miss the major now.
Yeah, and there's still 2 more majors down the stretch to go, so there's a lot of competition available for you to build your road into TI. Of course, now that our first series of the day has concluded, we have to move on and look towards the next one. This was a nice mid-table scrap that we had here between Wildcard Gaming and the side of 5 Red 4 Staff. Next up, though, Alpha versus TF Gaming, a relegation scrap, Panda. One of these 2 teams will be grabbing their first victory, and that could be the difference. That one victory could literally be the difference between being bounced back into Division 2, where you don't get any DPC points, and being able to just maintain course, build some chemistry, and maybe push for a deeper run later on in the season.
Yeah, I think it's not even sugarcoating at all that this probably is a relegation series in a sense, even though we're only at the start of week 2, because these 2 teams, I think they have the most to prove out of all the teams in Division 1 right now in NA. So I think whoever learns fastest and adapts the fastest, we might see it today. We also have a stand-in for the other team. How does that change things? I mean, it's a tough one. Both of them really want to win. It's also going to be their first series victory in the end. So what do you think, Fear? If you were in that position, like, what's going in your head? You're an ex-pro player. You should know all about that.
I mean, I don't know a lot about being at the bottom of the leaderboard.
You heard him.
No, I think this next game is going to be full NA Dota. Everything you love about NA Dota, I think you're going to get it from this series. It's going to be very entertaining. And who knows, maybe this series will, light the fire under one of these teams and they'll get their stuff together really quick.
I mean, in terms of what NA Dota can bring, we've already had a series which was quintessential NA Dota, I think. Entertaining and exciting towards the very end. And speaking about things that are exciting, our sponsor right now, ESP.io, they're doing something a little bit different. So they're going to be launching soon a watch-to-earn platform that if you want to find out more about, you just have to go and access the Discord, which the information of that will be available in our Twitch description. So like I said, watch-to-earn, very exciting idea. So certainly go and give them a shout there at ESP.io in the Discord down below in the Twitch section. Going into the next series, it's going to be something else. It's going to be fabulous. I'm hoping that we have another 3-game scrap. I'm hoping that we have another situation where it goes the whole distance. But to make sure that that actually happens, the teams actually have to get into the lobby. Because of how long this particular series took, we are a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to be taking a very short break. And when we return, game number 1 of Alpha versus TF Gaming in the relegation scrap. You do not want to miss it. This is the NA DPC Div 1, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. We continue the Div 1 action for the day. We just saw the Wildcard versus Firebrand 4-Star Series go the full distance, and now we have another competitive matchup on the cards with Alpha Gaming taking on the side of Theath Gaming. This one's going to be interesting, not just because it's the teams at the bottom of the pile, but because whoever wins here will be collecting their first W so far in the DPC. My name is Snane. I'm joined yet again by T-Panda and Fear. T-Panda, talk to me about these two squads, right? We've seen them, they've had a rough going so far, haven't they? Neither of them have really covered themselves in glory. So talk to us about what we can expect from this upcoming matchup.
Well, now that you put it that way, you're waiting for something very intriguing and interesting, but I'm going to have to be honest and bring up some low-end stats here. Alpha and Theath are at the moment in DPC history from Division 1, the lowest KD averages, 0.36 for Alpha, 0.29 for Theath. They're pretty low numbers. It doesn't stop there.
Oh my gosh.
So the second one is, you might have seen them lose a lot of games here, both 0 and 6. Even Dawn Gaming in China, who's 0 and 10, have a Roshan kill. These two don't.
Whew.
That's how rough it has been.
So what you're telling me is that they've not even been close to winning, right? It's just been stomps all the way through. So, Fear, let's talk about this, right? What do they need to do draft-wise? Because we do have a draft about to begin right now for game number 1 between these two squads. It feels like a lot of the games have come down to these drafts. And I think they also... Alpha has the indignity of being one of the other teams that has really struggled with Lina, right? So now you can't even just let the Lina through. If you are Theath Gaming, you're like, oh, you can. You're like, oh, we might have a plan to be able to deal with this and beat this at this point. So in terms of like the player conversation, right? What is the comms like, do you think, within the team environment on how to actually get your first victory so far?
It could be anything, honestly, at this point. Like, both teams have tried everything. It hasn't worked. So I think the team that just has a more stable draft, it's hard to be like, just pick up the Lina, just pick up the Tusk. In fact, maybe that's just what you have to do. You just have to, like, look at the last series, look at the series before that. Just start taking strategies that seem to be winning and just try to execute them to the best of your ability.
I mean, speaking of their drafts, we both of them, I want to just quickly take a look at the heroes that they've picked up the most. If we have a second, I'm not sure we do before the draft goes live, but there's not that much overlap in terms of like the wider strategic notion of things. But where there is a little bit of overlap is that both of them have been trying to play these heroes that can fight often, right, and get involved on the map as often as humanly possible. Yeah. The one exception is this Death Prophet, but that means that we're going to probably be getting a very brawly matchup here between these two sides, isn't it, Panda?
Potentially. At least on the side of Alpha, outside of heroes, how they translate into numbers, basically, their averages are all of them higher than what Theath Gaming has. KDAs, GPMs, XPMs, stacking numbers, everything is higher. And actually, stacking is something I would be very interested to see how that works out in this series, because the average is 7 for Alpha, and Theos is 4.6. So they might just be playing much more aggressive, ignore the late game carry type of setups. We'll see if they take that route. I mean, as the draft is already heading that way, you see the Beastmaster potential for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just, like, before we get into the draft here to talk about these two teams, I give Alpha a bit of an edge here for the most part, if it was the old squads. But I think them having a roster change on Theath when things have been that rough, it could be a positive for them. Like, if, at some point things are going wrong, they keep going wrong, then all of a sudden you make a change, that could be for the better for them.
I mean, we saw this on Team Secret last year, right? They got that honeymoon phase after replacing Ice with a very rough time. Resolution comes in. Immediately, the team is a lot better. So let's see if Theath Gaming can have that happen for themselves. But Alpha, we must remember,
the sub.
They're the ones with the sub. Alpha, at the same time, though, they're one of the only teams that has actually won a laning phase versus Shopify Rebellion. So let's see if they can continue that trend here today. We're already deep into the draft here. Alpha going for the opener of the Beastmaster Hoodwink to respond to the first pick Tusk, and then Theath followed that up with this Crystal Maiden. Yet another first phase Beastmaster here, Panda. Yeah, it hasn't necessarily covered itself in glory when we have seen it, right? So, and it just lost, right, the game before this. To be fair, at that time it was just first overall pick. So it is a little bit different when it's a second response pick instead.
Yeah, Beast in phase 1, it's currently 2 and 3, so he still has 2 victories, even though it has lost the majority now with that last game added into the mix. It's still a great farmer, great tempo hero, aligns with so many of the current meta carry picks, even if you look at heroes outside of the Lina, obviously the most common one. It just provides a lot of synergy for any physical damage dealer in the team. Vision provided. This also helps out the Hoodwink a lot, so both of these have this is some really good synergy that Alpha has to start their draft off with. Theath responding with the CM is kind of like, well, we can slow down that attack speed a little bit. We've got some AoE control and team fight. So they got something to respond back to Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like NA has found their meta, right? Like, if all the popular heroes like the DP, the Brood, Lina, Rubik are gone, oh, what's left? We got a Beast, we got a Tusk, Hoodwink. You know, take your pick, Hoodwink, or do you want Snapfire? You know, they kind of just go for that option there. And CM, I do like this response to Beast a bit. It's going to make the lane against Beast a lot easier. And as we did see in that last series, if you do win your lane versus Beastmaster, you kind of don't feel the presence of the Beast at all in the game. Whereas if you do lose your lane to Beast,
Remaining.
you definitely notice his presence. So he's definitely a hero you want to shut down and you need to shut down in the laning stage.
And I think a big thing in synergy, when you look at on the side of Alpha, Monster and Witch didn't really work together in a couple series. So now they have heroes that are not super dependent on working together the whole time. Like they're great together, yes, but they're not locked into each other. They're not intertwined, basically.
That makes sense. Where do we think this Tusk is going? Because for the most part, we have seen this hero mid lane. But, but the reason I'm asking is because we have Crystal Maiden, right? And we've seen some astonishing success with CM if you put Ember in the mid lane. So maybe this is one of those situations that you try and angle in an Ember pick, put this Tusk elsewhere in the draft?
You always can. I mean, it was
Offlane.
played POS 4 in the last game.
Yeah,
It
plus
seemed,
4, offlane.
I mean, it was okay in POS 4. Like, I just don't see the most impact I see. This hero is always in the mid lane, like by far. And like you can play the support, it's okay. If you do that, you have to get one hell of a trade, I think, somewhere in the draft where that the hero they do pick has a clear purpose and makes a lot of sense too. And we were watching that last game, right? Like the Ember that game, he didn't have a lot of lockdown to worry about, right? He's playing versus Clock, he's playing versus Nature's Prophet. It's really hard to use Primal Roar onto that hero. It was kind of like a free Ember game, so he was able to get into the draft, and then it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and also 9 played the Tusk on POS 4 the last time they played against the Beastmaster. That was TSM, though, a completely different level opponent. And they had heroes like Batrider, Doom, Darkseer, like 3 traditional offlaners, almost slash mids, almost slash carry heroes in the same draft. So I'd like to see if they implement some similarities of what they had there, but basically just have more damage dealers added into the mix. Like if they go solo target lockdown, sure, you can make that work. You just gotta find pick off after pick off after pick off. And CM and Tusk, they do work in that regard. They're good at hunting down heroes. They're good at helping you out with that +1 they need for damage.
An astonishing win rate on this hero so far. It's the most picked hero in the NA DPC, a 68% win rate. And when this Tusk is played in the off lane, 100% win rate. When it's played mid, 88% win rate. It only loses as support, it seems, at this point.
Just solid numbers.
I mean, I feel like to not add on to that at all, sorry, but this Hoodwink and Tree, we've seen this a lot, haven't we?
Yeah.
Like these two heroes just like hiding in the tree lines, very slippery. Not the best heroes at catching Ember, right? The Root is okay, but you're playing versus Ember Spirit. He's going to get a fast BKB. Maybe he'll itemize if he's feeling frisky like a Manta. But more importantly, it feels like when you're playing the Strained against Ember, he always has like an illusion rune bottled up, and you're just like, this is rather annoying. So I think their lockdown is still not sufficient for an Ember pick. I do like the pick a bit, but it is, you know, saying this Tusk is most likely going to be offlane or position 4. Position 4.
Yep.
So and that lane isn't strong either. Like I really have like a gripe against these like 2 melee off lanes, especially if you're playing against a really strong lane. We saw in the last game, there's no recovery. Like if they manage to get like a Sky of the Beast, which they do have like the Hoodwink of the Beast this game, you know you're gonna have a game. But you can't guarantee this Doom is gonna have a game with a Tusk. You just can't.
Yeah, Lame has actually been the one played as a carry, so I'm surprised if they leave Napkins hero for last, which they have done a couple times. They went for the surprise LCs, the Darkseers,
I guess
and the
carry on.
DP. So it looks like it's going to be a carry Doom with a mid Ember and leaving Napkins pick for last.
But do you like this, given that there's no like out-and-out Doom target just yet on the side of Alpha? Like, they even picked this DK now. If you come into the fight already having the Dragon form available, you don't really care that much about being doomed up. Beastmaster generally is not the target you want to be dooming in the fight.
I think we're kind of looking outside of his ultimate, basically. The hero doesn't currently have a matchup that he's worried about. Like, he's got a lot of armor. That's something that we've discussed about. He's great in the lane. He has some good early damage. He has percentage-based damage against even these strength heroes that he's going up against. So Doom hasn't got a threat currently, but Doom is not like a massive threat against Alpha either. It's like a pretty stable carry pick. He might lose in a 1v1 carry matchup, which Alpha could respond in this final phase, but right now it's kind of unanswered. So I do like this Doom pick.
Yeah, I mean, he can, if he does go carry, he can eat the Dom creep with his Devour too. He definitely has some tools there, but how much do we believe in like the carry Doom is like the real question
I
to
don't.
be asked here, right? Like I'm borderline with it. I think you're really gonna have to get some value out of this last pick, but
Dire
he
team
simply
back.
is not going to see his matchup on Napkin, so it's going to have to be a blind pick.
Sonic's turn to
And
pick.
Alpha will respond with a carry pick here. So, like, what do you pick with this toss? You're going to probably think of, like, ranged heroes, right? That can make this work, but I don't know. Like, what's left at this point?
Feels like
DP's
what-
gone. There's
Uh-huh.
not like a ton that comes to my mind. Like you can obviously talk about like the
10 seconds
Vipers,
remaining.
maybe a Razor, but kind of like old meta. Like it seems like
5
more of these
seconds
ranged
remaining.
fours is meta. He could just play the Tusk, honestly. I feel like that's a safer approach, but what's he gonna pair it with?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a great morph game either. The CK is always a bit of a, well, do you want to bring it this game?
SS.
So is that offlane Doom then?
yeah, offlane Doom.
Sorry, offlane Doom.
Yeah, all right. So it
All
looks
right.
like they will go that route.
That's the first time for Napkin. I do actually like the idea that they swapped this Doom that they've already played in the safe lane carry role. Probably didn't work out too great, so they're like, well, we have an option here. We can still swap this around.
Yeah.
We've got a great amount of mixed
10
damage with this
seconds
SF.
remaining.
And now Alpha's heroes that kind of have a lot of armor with the
5
living armor.
seconds
You've got
remaining.
DK, pretty tanky hero. SF takes some of that away. And even though they have the single target lockdown, and Theoth doesn't exactly have a save for this for the Shadow Fiend, they will have to make up with presence. Ember has to be all around this fight, and Doom Axe actually looks pretty darn good this game if you want to protect the Shadow Fiend.
So this last pick Ursa that's going to be coming out for Risers on the side of Alpha. You know, we spoke about them laning against Shopify Rebellion. One of the things they weren't able to do was convert that good laning phase into further success in the game. Ursa, certainly we've seen that this is a hero that can do that for you. And especially since they've allowed themselves to have Beastmaster DK to push out, so Ursa doesn't have to take on that responsibility. So talk to me about this, Fear. What do you make of this Theoth Gaming versus Alpha? Who's getting the passing grade from the Dean of Dota?
I mean, if I were just to grade them, I'd say Alpha will be coming out on this one. I think if you give Ursa a free laning stage, this hero was incredibly scary right now. So hopefully they lane the CM, their boss 5, with the offlane Doom, so we can play a game. I really don't think this Tusk Doom is going to match up very well against Ursa.
So tell me about this, Panda. When you look at the way that these drafts have ended up working out, right? We were talking about like what kind of carry heroes would end up in the situation, and you were mentioning this mixed damage that comes out from the SF, covers some of the weaknesses the draft had beforehand, especially their lack of physical damage output. Do you like it here? It's a BKB buyer, so that's always nice. Something that there's a lot of beef in front of it, so it has some degree of protection. Is that enough, though, given what can happen if the Ursa gets on top of you?
Well, the pre-BKB timer is going to be rough. They're pretty soft heroes in the end. SF, not a big HP pool. Ember kind of has the same issue as well. So Alpha definitely have their weaknesses, but I think if they hit those BKB timers, they should be off for a pretty solid game.
Well, game number 1 between the side of Theoth Gaming and Alpha. One of these two squads is going to be finding themselves finally getting a W here in the North American DPC. Which one it'll be after game number 1, we will find out together. And to find out, we have the wonderful duo of the monstrous Mike and the jaded John. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much. There it is indeed, the monstrous Mike and jaded John. I don't know why you're so jaded, Jonathan, but apparently you are. We do get into this matchup. Alpha versus Theoth. Snare already talked about it, John. Neither of these teams have won a series so far, right? That's a little bit problematic. This time around, one of them has to win. I believe the panel was siding the way of Alpha, and of course, I believe the betting odds as well were kind of going the way of Alpha. But what are you thinking based off these drafts?
I would lean towards Alpha just a little bit. I think their lineup does have pretty good push on hand. They've got some good scaling on hand as well. They've got a lot of good answers here. I do think that Theoth can maybe upset if they get a running start. The one thing that I do find with this lineup is it feels moderately greedy. You know, you've got SF, you've got Doom, and you've got the Ember Spirit as well. The Ember maybe online a little bit faster, can play with the supports. But SF and Doom feel like they're going to need some farm. You could drag your SF into fight after Dragonlance, and depending on what you go for, maybe a Mom, you can kind of start fighting around it as well. But it does feel a little bit more drawn out compared to Alpha. The only big farming hero they have is that Ursa. And we've seen Ursa a lot today. It can really get going quickly into that battlefield. If the lane's not that bad for it, it can just take over quick. And considering the timings of Theoth, it should be a pretty simple game for Rises and for Alpha to meet these timings.
It does certainly feel that way. We'll see how it all pans out. Of course, game number 1 between these two. I did kind of briefly go over it, but they are the favorites here on the side of Alpha. Interesting points being brought up earlier. I believe we were speaking to T Panda as well. Neither of these teams have actually picked up a Roshan throughout this Tour 1 of the DPC so far. So throughout all the series, no Roshans have been had for either side. So it'll be another first for them to pick up a Roshan, one of these teams.
Yeah, we'll see if that's something they prioritize on either side as well. I mean, Alpha has the Ursa, so one would think that they would eye Roshan in this match, and it's going to be a good objective for them to take. They've got vision from the Hawks down the line, so I'd say we'd see at least Alpha find their first Rosh. That seems pretty clear here.
Radiant's courier
You'd
has
think
been
so.
killed.
We'll see. I mean, both teams could just meme it out and just ignore it completely the whole series. That'd be kind of hilarious. We'll
That
see.
would be
That
one
mid
way to
lane,
go.
Soul's going to be on that Dragon Knight against the Ember. Of course, bottom lane, Wish is already getting chased down here on this Hoodwink. Loves playing this Hoodwink hero. Does get a nice pull off here for Monster, try and give him the best start possible, and does manage to drag it behind the tier 1 tower as well. So they do let one creep away, not going to be too big of a deal. Sunset's trying to be as annoying as humanly possible in the Tusk, but ultimately Monster kind of gets what he wants.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to soak up. Level 2 already up and running. Great play coming out
Radiant's
from
bottom
Wish.
tower is under attack.
Lamey should be able to find farm, no problem. He gets a little bit of a pull across as well. So kind of equalizes just fine. There is some aggression that can come out here as well. Once you have the shards plus snowball up, Lamey can line up for the shadow raises, and it becomes relatively easy to clear out Monster and Wish if they're not careful. So that is something to watch out for. But you've done a great job to just enable Monster. You're not too far behind here on your SF. Lamey shouldn't be struggling too bad, but again, if they repeat that same pull uncontested, that's where things can start to get a little bit nebulous.
Yeah. It has a top lane going. Like you mentioned, Rises should have a good time on the Ursa. Nine's trying to be as annoying as humanly possible on the CM. Does get very close though, so Rises, he's going to happily jump in after 9. And 9 might just kind of be screwed here. And I think he just might be, because Tiger's on the chase. There's no way you get away from this tree. You'd rather give the kill over to Rises if you can. Tiger, going to get out of the way, and 9, well, is going to drop. So the harassment towards Rises, I mean, it's fine, but that close up, it's a little bit problematic.
Yeah, that's a bit shaky.
And now Napkin's in trouble.
Yeah.
This is kind of what happens. He's going to be able to back off, but as a CM, you can't position like that.
No, and I mean, we're at the panel. This does feel a lot better than Tusk Doom, but it's still a lane that you don't really have a lot to play with, at least until maybe Napkin can commit a little bit more with a Scorched Earth. Still, trying to fight the Ursa early on is a recipe for trouble. Rises is pretty low, but he can just sit back and farm. Tiger's always there to apply some Leech Seed and heal back. And they get a good choke point there, but not going to fully commit. In fact, Tiger's pretty low.
Does get very, very low, but is able to survive, and he just can kind of hang around that tier 1 tower. Still has some pretty good base regen. Like he's sitting at 9.9 HP regen right now. So it's not going to be too problematic for him to just stick around and eventually heal back up. As long as Rises is not in trouble, he'll be more than happy. And right now, like across all lanes, it does feel like Alpha are coming out on top. The one saving grace at the moment is the SF lane is going pretty decently here for Lamey. And speaking of, they do move in onto Wish, but a very nice bushwhack, going to hold them back. Monster will throw out the axes. Wish still trying to run. One more hit will do it from Lamey, though. So the salve is there, but the razors are out. Lamey will eventually secure the kill.
Yeah, it does work out in the end, forcing out the salve use as well. Down a little bit of regen there for the side of Alpha. And Lamey has managed to get this lane up in a pretty good spot. They haven't been able to pull back to keep that EXP flowing freely anymore. So, you know, you've got a lane to play with now as the SF. And again, once you've got your Tusk at good levels, it's not too hard to land those raises. So you can just lay in the damage very quickly onto Alpha and get some good early pickoffs. Really important for them to find some momentum somewhere, considering that this draft, again, needs quite a fair bit of gold to really hit its effective spikes.
Bottom lane, Monster's in massive trouble. He's going to drop on the Beastmaster. Woodwing trying to still punish Sunset, but unable to find the kill onto the Tusk. Still maybe looking around for a bushwhack, but it is only level 1, so you won't have enough damage. Meanwhile, top side, Nine's being chased down again here by Tiger. Napkin going to be there to make sure the CM is protected. Problem is, Rise is going to jump in here after 9 and eventually might just find the kill because the Frostbite, it's not going to last long. And now Napkin, he's in dire straits at the moment. He's got nowhere to go. He could try to get Tiger as a kill, but it won't be enough. Rises, picks up his 3rd kill of the game on the Ursa. And this is the best start you could have asked for. Bottom lane, at least Wish may drop again and does. So Lamey he finds his own third kill of the game here on the SF.
Yeah, both safe laners having a great time. It's still a little bit better coming out here for Rises. He's finding the kills on that Doom. He's stalling out. Perhaps a Midas timing for Napkin. It's going to be really slow for that Doom to kind of get that farm going. And not the best bit of news for the side of Tiet. For Alpha, you're going to hit that good Battle Fury timing. For your SF here for Tiet, at least it should also be a good ramp up. They're getting a good rotation onto Esk.
Very nice bushwhack there from Wish. Landing right on the edge, and Esk level 5, but they're trying to chip away at his HP pool before he gets that level 6 mark. Meanwhile, top lane 9 does find Tiger. Esk still being chased down, but will be able to get away. Instead, Soul now to focus on Sunset. It seems like everyone going to be fine in the mid lane. Esk a little bit unlucky because he's waiting for his mana to come up so he can TP back towards the fountain. That's probably going to allow Alpha a little bit more damage onto that tier 1 tower. Interestingly enough, Soul isn't chipping at the tier 1. Like, he's not throwing any attacks out to get the poison off. Just focusing on the siege creep instead.
Yeah, just trying to get some farm. He knows that if he commits, maybe Sunset looks for a play. They did see the Tusk kind of pop in earlier, so you don't want to overstep your bounds here. With level 6 up for Esk, it's a little bit harder to stun, although you always have the Dragon Tail. And Wish not looking for the setup.
Meanwhile, Monster will drop. Sunset able to set up perfectly here for Lamy. Top lane, Rises in trouble as well on the Ursa. He's going to try and enrage to get out of there. Tiger will be able to intercept on the tree and help out. That's going to be enough to let the Ursa go, but once again, bottom lane, this SF constantly finding kills onto the Monster. In fact, now Wish caught out of position. He'll go for a bushwhack. Soul is there to help out as well, but Esk is going to move in, pincer them in. Wish surely has no way out and does not. Lamy able to pick up a 5th kill so far on the SF.
Yeah, he's just ramping up. Mask of Madness almost done. He's going to be able to really build up that farm and even join in some early fights up top. Even Tiger dropping low.
Yeah, Tiger's going to drop. Rises, he's going to try and trade, but with the Scorched Earth going, you're going to have plenty of movement speed there on Napkin. So Rises not able to capitalize whatsoever. And we're going to have a bit of a pause out to have a think about what they've done. So Lamy's the guy really on top here. 48 CS, 14 denies. 5 pickoffs on the SF already. Monster is not having a game on this Beastmaster. Like, he's not really getting anything.
Yeah, and we've seen what happens when a Beastmaster does lag a bit behind. It can get a bit troublesome to hit those early timings. The Overlord gets stalled out just a little bit. It's not going to feel particularly amazing. You do kind of want to connect with your DK with next Dragon form, or when you have your Dominator, at least connect with the Dragon form, look for a push, and try to apply that map pressure, drain out the resources of Tiet, because they will want to get that build up on the SF, on Doom, and to an extent onto Esk's Ember as well. If they can manage to still find that tier 1 push timing by the 10 to 12 minute mark, you're still pretty happy on Alpha's end. Bottom tier 1, mid tier 1 going to be priorities for Alpha in that sense. For Tiet, I mean, Mask of Madness again, coming out for Lamy already. The Midas timing for Napkin is the one that hurts. It's going to take a lot longer. And even Esk isn't having the most fantastic of times on the Ember. The Orb Corrosion and Phase Boots timing is just a little bit off, so he's not able to really melt some of those heroes that would just otherwise die very, very quickly to his movement. And that is giving a little bit more time for Alpha to kind of play around. Soul looking to run around here, looking for a kill, but he did walk under an obs that was being dewarded. So that should provide ample time for Tiet to kind of just play it safe, hug their tower, and just waste some time here.
On bottom lane, Soul's going to find the Tusk. Bushwhack's going to land once again. Wish finding it right on the edge. Bit of a snowball to a little bit of time for Sunset, but not quite enough. Soul will still drag out and kill the Tusk. They are going to try and force the bottom tier 1 tower in, but the problem is Thief are going to force in the tier 1 mid tower. Mind you, you don't have anywhere near as fast as a pushing capability as a DK does, but they can certainly try. Seems like they'll just trust that the living armor for this tree will keep that tier 1 protected. Problem is the Dragon form wears off on Soul, so the push down at bot lane is going to be very slow as well.
Yeah, not the quickest progress. You still have the Beastmaster around, so it's still rather quick in comparison. I mean, you have a CM and an Ember pushing on mid. It's not particularly impressive, and Soul will be able to get back in. to provide a bot to at least cut that off, while Monster can get bot done by himself. They managed to buy some space for Ryze to play in that jungle as well. Battle Fury only one part away. There's going to be set to really rack up the farm fairly soon. Lamey though.
Bottom lane, Monster. Again, just not really having a game on this Beastmaster. Has been caught out another time. Tiger is trying to help out, but can't really do anything as a Treant Protector at level 4. No overgrowth up. That means Lamey picks up his 6th kill of the game now in the SF. Monster, I mean, he does at least have the Helm of the Dominator, but it's going to be very slow on towards that Helm of the Overlord if this keeps up.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rough timing for the Overlord. Dominator alone, Napkin is kind of a solution to that with the Devourer, of course. And his Midas is set to come on, at the very least.
They are going to find Wish. Once again, Sunset doing a great job of setting up. Even the Dragon Knight's been caught. Soul, going to go for a bit of a run. One raise will connect. They just need a second for the slow. And they will get the chains off anyway, so Soul's in big trouble now. They'll dive right past the T2 tower. And Soul, he is going to melt. Alpha, they are falling apart.
They're finding that momentum in Tiet. I like that they're dragging Lamey in and just not playing this much slower game that you might expect. They understand how much power SF does have early on with just Mask of Madness and Power Treads into the Dragonlance next. And with the mid-tier 1 gone, they can start to invade that jungle, and that Rises has called his home for a while. It's not the best of signs. They've got really good forward wards, at least by the ramp side. And
Doom's committed top lane. This is only on Tiger. The Treant Protector, I mean, he might go down. Napkin will take the kill. He'll just accept what he gets. And I suppose it does open up the tier 1 top tower at the very least, so there is a bit more added value to committing that Doom.
It's not the biggest kill, but you are ramping up. And that should be the Midas Gold fully done for Napkin. He's going to be able to get this start on Doom going. And everything's coming around for Tiet. Alpha, it felt like they had a really good time in keeping Napkin down, but the moment you start jungling on Rises, well, it becomes a free lane for Napkin as well to ramp up. And for Alpha now, they do have the Blink coming out here on Soul. They need to play around a single target disable. Like, they've got Roar, they've got Blink Dragon Tail ready, they've got Sharpshooter ready to go on Wish, they've got some burst damage from a distance. They've got a lot of pressure they can apply. Monster is trying to split push bot a bit, with the Overlord at least. So you've got some ways of getting things done, but it does feel like Tiet's in a much more comfy spot. Like, their early output just feels a lot stronger with the SF the way it is right now. Dragonlance, Mom up, BKB next. Esk, I mean, he's got his full phase boots up, and I believe his Orb of Corrosion should be coming out as well. So his right clicks are ramping up. You tie that in with the value point in the presence of the Dark Lord. Heroes just melt when they're all playing together.
That they do. Mid lane, Esk does get a chains out onto Tiger. Wish, gonna be chased out. Sunset will go for a Walrus Punch, but he is pretty far out by himself, so the overgrowth is gonna be committed by Tiger, and eventually they do at least get Sunset. Now Alpha, I think, gonna be very happy that they just threw a life away there for no reason. For Theus, you've got to be somewhat cautious not to overextend and start throwing the game back the way of Alpha. Because with the start you've had, it'd be a real shame to just give Alpha a chance back into this game 1.
Yeah, you don't want to bleed out that momentum, because Alpha can also hit this really good mid-game spike. We've seen what Ursus can do with just Battle Fury, Blink BKB. It's more than enough to have a lot of impact. Monster, he's been free farming for a long time now, recovering after that rough laning start. In fact, he's ahead of net worth in comparison to Esk. He's just had that much room to build up. And once that Overlord is up, well, you're not going to have a solution coming out from your Doom anymore. He's still constantly shoving in bot with no one to respond to him. There is a smoke play coming out from Tiet at the least. They do have Doom ready to go with a blink up already on Napkin here.
Well, Sunset was trying to go onto Wish, but that's not going to work out. Tiger going to be fine to walk out himself, and Theus, they look a little bit lost with this smoke. Not much vision for them to actually see where Alpha are at the moment. Hoping that Soul does move into the mid lane, but Soul's being very cautious himself. Maybe that power rune timing might be it. And it does spawn bot, but they just jump in. They will not hesitate. They want the Dragon Knight, and it seems like they will get away with killing off the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, the smoke does pay off in the end. Just baiting a bit with a power rune. They didn't have to expend the Doom as well, and now they can go for a Roche. With the output of Lamey being what it is, it wouldn't take them too long. Alpha, they do have Overgrowth, no Blink on Tiger, so he's going to have to run up, and there's no vision watching that pit. Just going to be able to take it.
Yeah, when they even pop the freezing field, just not messing around. They don't want to give a chance for Alpha to come in. They're going to be Roshan for free.
And like you mentioned, like what Panda told us earlier as well, neither team has managed to take Roche.
There you
do
go.
have a quicker Roche, right? Well, sub 15-minute Roche, nice and fast. I expected Alpha to go for that as they have the Ursa, but just not able to. Then again, you don't really have any follow-up items beyond the Battle Fury yet on Rises. Can't really commit. They have managed to take a tier 2 bot for their trouble though. And I believe Monster should have his full Overlord rather soon with the Vlad's already up and running. So they are shrinking the map a bit. Need to take care of that mid-tier 1 to really have a good grasp in the match right now. Esk?
Esk is pretty far. Thing is, he does have his team behind him, so a bit of confidence here from the Ember not to get caught. Classic Beastmaster stuff here with Alpha, just forcing one lane out. Not allowing Theath to feel comfortable across the map, especially with this Aegis up. Theath will just go to the other side of the map though, maybe start pressuring the top tier 2 tower instead. Alpha, they're the ones that need to have an answer to all this, and I suppose the answer is still Rises on the Ursa, who is doing a decent job keeping up in farm. Just a little bit behind the SF, only about 400 gold, and just about 1k gold behind the Doom, so really not too far behind at all. And again, Theath need to be very cautious not to give away back for Alpha to come back in this game. And again, Rises, he could take off in the right team fight. In fact, it might be coming soon because it looks like they do want to try and at least pressure the tier 2 top tower, maybe force a defense out from Alpha. And on the other hand of things, like Alpha's already gotten the bottom tier 2 tower, so they could certainly afford to try for a fight if it does come to it. And in fact, Theath are the ones that back off.
Very cautious play coming out from Tiet, showing a lot of respect towards Alpha. There is that blink up on Rises, so our Ursa can jump on top and just melt any hero it wants to rather quick now. And pings are coming out from mid. Slow and steady shove, not a full committal out from Alpha. They send Tiger to clear out top, but only so much that your Treant can do. And again, with a steady damage from Lamey, tier 2 will kind of equalize map control eventually. Forced to pop that Fortify as well. So I think in this case you're in a pretty good spot for tier. Your mid still stands somehow. You're getting this free damage up on the top tier 2. You've got a nice ward to watch that top jungle. You're forcing Alpha to play pretty far away. At the same time, Alpha might be able to just wait out this BKB timing on Rises before forcing out anything else. And Solt's already chipping away at the tier 3 here by himself.
He shouldn't be able to get away with this, but he is. Nobody actually TPs back to defend either, which is the worst part. He could have got more damage off had he wished to. Esk will eventually show up on the Ember. I mean, you could try to do the exact same thing on Theath's end and just push the top lane, but again, they are a little bit more cautious. Even with the Aegis up, not willing to risk anything. Bottom lane, however, looks like they have eventually caught that Ember. Still going to be fine to run it back towards his team. But Alpha are kind of sending a message. It's like, hey, you guys have to come back down bot lane.
Yeah, they've got to get a handle on this split push out from Alpha. And that's where their lineup can shine. You've got Beastmaster, you've got DK. You've got the Treant to stall out the opposing push as well. And constantly heal up once you've got room in. You're building into the point where you will have that blink up on Tiger as well. So you've got the blink in Overgrowth for these team fights on top of that. For Tiet's end, they've got the BKB on Napkin with the blink and the Midas. So you should be able to just get a big priority target and pin them down. I'd say you'd probably want to just jump Rises, prevent him from using any of his spells, take away the impact that his own BKB might have, and Tiet, they're smoking up with those items up.
Wish is in perfect position to break the smoke, but they'll make the jump in with the Ember. Eventually Wish should drop, but he is still evading a lot of hits here with the Scurry, buying a bit of time for his team to try and make their way over. But they will not. So mid-tier 2 tower it is. Problem is, the bottom tier 3 tower was still being forced in just a little bit, but never mind that, because Eska's going to move in and find another target. Chains out onto Tiger, and that's going to be the Treant Protector to drop now.
That's actually a really big kill to get. You take away Overgrowth, you take away your next wide AoE stun outside of Bushwhack, and you take away the healing on the objective. So you got a good way of just clearing out that tier 2. Apply some pressure. No one from Alpha's actually looking to keep that bot shoved. I think at this point you just maybe opt for the split push game while waiting for those BKBs and try to stall as much as possible with your supports. The Aegis does expire though, so you don't have that safety net anymore for the side of Tiet. And you get the best possible neutral item as well for Lamy. He has a Grove Bolt coming up, so he's going to be feeling great in the middle of these fights as well.
Excellent. Well, that's a tier 2 mid tower now, being focused down. Alpha, all they can really do is just hand the living armor over to that tower and give it more and more defense, but that's about it. It seems to be working though, because Theath, they don't feel too confident sticking around for the tier 2. In fact, there's going to be a counter smoke out from Alpha. We'll try to move in, see what target they can find. Seems like a bit of an obvious smoke here from Alpha though, and Theath have read the movement. So Alpha, they're going to try and focus on that mid-tier 1 tower. I mean, you kind of may as well. It's still an objective you can take.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that they will.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Theath, not interested in a fight.
Just keep farming up. I think they're confident in how well they can probably just kite around Rises despite him having his key items up. Might get collapsed on here. Good forward vision for Alpha to force the fight in this area if they want to.
Here we go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just run back.
Radiant's courier
There's your smoke up.
killed.
That was under vision from Alpha, so they're very well aware that Roshan is happening. Excuse me, rather the smoke is happening. Napkin on the front lines. We'll find Tiger. Soul is going to be there to try and back him up. Tiger will just drop it. Does get the overgrowth off just in the nick of time. They actually found Napkin on the Doom, so it's a decent start for Alpha. Finding a very positive trade their way. And now Soul, where he just wants to keep going for more. He finds Sunset on the Tusk. A great bushwhack connecting on 3, but the problem is Lamy's just given it to it. And everybody else from Alpha, they just ran.
And he backed off pretty hard. No BKB on Rises. No Enrage, so he's not keen to jump back in with that blink. They just play it safe. Cut their losses. Overall, not the worst thing to sacrifice. You get more than you lose there for Alpha. And just prevent them from trying to play around that Doom. Thing is, when you respawn with that Doom, you've got Doom up. You can still look to make a play here on Tiet's end. Alpha, I mean, they're still constantly shoving in bot. And they are getting that build up on Rises. He's going for a Basher next. I'd say you'd want maybe a couple Force Staffs here on the side of Alpha. Once you do have a couple of Force Staffs, we've seen what you can do. You can help your Ursa not get kited around. You can try to kite around Napkin. You can try to drag Lamy closer and closer to your team to kind of just wail on him. Speaking of Lamy, Lamy is working towards the butterfly. Ursa's going to have to find a way to kind of deal with that. Going for an MKB is one way. I suppose a Bloodthorn can kind of provide the same effect if you wanted to go that route as well. Either one kind of works. MKB probably is really good. Probably more favorable on the Ursa for that attack speed. Roche still a bit of a longer timer here, Mike. 2.5 minutes. So they've got time on both sides to think, and another smoke out from Alpha.
Yeah, they're going to try something. Alpha, who's the target? Bushwhack's going to be off the mark. Soul is not able to get in the blink range to get the stun off, and now Theath, seeing them, wanted the fight, but won't be willing to go too far for it. Back to the high ground they go. Alpha, start pushing in mid lane, but Theath are right behind them. Get very cautiously waiting as there's going to be another smoke to be popped. Here we go again. S could be a great target if they could catch him. Dragon Tail's there. S not reacting fast enough, and oh, they are
Oh,
grouped
man.
up. Oh, that's a lot of damage. They ran right in, right into the fire. Still Monster is going to go down. Napkin able to secure one. This SF is still trying to get to work. Napkin still dealing with Soul, and Soul may just go down and does do so. Napkin able to secure the kill. In fact, Tiger also goes down.
Been killed.
I mean, a great start to the fight, but the follow-up's just not there. Like, they just can't deal with this SF.
It just ends up being a 3-for-3 with a buyback on Tiath. Maybe anticipating that Roche would be a quick respawn. Unfortunately, it is not. We saw Napkin get the Doom off, but the Roar was already out. It looked like a good start for Alpha. They got the 2-3-man bushwhack, which was massive. Just, they're not really able to just come in and do the damage with Rises just yet. Like, he's playing a lot more cautiously. He's backing off after Enraged is gone, after his BKB's down, and just kind of plays it safe. I appreciate that discipline coming out from Alpha. At the same time, it does feel like you need to take a few risks when you're a little bit behind like this. You see an advantage, you should try to jump on it.
Here we go. Tiger gets caught out, rises to... Oh, he jumps to the low ground. Oh, he misses out on S. That's a shame. That's a real shame. I don't think that was the idea because he kind of had the Ember.
Yeah, it would have been a massive kill if they found that. Mr. Mark, and now with Roche respawning, it's a big opportunity for Tia. Just go in and again do the damage that they have with Lamy. Free Shard's going to be massive as well for Lamy to have with that Necromancer. That Fear is actually the most obnoxious thing. Swear to goodness, that SF Shard is just... Why? Why do you get to do that?
Why not?
It's just... It's so obnoxious to play against. You know, it's just like, hey, he comes out, he hits you once, you can't do anything, you're dead in the next hit. Or next 2 hits.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, okay. Nice hero.
I mean, SF was a dead hero for how many years? Give him a break, John.
We've seen him a little bit on and off in some cases, right? Sometimes.
Oh, yeah, like 1% of the time, maybe?
Yeah. I think that was more than adequate,
Oh.
in my opinion. Butterfly fully up now as well, so
Yeah.
you don't have a solution just yet on the side of Alpha. No Bloodthorn, no MKB coming out yet, so he's got a lot of room. This guy's basically unkillable.
It does feel that way. I mean, he is literally unkillable, John. He's 9-0-5 at the moment. Tiger.
Dire's middle tower is under
Well, that'll be the mid-tier 2 tower gone. Soul getting tipped here by Sunset. And, yeah, no contest. They are trying to push down the bot lane. At least buy a bit of time for themselves, but it's, you kind of question how much they can get done here. At the very least, they are forcing Theath back a little bit.
has been killed.
Back towards that Radiant jungle they go. Do they find anyone? Any stragglers, perhaps?
Alpha's playing pretty disciplined. Have a good ward to see where Lamy's at as well. And they managed to just get a little bit of room out for Rises to get some farm. Soul as well, kind of building up. Going for the
Radiant's top tower is under
Manta
attack.
style BKB, it looks like. Onto the... Oh, no, it switches onto the Ag. So once the Black Dragon should allow a little bit more push. That's where I think Alpha just fell a bit flat. I mean, they've shoved in bot so much, but they haven't been able to commit to anything. You still have outer towers for Tia. It's like your push strat isn't quite having that impact here yet.
Top tower is under attack.
It gives us a chance to bring up our betting partners, of course, esportsbets.io. Believe it was Alpha that were the favorites going into this matchup here against Theath. Theath have proven those odds completely wrong, at least in game number 1. Alpha just
Radiant's top
not
tower
looking
is under attack.
like they're coordinating well together, that's for sure. And, well, now the bot tier 2 tower is going to be under siege. Lamy's going to have no issues with that.
Has fallen.
Of course, the tier 1 top tower does go down,
Tower is under
but
attack.
you're getting to that point where you've got to start thinking about high ground now as Theath. Like, you've still got 2 minutes on the Aegis. You pointed out the butterfly that's there for Lamy. He's currently unkilled in this game. And he's going to feel rather unkillable right now with that butterfly evasion. In fact, he even has the Elven Tunic to add to that. So here we go. Onto the high ground.
Can still get threatened by magic damage at least, so the fireball gonna be able to push them back a bit. One could say, Mike, Alpha's not feeling very alpha.
Oh. Terrible.
I cracked myself up.
That was terrible, Jonathan.
Oh, they find a tier 2 at the very least, so Alpha do make progress on the map just by virtue of Monster playing Beastmaster and split pushing. So some good news coming out from Alpha. Does allow a little bit more room to kind of play around. Tiet is looking for a smoke though, but they don't quite have forward vision outside of that one ward below the tier 3 down bot. So not going to have the clearest shot into someone. Though anyone that dips outside the farm is probably dead here.
Yeah. Tiger.
Ooh.
Move in. Leaf was spotted for a moment. Sunset decides to Walrus Punch a creep instead. Shard's going to block Tiger in. Tiger's going to... that Ogre Sill Totem out of there.
Used Overgrowth as well.
Oh!
So that's a pretty big spell just to bail out.
You know, I can feel fear in the green room right now, giving that stare. You know the stare I'm talking about?
Yeah, but what's he staring at?
He's staring at the screen, John. The screen that's playing this this Dota game right now, and I can tell... I feel like he's thinking something in particular, because there's been a couple mistakes, to say the least.
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit back and forth. 12k lead up for Tiet. They've had a good spot. They've had Aegis, but it's going to expire now. You could say Alpha did a good job of stalling, or Tiet just couldn't find an opening. There are several arguments and ways to kind of explain what's happening here. It does feel like that Alpha is split pushing in a way that they shouldn't really be allowed to. Like Monster's just basically keeping them in the game by shoving in top, while go shoving in bot. And Tiet just, they've gone for a couple of smokes, haven't really found anyone to punish. The side of Alpha as well, I mean, they don't have any initiative themselves outside of split push. Although with the MKB up on Rises, this could be your solution to that SF issue.
Could be. Wait and see, Alpha.
Radiant are scanning.
Still just defending high ground for now, not out of this game yet. They'll smoke up as 5. All lanes are pushed out so they can afford to pop this smoke and see what they can find. Currently, Theather has 4, so they are lacking the Ember Spirit at the moment. So perhaps it is going to be an advantageous team fight to take here for Alpha. Thea still just holding high ground though, underneath their own vision. Wish going to be targeted by Sunset. In they go after that Hoodwink, and it seems like he is just going to melt. But now he's not live. But no, Napkin finds him. Rise is in huge trouble as well. He'll try to play onto Lamy, but he just ends up going down. And now the chase is on. Sol still running, still trying. Meanwhile, Monster just barely gets out. Can't say the same for Tiger. He is going to drop.
Oh, man.
You didn't sound too happy, John. What happened?
That was just so weird. They blinked in together. All the cores went in. Soul had his BKB up, but Rises didn't. He got feared, pops his BKB after, doesn't have lifesteal for the fight, so he's just dead.
And now, speaking of dead, there goes 2. Sol and Wish are gone. Basically a full team wipe. The only survivor being Monster here on the Beastmaster. And that'll be your tier 3 bottom tower to drop. Maybe even a secondary Rax. Hell, maybe even a third, quite frankly. Because they don't have any way of dealing with this SF.
Nah, they have nothing left, even on the respawns. BKBs are going to come off fairly soon, at the least. On the respawn of R2 cores, the DK and the Ursa. But with the damage output right now from Lamy, I mean, these objectives just, you know, there's just not much stopping you from getting everything down. You've got the 15 talent up as well. They're trying to be annoying onto Lamy at least, but it might pay for the life. Napkin just on the hunt. Still has the Doom available, by the way, and has the gold to buy out the Ags. Doesn't even feel necessary at this point.
Rises, that's a very aggressive jump in, sir, but Theath are going to give him a bit of mercy and back out of there. Felt like one of those jumps in where you could have turned. You had Doom available.
Yeah, it looked like an opportunity for Tiet, but they showed some appreciation for Alpha and maybe the fact that Alpha could try to turn this one around with their single target control. Roar is back up, Dragon Tail, Blink is there. Overgrowth was back up in Tiger as well. So they don't take chances. You remember, both of these teams have been struggling in the DPC. They want to find a win.
Yeah.
Neither side wants to give the other side an advantage because, hey, you might be able to stay in the DPC if you find this win. You know, after a slow first week, this is where you start to get those points back and hope to keep your slot at Div 1.
I love your optimism, John. Yes, there's that Ags you talked about. Chains are there. Now Napkin more than happy to move in. Doesn't doom himself with the Ags. He just dooms the Beastmaster. I mean, to be fair, the Ags was still in the courier, so that's why. Onto the Ursa. In fact, never mind the Ursa. No, they are going after the Ursa. I thought they might go after Soul instead. Not the case, but Rises does get 4-staffed out. Sunset, in with a snowball going very deep. Is going to get stunned up and might just be dead on the tusk.
All right, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You get a little bit chase happy sometimes, and the buybacks there. No. Oh,
Soul's going to jump in. They're on the SF. That's the primary target you want. Oh, Satanic's popped. He needs to hit though.
oh my God.
Oh, here we go. S. He's going to back off. Rises is going to get jumped on, but where's the backup? The rest of the team is running. Sunset gets left alone. And eventually will drop.
Okay.
9.
Dire's middle tower.
Tiger. Yeah, going to get the root off. 9 still trying to force stuff out. Chase is on. Soul will land the stun. That is suddenly 3 down for the side of Thea.
That's a cool trick. Tia getting a little bit baited by Alpha and just getting punished. Again, a few things just not lining up. Early on, the earlier fight down mid, the Doom coming out without the Ags could have landed a few more kills for Tia. Could have given them control. Alpha find this opportunity now to go Roche. They've gotten Ursa. This doesn't take long. Free Ags blessing as well.
Oh my.
So you get everything you could possibly ask for. Ags goes to Rises. He's going to be keeping it. So he's got the Enrage while disabled. It's going to be a little bit harder to pin this guy down now. Although it does look like he passed it on. Yeah, he passed it to Soul instead. So Black Dragon form up and running. It's still a difficult game for Alpha, don't get me wrong. I mean, they're down to 1 tier 4. One messy fight can still give Tia the win, but Alpha are still in the game. They're not completely out. They've still got this really solid single target control. They're online with Rises. He can do the damage in the middle of these fights now. And if Lamy's a bit too far forward, their only real save is Snowball from Sunset. He has been going a little bit more forward as well, trying to set up for the team. So once this SF is isolated in a vacuum, it just falls apart. And that is something that you will have to respect. The Ursa does still hit pretty hard here, Mike.
He certainly does. And suddenly Alpha are back in this game. Mid lane. They've got the Abyssal Blade up now, so a guaranteed stun for the Ursa to set up with. They still have an 89% win probability in this game, number 1, and that is probably based off the fact that they have 2 Raxes up. Alpha, though, looking confident to try and force a fight, and Theath are the ones that need to play more defensively, though I say that. They will just commit, you know, a Walrus Punch for the Hawk. Fair enough. I hate Hawks too.
Why do you hate Hawks, Mike?
I don't know, they fly around, they're all majestic, they give too much vision. You know?
I suppose. Do you prefer kookaburras? Is that your is that what
That
you
is the worst pronunciation.
how does one pronounce this
Kookaburra.
word? Kookaburra.
Kookaburra. Like,
Kookaburra.
yeah. Although I shouldn't talk about pronunciation because people, yesterday when we were casting Thea, or was it the day before, they kept making fun of me saying tiger. Because they thought it was, you know,
Yeah.
liquid tiger.
Yeah.
Well, and he was, well, hold on a minute because they are jumping in right now. Never mind, they're fine. So they thought it was EU Tiger, and then EU Tiger was actually in the chat, memeing with them about me pronouncing Tiger as Tiger. But that's how I actually pronounce it.
It's all right, Mike. You're Australian. You have an excuse, I suppose.
Because if I say Tiger, it just sounds a bit forced, doesn't it, John?
Yeah, no, it's not natural. That sounds very un-Australian of you. We wouldn't want that, Mike.
No.
Have fun with your kookaburras. Do they land in your home? I've seen videos of them just visiting people's homes, you know?
Yeah, they do that.
Beautiful.
They're very annoying.
Do you have any names for your friendly kookaburras?
I'm not friends with them. They're
Why
my
not?
enemy.
Why are they your enemy? They're the one animal that doesn't look like they want to kill you.
Because with the casting schedule that we always have, we're always up late at night, and when I try to go to sleep, you hear those bastards all day just laughing at you from the trees.
Just think of them as me laughing at you while you try to sleep.
I
you know?
do. That's what pisses me off more.
What a lovely image, Mike. I'm happy that they hang around your house.
I'm glad you are. It's not much that makes you happy these days.
Definitely not, Mike. It grows smaller and smaller, that list of happiness.
Yeah.
What can you do?
What can you do?
You hit 30 this year.
Dire's
I hit
top
30
tower
this year,
is
and
under
well,
attack.
it's all done. I'm over. It's done. It's over.
Did you say I hit 30 this year?
I hit 30. I don't know. My command of
Radiant's
English, you know,
middle tower
is
is
not
under
good.
attack.
Mid lane. Tiger. He's alright. Esk. Gonna just back off.
Radiant
1 minute,
are
10
scattered.
seconds left for this Aegis to expire on Rises, and they haven't really found any way of kind of using it. Meanwhile, Sol has the Axe Blessing, so he's an Ancient Black Dragon now. He's a big boy. Esk just messing around with the Gleipnir in the mid lane. And we're going to have a pause to come out.
I have a circumstance here, Mike.
What's that, John?
What if the game plan now for Alpha is to stall until we hit 60 minutes and look for a Giant's Ring?
And for the Dragon Knight?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess so.
I mean, not that it will necessarily win them the game, but the fact that the model's so big, it might just shock and awe Tiet from just doing anything, and thereby disabling them without casting a spell, thereby being the strongest visual effect in the game.
Very good point. That's about the highest tier analysis we can expect from you, John.
Perchance, yes. Exactly it. Or you could get Giant's Ring on Doom. That could be nice as well.
That is
A gigantic Doom versus a gigantic DK. I would love to see that.
Yeah.
It's like a kaiju movie.
It'd be very, very
Dire's
good.
top tower is under attack.
Alpha.
Oh.
They get jumped on. Sol, he's there with the Dragon Stun out on, but there's a snowball out. They had the Doom for a moment. Rises are still sticking around, looking for that opportunity, and now the overgrowth. Uh-oh, Theath are kind of melting here, but there's a big Requiem out from Lamy. He's going to try and trade back. Esk moves in as well.
Oh, the Aegis expired?
Oh, and it expires. Rises, the timing. Sometimes that's not it, and he's got no buyback. So GG is probably going to be called in just a moment. Everything just kind of goes wrong for Alpha at that last second, and well, that's it. GG is called. They have no way of defending. Theath, against the odds, have pulled off game number 1 victory.
Yeah, definitely against the odds, as we saw those odds from esportsbet.io. And they did favor Alpha by quite a fair bit. Tiet, they play really well. You know, they play this aggressive lineup quite nicely. The split push was coming out from Alpha. Again, the same story that we saw from the last series. The Beastmaster ran off to a bit of a slower start, so it didn't get to apply pressure with the DK push that much. And it feels like that's key. The off lane, in this case, if you have this split push kind of lineup, it has to really get running for you to get that early advantage.
Absolutely. It was a great game number 1, and I'm sure, I know there's one man on the panel that's going to be very, very happy after watching this game number 1, and that's Fear. Let's head over back to that panel to see the big smile that Fear's going to have on his face.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are back here after game 1, which Theath Gaming went through. And Fear, you are happy. DK, right? Wonderful hero. You're a platinum level DK, right? So aren't you excited to have seen that game on DK?
It was a very exhilarating game. I was very happy to see it and watch
Totally
DK.
agree.
DK, it's one of those heroes that does DK things. They won the lane, and then afterwards it's like, well, what do we really accomplish all across the map? Made even worse, T-Panda, by the fact that your off lane is this Beastmaster that got off to one of the rockiest starts ever again. 2 games, 2 series back-to-back, where first phase Beastmaster, yeah, this is not the play, it seems.
Yeah, I think Alpha were making a bit of mistakes in the bottom lane, considering what the matchup is going to be and how do we execute the best lane for Beastmaster. If we're forced to fight, okay, SF and Tusk, what are their strengths? Armor, HP, and damage. Who do you focus first? Well, if you get the chance, you go for the SF. Wrong. They go for the Tusk, and they failed 3-4 times in a row, and it did not work. And basically just led into a situation where your SF is already 5 kills ahead. He's getting very fast into the game, into a godlike spree. Who's stopping this guy? I mean, somebody call the cops or something, because this guy is just running away with like pure larceny. That lane should have been a bit more balanced, but it was completely uneven.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think right now, like this Beastmaster first phase, not having a lot of success. We did talk about it. I'm going to keep highlighting it. Beast is a hero that cannot lose its lane. You got to be super confident in your laning right now and to pull this hero off. And fortunately, Widge and Monster have not been showing off the most impressive laning results so far.
Yeah.
Even the game versus Shopify Rebellion, that was kind of like their weak link in a lot of ways. So like, maybe it's not time to bust up the Beastmaster this early against a team that's probably you're on par with skill with, right? So like, I was really impressed by like, you know, the Shadow Fiend and seeing Lamy. He went ham. He might just be the MVP, probably is. But also, like, DK, we saw some problems. Like, Monster, he was off to a really bad start. He's not going to do the damage. This hero doesn't really show up. And then you pick a DK, if you compare him to, like, your Tusk, your Tinies, Mid, these heroes do a sizable amount of damage. And normally that's a little bit of extra damage from your Pos 4 that comes in that cleans them up. But DK can stun the Ember all he wants. You can hit him with a Sharpshooter. He's still walking away with, like, 50% of his health. Just not enough damage.
Exactly, and like what we talked about already in the draft about Monster and Wish, if they have like two heroes that don't necessarily have to work in unison, that didn't also work out. That was just wishful thinking.
Very wishful thinking.
Very wishful thinking. What is not wishful thinking is thinking that Lema is going to be the MVP for this one because 13, 1 in 10, tons of gold coming out of him. All the right itemization as well, given the relative matchups that he had on the other side. I mean, look at what he ended up building here. I mean, he very early on goes for this Manta style, knowing that he's playing up against the kind of heroes he's playing up against, a DK on the other side in particular, a Beastmaster. Well, you can't roll the right target if you don't know where the target is. Then he gets this butterfly. And once he got this butterfly, Panda really felt like it was over at that point, right? Because Risers just did not have the farm to really catch up properly. And there were a couple of instances where it's like, once Risers gets on top of the SF, there was some damage coming out, but those moments were few and far between throughout this entire game.
Yeah, the only time they killed him was when he was in the enemy high ground all by himself, 1 versus 5. Like, that's the only time you're going to kill that guy. But up until that point, I mean, how do you actually kill this Shadow Fiend? It felt like that was the biggest issue they had all game long. Like, the last phase, Shadow Fiend just surprised them off the board. They put them into the safe lane. Safe lane carry works out nicely. Win your matchup, win everything after that. And, I mean, all I have to say is when I'm looking at my laptop screen right now, I mean, if we can get the camera close up on this, like, this is literally all you're going to get out of this is pure stonks.
Stonks on the rise right now for Theath Gaming. Before this, like you mentioned, they had not actually managed to take any Roshan a single time. Now they've got 2 Roshans in this game. To be fair, Alpha did manage to take one back because there was a moment where it was a bit throwy, let's be honest, but they managed to clean it up and Theath Gaming secure themselves this game 1 victory. And that's their first map win that they've been able to accrue so far here on the NA DPC. The question is, can they make this a 2-0 sweep? Or are we going to have another close series like we had on our first day, where it's going to go to the full 3 games. It's now really back in Alpha Gaming's court to try and figure that out, and I hope that they can make it as exciting as humanly possible. We'll find out together if that's going to be the case after a short break when we get into the second game, the second draft, and potentially the end of the day of Dota. Stick with us, find out if that's going to happen in just a moment. Welcome back, one and all, to the North American DPC. We are in our second series of the day, here in the second day of week number 2, and we are witnessing the side of Alpha taking on Theath Gaming. Both of these teams at the very bottom of the barrel in terms of the overall standings, both of them in search for their first ever win here in the North American DPC. We're in game 2, and Theath Gaming, they've gotten their first map win. So the question is, can they get their first? That is their first map win. Like, you know, Stonk's on the rise. They're doing some good stuff here. The question is now, will they be able to get their first series win? And part of the issue and part of the problem, Panda, is that these two teams are still relatively evenly matched. Yes, it was a victory for the side of Theath Gaming, but it was very clearly an outdraft, right? And they played the draft properly and were able to get good results out of it. So what happens if the draft is more even? Or, God forbid, what happens if Alpha is the one with the superior draft?
Anything can happen, right? I mean, outdrafting is probably half of the game, right, at this point. You feel like if you can get the picks that you're very comfortable with, and your opponent might feel intimidated about last pick going through, or at some point of the game they've realized that, did we actually answer this hero properly? Like, you see the SF coming into the last phase, that's going to be a bit of a surprise that, okay, we have to adapt and we have to adjust. But in the end, I've seen some really good drafts also fail horribly because of execution. So I just want to see the laning stage just being much more active from Alpha. I want to see Wish and Monster pop off. I think that's a huge key ingredient that they're missing.
I mean, definitely. I think I mentioned before that they're really struggling as like a duo. We watched a game where we're playing Snapfire plus Mars. They kept using the cookie on the Mars, but you know, Monster wasn't on the same page and was getting cookied in the opposite direction. And it's like you could just tell like the teamwork isn't quite there. Maybe because one player is American, the other one's South American. Maybe like the chemistry isn't there, but they needed to get it together and get it together quick for this next series.
Well, the next draft is available for us right now, so we'll be finding out if they have managed to get it together, get something easier to execute, or at the very least, something that allows them to play the game of Dota past the laning phase. We are into it. I do not want to see a DK. I do not want to see a first phase Beastmaster. I want to, you know what they should be doing? They should actually take a page right now out of the Wildcard Gaming book. Go just click on the Dota buff of Shopify Rebellion, pick heroes in that order, win the game. It'll be fine.
Yeah, but apparently you can also make picking Radiant as a side. You can make that work and win. So Alpha deciding to go for Radiant this time, maybe they want a piece of that magic as well. These are the two teams that will consistently and always pick Radiant if they have the chance for it. First pick or second pick. This time we see 2 second pick choices and Theath deciding to go for the latter. We'll see if they can surprise themselves or surprise Alpha maybe in this case. Maybe themselves as well with like, oh guys, this is actually great for us.
So you wanted Alpha to have a winning lane in the off lane, right, for Monster and Wish. So far, even in games where the Rubik has lost, we have not seen Rubik lose the laning phase.
How do you lose the lane with Rubik? I don't know. Like, I don't want to curse them here or anything, but they're already off to a good start and winning their lane. Just need to, I mean, you can pick anything with this, I suppose. I don't mind if it's a ranged hero. Melee is what you normally want to go for because Rubik, yeah, he does have a stun, but oftentimes you see that used in a defensive manner where you kind of want your offlaner to initiate first, and hopefully Rubik steals some spells and dishes out the damage and doesn't really put himself in a position where he can get jumped on.
Yeah, absolutely. Theath Gaming, they'll respond initially with this tiny hero. We've seen this hero be extremely versatile. It's been played mid, it's been played support. I doubt it's going to be debuted in the off lane here, but anything is possible at this point in time. Napkin is still trying to find his winning hero, right? I mean, he was able to get the W out of this Doom. So we'll see what this lane is going to be, what the duo will be. And it's going to be the tiny Death Prophet. I imagine that this is going to be the off lane, or do you think this is going to be the mid hero?
I think it's the off lane. That's probably going to be the off lane because Napkin's already played a couple games of DP. 9 has 3 games of Tiny as well on the +4, but always you can still flex it around if you want to put it into the mid, which we haven't actually seen a lot of mid Tiny in the last few games, but it's an option. I think Napkin and 9, you've already got a core and a support picked up in your first phase, makes a lot of sense. Leave open that second phase basically for another support pick, and since they have the second pick as well, they basically just get they get 15 if I remember correct, so they get to respond with Alpha's double and get themselves a good core matchup, and then they also get the last pick of the draft, so I think they're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, right now we've seen this Death Prophet hero a lot. Like, it's not really popping off with kills. Most all the games we watch, it's pretty stable. Doesn't die too much. Doesn't get too many kills either. But one thing it is incredibly good at is, like, you can't counter this hero straight up in the lane quite easily. We have yet to see someone, like, make sure this DP can't even lane. And we're going to see Alpha pick up the Ember Spirit super early on here. And this hero, traditionally, we saw Dendi. He actually picked the DP into the Ember Spirit and kind of crushed him, right? It's a really good matchup for the Death Prophet. So a little bit, and obviously you have the silence there too, right? Which Ember doesn't want to play against. Kind of like, I don't know, like that pick doesn't really counter what they're seeing. You normally use that pick for something a little stronger, especially to counter in the laning stage, but we'll see. It must be a comfort pick here for Alpha, and maybe they felt like in their last game that DK was not what they're looking for, and they want to secure a more meta mid in this draft.
I mean, right now, I think it's the prime. I think it's what you mentioned, right? There's a comfort pick because at the end of the day, Soul has played a lot of Ember. It's got 48 matches, 63% win rate on this. So
Yeah.
definitely one of its more comfort heroes. It was just like, guys, last game it didn't really go so well on this DK. Give me something I can do stuff with after the laning phase.
He had a pretty interesting build as well in the game against 5-Rat 4 stuff. I can guess that was a pretty stompy game. It ended up 5-18 in favor of 5-Rat, but he went from face boots to mail into Yules, and then plate mail, and then the game was over. So I'm curious about this Yules pickup. Is that something that he
like
traditionally builds on December?
It's like a budget BKB. If things are going bad and you really need to spell a silence, like DP silence, you get the Yules right away if you feel like you can't afford that BKB. But that's like not an ideal situation. It doesn't really set your item build up for like the late game monster where you get the Ags, eventually they're fresh, or 2 BKBs. That's where you want to be. But like if you're really struggling, you got to do what you got to do.
And hopefully it doesn't end up in that situation. Obviously, you want to get a lot of impact on this hero, deal a lot of damage. That's what Ember is basically made for. Fight, fight, fight is his theme and motto. Now, they banned out the Shadow Fiend on the side of Alpha. I think that was
Some PTSD. there.
PTSD. Yeah, that's a respect ban right there.
Yep. We don't actually see that many of these respect bans anymore, right? People are much more strategic about what they're banning, unless you have like a monstrous performance like we saw in game number 1. So glad to see that removed. However, something interesting, gentlemen. Not only has Beastmaster not been addressed at all in the second phase, the only Zoo heroes that have been taken are Nature's Prophet and the Broodmother. Neither of these teams play the OP one, which I think is the Lycan at this point in time. So that kind of limits what's possible for them in the drafting phase. Did they play Lycan?
Monster.
Monster did play Lycan.
Speaking
Yeah,
of
I forgot,
monstrous
I forgot.
performances,
Yeah.
We're going to need Monster to get one of those this game for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, like, he might be able to see his matchup potentially, but unlikely. I think there's no way they're giving him last pick, right? Probably not. All right, he's not going to see his matchup.
CM Frostbite versus the Ember. We've seen this for the 3rd or the 4th time already. Pretty
Yeah, it's
solid
good.
scenario to pick it.
Yeah, Frostbite can easily set up DP Silence, Tiny Stun. It's definitely not a free game. I'm speaking of Monsters Hero, he's going to go for the Centaur Rubik. This is
Something
like
new.
so classic. You know, it's like Centaur Rubik, Shadow Demon Centaur. These are like the 2 heroes that I mainly see Centaur picked with. So it's not an easy lane by any means here, but DF
10
Gaming,
seconds remaining.
they did really well last game, even though their lane and paper
5
didn't seem
seconds
like good
remaining.
crush. They did it anyway, and I think that was just like an individual outplay. So we'll see if this gets bounced out a little bit.
CM has beaten this Ember Spirit twice so far. Played against it twice, played with it once, and every single time that's happened, it's been a W for the Crystal Maiden. So certainly, it seems like when the Crystal Maiden is in the game and Ember Spirit's in the game, be on the side that has the CM, and
Yeah.
you'll definitely come out aces on that one.
Question, actually. Pos
No.
5 Centaur.
Oh, I saw Puppy doing it a couple
yeah.
times. Right? I mean,
With the
This-
silencer, I think it's already a
Yeah,
good shout, but
nah.
there was like a small moment I was thinking like, could they? Because some teams have actually played it from time to time. It's
Yeah.
worked out. It's like the Pos 5 Tide, but you know, budget version of it. But yeah, go with the silencer. Want to make things more simple. At least this allows, like, every time they
5
catch the
seconds
Ember Spirit,
remaining.
you have a turnaround, basically. You have actually 2 turnarounds. You have Stampede to disengage, and then you have the Global Silence to just disrupt whatever Theoth is doing. So they're going to force to build BKBs, and you're going to need a Manta/BKB carrier for the side of Theoth as well. Anything from... Well, I don't think they're going to play Drow this game. Doesn't look like a really good Drow game, to be honest. But something on the lines of that. Like, they could go Slarks, Juggernauts. I don't think the Jog is even going to be like a fantastic pick. They go for the Invoker, actually, into the second phase. Is that a first Invoker in the second phase? I think it is.
This
I
is
think it might be
rare.
the first Invoker in the NA DPC. Let me just quickly take a look
All
at
right,
that.
so this hero used to bully Ember mid really hard, and that's back when Embers, you know, they were getting Flame Guard, but they evolved. They're like, what if I don't level Flame Guard and I spam Slide of Fist? Then you have a free lane, and it's pretty good. So what I could see them do, which I think still should win versus Ember, I'm not 100% sure on this one, but I think the Exort Invoker does win versus Ember mid.
Yeah.
But what's your setup for Sunstrikes? It's not particularly easy, but it's not bad either. Tiny can set up on one lane, and then the CM Frostbite. It's not the longest duration stuns in the early game, but it could work. If they go Quas Wex, I wouldn't be the biggest fan of that one, because Yeah, most people like to pick the Ember into the Quaswex Invoker because you can never burn his mana mid. He's always going to slight dodge it at some point. So
What I find interesting about this, though,
Different.
is that DF Gaming, though they picked the Invoker right now, they're the only team besides Shopify Rebellion to have banned this hero. 3 bans on this Invoker hero, so they clearly have a lot of respect for what the hero is capable of. But I wonder if that respect is actually going to be demonstrated in the game itself. One thing I do kind of like about the Ember, though, Panda, is that besides the roots on the Crystal Maiden, you at least now have a way to slow down the Stampede. Heroes are stampeding away, you hopefully just tornado them at some point in the game. It doesn't have to be super early, but it's something, right? And before they didn't have that many tools to deal with the Stampede.
Yeah, it does. It does slow down things, at least when you're going for the initiations, for sure. Still kind of looking for a pair up with this Invoker. If you do go for Quaswex, then you at least are able to slow down the pace of your opponents. It kind of hinders with the Ember Spare a little bit. He can still escape even if he's being hit by the Cold Snap, so there's always a guaranteed route out. But if you want to win the lane and you go for the exort damage, you will win the lane, or at least be able to cause a lot of damage, slow down this Ember Spare by doing damage, and also like scaling pretty well. You're also going for the Midas build up, so then you're relying a lot on these 3 others to do a lot of work for you. Sunstrike with Avalanche is currently, or Frostbite is currently their only combo that you have. So again, if you want to pair it up with a carry that's able to initiate, it's not if this Tiny isn't +1. I come back to this CK question once again. Like, you have some kind of single target stun lockdown that will help you build up with that damage from Sunstrike, and through that you can find yourself some kills pretty early on into the game. They're kind of soft targets. Silencer is actually pretty easy to kill. Rubik in the end is pretty easy to kill as well with that. So, you know, mind is processing with all these pop-up sounds.
yeah, I mean, like,
Having an
I
idea
feel like-
fear,
I
with
feel
the
like-
out of fear.
yeah. My idea is a little different than yours. Like, why is he talking so much about CK when there's a Faceless Void
I
in
was
the
about
pool?
to say, what about the Void?
Yeah,
Classic.
someone really wants to see CK today. Maybe you'll get it. It's not a bad CK game.
But Void is better.
Void's always better. Just, you know, this combination in the late game, you're one game away from getting a win. You feel pretty comfortable if you have a lineup of Faceless Void and Invoker. It's a classic combo. Silencer could deal with it a little bit, but we'll see here. They do have options. CK could be, Sven could be good. We always talk about that. Stun would be nice for them because Invoker, he doesn't have a stun. He's the deceptive hero. Even if you are your Space Maker mid, right? You just don't have a stun. Like, Cold Snap is not a stun. Tornado, it's annoying, but they're going to BKB and get out of it. I've seen too many Invoker lineups without a stun, like, kind of fall short because at some point that you get a Lotus Orb, Manta, BKB. There's so many things that can remove his, like, combination.
Well, there's not going to be a stun, and at the end of the day here, Panda, do you like this little bear here, you know? Obviously, we've seen the matchup between this Ursa and the Bloodseeker before, and it can be, it just depends on who gets off the mark first. And Lema, if he's able to play in the same way as last game, this could be one of those games where, you know, this Alacrity Ursa at some point can be really devastating in the midst of these fights, but
It can.
there's lack of setup still.
It does help up. He does gain benefit from Alacrity, yes. Not the best one with Alacrity. And I think I had a thought. Actually, I got the thought back. Almost lost it. So basically, the last time I saw a draft in DPC where they had 1 stun or less, they lost the early game pretty heavy, but they won the game in the end.
I mean, you can always itemize for stuns. Ursa, in a way, he can build his own initiation. He can buy the Blink, he can buy the Abyssal Blade, and if the Invoker does go Quaswex and has an okay laning stage, he can take care of the mid game. So items, net worth, they solve all your problems. There's pretty much no item in Dota you can't buy to solve the weakness of your draft.
All right, Dean of Dota, very quickly, which team has the passing draft in your opinion?
I mean, I think Lamy's just on a roll right now. Last pick Ursa, pretty free Ursa game as usual. I think he's just going to take it away.
All right, and Panda, what do you think? Are we getting a 2-0 at long lost in one of these lower matches, or are we going to another Game 3 tonight?
I trust Alpha. I feel like they're hungry. They don't want to let this one slide. They know what's at stake. They have to get a victory, basically, against TF, if against anybody. Let's go Alpha.
Let's go Alpha. Let's go another game number 3 here in the North American DPC. It's been a lopsided affair for many games, but today it seems like it's a much more competitive day of Dota 2. Let us find out, though, if this is going to be a 2-0 or if we go to Game 3 once more and we have our wonderful duo of the Monster Mike, the Madman himself, and as well as the Jabbering John. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much. Now we do get into it. Game number 2 between Alpha and, of course, the side of Theath. I almost forgot what Theath's name was, John. They have such a hard name to pronounce. You can't quite blame me. You heard Fear. He seems to be on the side of Theath now. He switched sides. T-Panda seems to think Alpha still have got it to force till game number 3. What do you think?
I think Tiet last picked the Ursa.
They did.
And I think that's a good sign. The Ursa's just been a really good hero. We've seen a lot of success with it today. And they have a really good lineup to enable it. You know, like the lane matchup doesn't feel like the worst thing in the world. Sure, maybe the first 4 levels are going to be annoying up against a Centaur. At some point, you can just overwhelm him with overpower Fury swipes. I don't think you really care too much about Retaliate, especially once you itemize to get a little bit tankier. And you just have this really good tempo coming out from Tiet. You've got Napkin on that DP, can just kind of group her up around him when the Exorcism's up. Can dominate lane. We've seen DP versus a Bloodseeker lane before, and that's something you can handle pretty well. We saw it in the last series. Not the prettiest of times for the Ursa. Also not the best of times for the DP, but
30 seconds to battle.
if the lane does get off to a good start, Napkin can just kind of connect and just force the issue early. For Alpha, I'm wondering how much Monster does, because I feel like that was the one hanging point for Alpha in the last game, where he did have that slower start in the Beastmaster, and that just negatively impacted the rest of the team's timings. They just couldn't group up, couldn't push. They did shove in bot really well, but beyond that, they didn't play around their strengths too often because of that.
Well, they're going to try and force the fight here down in the bot bounty rune spot. Nine's actually going to take a substantial amount of damage. Will be able to survive through it, but probably will need to opt to go for a bit of a reset for himself. Was it a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties? It was. 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. Very even start between these two teams. You pointed out the fact that Monster had a bit of a rough lane last time around in that Beastmaster. This time he's playing Centaur into Ursa, which doesn't really feel that much easier.
Yeah, it's not much of a better lane. At the least, you've got the classic combo, you know, level 2 lift into Stomp with double edge. You can kind of slowly melt Lamey, but I'm sure Sunset's going to complicate that. Just keep spamming out the Crystal Nova, get out the Frostbite, make it pretty untenable to chase down Lamey. And as long as Lamey gets free hits, Fury Swipes build up. You've got a good slow on the CM, root down line. You've got a lot of tools to work that lane to your favor here for Tieton. We saw Lamey last time. He is a core that can opt to play fast. He played a really quick game on that SF.
He certainly did. Let's see what Lamey gets done here in this Ursa. Of course, mid lane Esk against Soul, so the Ember versus Invoker matchup generally can favor the Invoker based on the fact that you can take away the Flame Guard. So Soul, he does end up, of course, going for the Sleight of his Chain skill build rather than bothering for Flame Guard here. And of course, bottom lane, a lot of harassment being dealt already. Napkin and Nine going to be against Tiger and Rises, and it's not the easiest lane to get started off here for Theath because the Bloodseeker is one of those very strong laning style of heroes.
Yeah, it can just sustain. It can kind of zone you out with the Blood Right. That with a Silencer on top, there's just a lot of harassment that can come through here from Alpha. Nine can't really do much. Like, he goes for the tree grab level 1 and can't really use it to harass out.
Yeah, Nine's just dead. Tiger able to secure first blood here on the Silencer. Napkin completely unable to help out. Again, during the laning stage, like this duo of Silencer Bloodseeker is just an absolute pain to try and deal with. So at the very least for Alpha, their safe lane should go pretty decently well.
Yeah, they've got some good peaks to look for, and as Tiger, once he has a value point in Glaives, you're going to be stealing a good amount of int with the kill opportunities you do have down bot. So it could be a good ramp up for Alpha here, and Rises can just kind of carry through the momentum. The Bloodseeker not as farm heavy as the Ursa last time around. Probably just a Maelstrom BKB and you're kind of set to go. So the timing should be a lot quicker. And again, that was just one thing with Alpha, where their timings just felt way too slow to play around with. This time around should line up for a much faster and much more action-packed game from Alpha's end.
Yeah. Still 1-0 so far. Very slight net worth lead the way of Alpha. As predicted, Lamey's having a very good time up at top side. That Ursa, 13-5. Not really too much congestion Monster can have here. Of course, as a Centaur, you want to try your best to just stay away from the Ursa if you can. Don't want to get too close, and of course, Lamey's going to have the follow-up of Sunset there, or rather even the initiation of Sunset with the Frostbite. Looks like Monster's going to be left alone anyway. We're just kind of focused on trying to sort out that large camp. Just going for the D ward for now. Bottom lane, Napkin's taking a lot of harassment once again from Rises. Rises, in fact, they might have the kill here. Napkin in massive trouble. Last word will kick in. Sunset drops top lane. Still trying to run his Napkin, but eventually actually surviving for now and somehow gets through it.
Yeah, lives true. You are giving a lot of charges of Tourist over to Rises. So he doesn't mind too much. Easier time to CS. And again, the harassment coming out here down bot from Alpha provides a really strong foundation for them to play off of. Napkin now off to a slower start. We've seen the DP when it does come off to a slower start. It just doesn't feel great when you don't align with your exo timing. Up top, they are getting aggressive onto Lamey.
They are trying to get harassment where they can. Like, lift into the stomp is how they can get a bit of harassment in. Bottom lane, Napkin, again, trying to pressurize just a little bit. 9 really has to be quite careful, but they'll toss back Tiger. Spirit Siphon out. They don't really have the hold for him, though, so Tiger's going to be just fine, and 9 again is the one that's really in danger. Rise is just constantly just chasing him down, and that's going to be another kill. Tiger, he'll find his second of the game on the silencer. It's a decent attempt, but it just seems like you're giving more away to Theath, or rather to Alpha, than you're getting here for Theath. Even mid lane, Esk is dropping extremely low on the Invoker. Soul trying for a Sleight of Fist chain combination. He'll find it, but I don't think he can dive the tier 2. He'll be forced to back off, maybe wait for another Sleight of Fist, but 9 is going to join in, try to trade here for his Invoker. Meanwhile, top lane, Lamey somehow ends up dying. Soul gets a Sleight of Fist, but has gone too far, and he will get punished. So action all across the map. Again, Lamey did die top lane, but they did find Monster as a trade. So 4-3 now, 1k advantage the way of Alpha.
Yeah, it's a lot more back and forth. Alpha just has so much more activity to bring out here. Love that little play down mid. 9 just...
Wish?
Oh?
It's just kind of farming too far forward, and, well, Lamey just runs at it.
Yeah, you don't quite want to feed that much EXP or AoE gold out to Lamey either, so you have to kind of temper yourself. Gets a little bit of a reset at least coming back into that lane with Monster. And that does free up a little bit of room here for Sunset to rotate. 6-minute power rune going to be coming up. Not the most important for the Invoker to find, but very important to deny away from Soul. Like, one good rune can enable this Ember to just dance around. And his level 6 isn't too far off.
It certainly isn't. Sunset, it's just an illusion rune anyway. Soul, I try to steal it. Does get the chains off. The Tornado is going to connect. Problem is now Esk's in trouble. Completely surrounded as the Invoker, and that's going to be a pretty big pick-off. Meanwhile, Monster's getting tipped for some reason as he does die solo to Lamey. 9 ends up finding Wish, but he might be in danger now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
In fact, Soul decides better of it. He won't go for the chase. But again, action all across the map at the same time. So mid lane, you lose your Invoker CM. Top lane, somehow Monster and Wish go down.
Yeah, they just find the openings. Wish, of course, dying in that rotation onto the power rune, but Lamey, if you are a Centaur without the Vanguard, you will just melt to the Ursa jumping onto you, and that does give a little bit of room down bot to get action onto Rises.
Yeah, Rises gets the blood right off at least. Heal's coming out. Chase is still going. Oh no! I mean, he had the raindrops anyway. To be absolutely fair, Monster. Not sure what he's really trying to do here. Lamey's going to chase him down. No problem with the phase boots, and well, we're just trying to body block as best as possible. And in comes Soul. Maybe they've celebrated a bit too early. Sunset might just drop, and it looks like he probably will.
That's some good punishment coming out. That's the kind of rotation you want to see. Rises does eventually fall down bot. So you're much happier here for Tiet. They even out the kill board. And they are getting their aggression going with these rotations out. I don't see Lamey under any threat, although he is playing pretty far forward by himself now.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling very aggressive now on this Ursa. Just realizing at this stage he can basically kill anyone he wants. He's trying to chase down Widge, but he had the stick charges going, so he was just fine. Though I say that Widge is so far forward. That's happened a few times now. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they find Napkin.
It's a lot of back and forth. I don't fault Wish. I don't think he was that far forward. He's just playing in a pretty dangerous spot without forward vision. Really good like, knowledge from Lamey to know that the Rubik would probably just try to hang around on the right side, very far away from the creep wave. Gave Monster some room.
Dire's bottom tower.
The side of Alpha, they're still getting a good intake of gold onto Rises, just right behind Lamey. And even Monster, despite his deaths, has maintained a decent ramp up. So you're still finding this early start for Alpha. Tia not quite really shutting down every hero that they might need to shut down. They do have a timing to play around here, Mike. EXO is up on Napkin if they want to force something out. But look at Alpha, just clumping around mid right now.
Yeah, they'd love to plan Esk another time. Soul won't jump in yet. Chain's not going to come out. It seems like Esk is going to be okay this time. 8-8. 1K lead still standing for Alpha. You brought up the exorcism from Napkin, and it might definitely be about that time to try for the bottom tier 1. Few rotations coming in. Tiger's going to be there, and Rises is still around the corner, but you're going to need at least one more to try and defend the bottom tier 1 if Napkin does pop the exorcism, and there it is. No hesitation from the DP. Sunset will come in just in case they need the backup. And the only person really ready to defend was the Silencer, but in comes more. Soul will TP in. Can they hold him down? They don't have a Silence, but they've got an Avalanche Toss combination, and that Soul just getting deleted. Problem is now Rupture was there on Napkin, so they will lose the DP. In comes the Invoker-esque. He'll try to go after Wish. Rises wrapping around, trying to find Sunset. Might still trade the CM, but Wish will drop. Now Esque, can he find his own way out? Well, Bloodright's going to be there. A fair bit of damage flying in, but not quite enough to give the vision over to Rises. So a 2-for-2 trade, I think in favor of Theath. Problem is they lose the DP after popping the ulti. So you won't have that now for the tier 1 tower push.
Yeah, you don't mind too much. You're giving kills over to Esk. You're allowing this Invoker to just get a constant supply of earn charges and just get a lot of activity out. You can still siege. Siege creep is up. It's a bit of a slower process without the EXO. But they might actually be able to find stragglers if they overextend Tiger, not really staying too long. Rises is still farming in the area though, and that could get a little bit dodgy, but Esk just opts to walk back towards mid. And they're still grouping 3 heroes down bot from Tier. Sunset's just staying around here. They've already got room to just get Lamey a solo lane. No threat from Monster at the moment. So you're getting everything you could ask for, although.
Tiger, fair bit of damage already, but Soul trying to get some damage out himself onto 9. 9's going to try for the TP attempt out and won't make it. They've got the damage just barely. Rises, he'll commit the Rupture onto Sunset, who does run behind that tier 1 tower, but there's really not much he can do as a CM. In fact, now even Wiz rotating on the Rubik, trying to find Napkin. Won't be able to catch him out, but Alpha successfully defend the bottom tier 1.
Great punishment coming out here from Soul. Starting to catch up a bit. He has fallen a little bit behind that Ember, considering all the activity on the map. I believe he does have his Phase Boots coming out, so that's the early timing for Ember. Phase Boots of Corrosion up, max Sleight of Fist. A lot of damage to pump out here. The thing is, with Tiet constantly rotating bot, they're slowing down Rises and they're allowing Lamey to just get free farm into Battle Fury. He's been uncontested. He's gonna have his Battle Fury in one part, just about 860 gold away. And once that's up and running, he can really start to ramp up in comparison to Rises.
Well, Lamey still complete free farm on the Ursa. Battle Fury almost up. Smoke's going to be there from Alpha. Vision Tiger going to rotate into the mid lane. Maybe trying to pressure the mid tier 1 just a little bit. Hoping someone makes the jump in on Soul, but nobody falling for that bait. Midas now up on Esk's Invoker. Alpha still placing some deep wards into that dire jungle. Rotating back into the mid lane, they'll find Sunset. Sunset trying to get some D wards off, or rather get some wards off on his own. Will get punished for it. Bottom lane though, knowing that they're not around the area, they'll go pop the Exorcism once again. And Napkin should have absolutely zero issue taking out the tier 1 bottom tower on his own. Problem is Lamey is currently being chased down by Alpha, but they will not be able to reach in time. Kind of gets the memo from his CM dying that he needs to back the hell out of there. And that he does. The Ursa will not get caught.
Yeah, dodges out in the nick of time. Full Battle Fury just flies in. So he can just start clearing these camps really quick, start clearing out the creep wave. Alpha are gunning for the top tier 1 instead of the mid, and are forced to use that DD as well on Soul. So not going to have that damage for a gank. surprisingly, the side of Tia, it's still playing around that bot jungle as well. They do have some good forward wards, pretty sneaky positions to kind of give some good information on some entrances. For Alpha, I mean, their push can be there if you tank through with Monster. He's got the Vanguard to just cop the tower hits, but they are playing it rather cautiously on their own end as well. Tia, they don't mind this. Just farm into BKB, blink for Lamey, get that build-up you want on S, get that full Spirit Vessel going. You can just melt any hero that shows on map if they're not careful.
Wish caught out mid lane. Is going to drop very quickly. 9 might get punished though. In comes the Ember. Soul will get the chains off perfectly onto the Tiny, so 9 is going to go down. 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. Nothing really going to come out of it for either side.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Into the
attack.
T1 they go. Alpha going to try and force a glyph, and they do. Theeth should still be able to slow this down just fine. Like, it's only an Ember. No siege creep available means that you're probably not going to have the pushing power you need. Thing is, of course, for... Sorry? Oh. Yeah, Lamey's found Tiger.
Just that ward paying off already. A really good position. You watch the ramp, you catch a solo support. Silencer without a Force Staff doesn't really do much there.
Certainly not. Even the T1 mid tower now being forced in by Theeth. The thing is, you are waiting for Napkin to have his exorcism back up so he can rotate into that mid lane and really pressure it properly. But you do have a siege creep up. Exorcism does come off cooldown now. It's probably around time for Theeth to try and pressure the mid T1 if they can. Or you might just opt to give Rises more time to keep farming, because he's going to be pretty out of control fairly soon.
Yeah, he's got the build-up. A little bit of a smoke out from Alpha. Wish and Monster looking to make a play. They've got that blink up on Monster. So it's a lot easier for him to initiate on some of these squisher targets. Napkin might just fall.
Perhaps Napkin very far forward again. It's like, it's one of those things, right? He's been there for the last minute and a half down at that bot lane in the same position. Eventually they're going to punish him if he stays around.
Yeah, they've got the tools. Instant smoke out from Tia though. And rotating where there's not really any activity from Alpha. They don't have too much forward vision up top here from Tia's end. So they're not going to be able to find much further effort. I think overall you still don't mind. Lamey's still farming. BKB not too far off. And that timing's going to be key up against the heroes that you do have on Alpha. Once that BKB is up, no one really pins down the Ursa. You could try to pin down with Rupture. Ursa doesn't really care for that all too much, although it will kite him around, which can be the issue down the line for Tiath. A little bit of chip damage coming out now on the mid. There are respawns at least, and well, they're starting to come in to try and slow down that shove.
Mid lane.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Slowly but surely they are pushing in. And Theeth
Dire's middle tower has
just going to let it go, not willing to try and force the fight again. It's all just about giving their Ursa time, because you don't really have any counters towards this Ursa later on. Like, Rises should not be able to contest as a Bloodseeker.
tower is under attack.
You know, maybe if you go for the itemization, it's a bit of a different story. But in the hero matchup, it's certainly Ursa favored. And well, 9 mid lane, luckily not going to get chained up here by Sol. Chains do end up landing onto the creep wave instead, so he's going to be okay to back off. They are still playing on edge when it comes to their positioning, that's for sure. Like, a lot of moments where it felt like they could have been punished a lot harder. Kind of getting away with murder almost.
Yeah, they just get to keep playing the stall game, keep having faith in Lamey to carry through for them. Rises is not too far behind though. You know, within 800, 1,000 gold here. BKB of his own not too far off. So you're going to have this interesting timing of Bloodseeker BKB and Ursa BKB lining up. And you always have this BKB piercing spell, at least in Rupture. So you're always at least have one tool to hold back Lamey, and that could really make these fights awkward. Still Alpha. Just being patient. Both sides just being very careful considering how much is on the line in this game. No one wants to take these massive risks.
Here comes the smoke. Theeth. Sunset. Well, he's going to be the first one spotted on the CM. Monster will take it. He'll move in. But who are we aiming? 9. He's got a nice avalanche in the backside. Global Silence committed. Monster, he's already gone. He just drops so darn quickly. As a Centaur, that's never a good sign. Meanwhile, Napkin, he'll cop the Rupture, but he doesn't care. He'll just stand forward because Lamey, he will rush forward. Wiz will force Staff away. Be alright. But in comes Napkin now. Thing is, Alpha, they will successfully back their way out, so they'll only lose Monster. But it's pretty rough, like, if that's your team fight. Like, you get the initiation, you get a Global Silence off, but nothing really comes out of it.
I mean, you kill a CM, but it's really not the biggest deal in the world. You did manage to force out BKB use and Exorcism, so Alpha should be pretty happy with that, although they did trade Global Silence. They're trying to chase up here.
I mean, they want to capitalize off something, but they've missed entirely. I mean, maybe they could find Sunset if they're lucky. So smoke will not work out. Perhaps thinking Roshan had started. Maybe they could start Roshan themselves if they really want. But it is still very risky. And in fact, Sol has moved in. They are going to try for Roshan.
They've got decent damage to get this done. They have Monster that can tank, but of course you can always scout for the Sunstrike. And we managed to see that Rosh is underway. Tiet, immediate smoke. They don't want to give this for free.
Problem is, they're kind of lacking some heroes, but no, never mind. They group up. Roshan so darn low, though. They need to get there quick. Roshan, only 500 HP away from dying. Rises immediately, just pops his BKB. He'll steal the Aegis away and just BKB TP out. And they basically give up nothing. That probably shouldn't be happening. But Theath kind of maybe preemptively backing off. No wards, no vision around the Roshan pit. They kind of just give it away.
Yeah, they're the guys with the Ursa. They need to be the ones playing around this Roshan. Alpha get a nice pickup for themselves. The side of Tiet. The game's not completely out of control. It's still rather even. 16 to 13, less than 1k lead coming out here for Alpha. Lamey currently number 1 in net worth at the moment. Almost at that blink timing here on our Ursa. And now they can try to get a little bit of a shove in on mid. Mid tower definitely just giving a little bit too much out for the side of Alpha to keep that aggressive kind of move going. You would want to equalize here on Tiet's end. We'll see if that's something that they will get done. For the most part, Alpha though, I mean, they've got their own timings lined up. We've got the Lotus Orb coming in for Monster into the BKB. We've got the BKB coming through for Soul down the line. And Rises as well. Full BKB done. Yasha at the very least coming out next. So you've got damage, you've got scaling. You've got a very even game number 2 here, Mike. And for Tiet, I mean, they don't want it to be even. They want to end it. They want to go quick. Let's see if they'll still find their opening as the game scales on. Another Fortify coming out here. At the least, you still have your Exo ready to go on Napkin. Doesn't look like he's key to use that just yet.
I mean, they want the tier 1 mid tower, but they need a creep wave by. Slowly force it in. Alpha, though, they're going to go for a big smoke up. To defend that mid tier 1 tower. They know Theath are around there somewhere. Esk will get started, just pops the Alacrity onto one of his Forge Spirits.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Holding on to the Exorcism in case there's a big team fight, it seems. So at this point, they don't really need it, considering how low the HP of that tower is. Theath, I mean, they group up. They haven't got the tier 1 mid yet, but it won't really matter. Very, very low. Esk mid lane. Luckily not attacking the creep wave, so won't get caught out here by Alpha. Instead, Alpha, they're going to head up top where the tier 2 top tower, it's very low and Rises. He will get it for free.
Yeah, they just get enough room to get that movement done top. Alpha's been allowed to take over this top jungle quite nicely. They don't really have the vision in the area, but they are watching, like say, the bot area near Roche, and that triangle near the secret shop. It is a little bit tougher for Tiet right now to get in there and figure out what they have to do. But I think this is a lineup that wants to play pretty late. We've seen it time and time again with Lamey. He does love to play his farming course. Blink BKB up, Basher next. The Basher should correct a lot of your issues here, especially up against the Bloodseeker BKB. So you can kind of face up against him and just get that matchup working your way. For Alpha, it does feel like he can force a fight now as well. Lotus Orb fully up on Monster. Got the Stampede ready. They can do a lot if they just find a good angle. And Tiet have to be so cautious because these set of supports that Tiet has, it doesn't feel like they can tank through a gank all too well.
Waiting for someone to show up at that bot creep wave. Nobody there. Alpha heading exactly the opposite direction. Age is going to expire in a minute, so they still have time on that for this fight. They are seeing them in the mid lane. They'll rush through that Radiant jungle, but it seems like Alpha are doing a very good job of trying to avoid them. In they go. Monster will pop the Stampede, but he's been lifted up, or rather frostbitten up, so he will drop. Rises, he could still try. He still has that bit of time left. Global Silence is there. Napkin is going to be the target and will go down. In fact, now they even find the Tiny. So 9 to drop, but Lamey's going to jump back in after Tiger. And Lamey, he still wants a team fight. He's more than happy. He's got the enrage available. There'll be a buyback from 9, but that'll mean that Alpha immediately just back out.
Yeah, really well executed coming out from Alpha. Finding that opening they need to take out Tiet. And Tiet maybe just getting a little bit too overconfident coming in. They forced the fight without something like the Basher on Lamey, which just comes out now. So now they have a solid way for Lamey to just hammer in onto Rises and just pin him down while the BKB's running. A bit of pure RNG, but if it does catch on, then it shouldn't take too much.
And in the meantime as well, they'll find Wish on the Rubik. Lamey picking up his 8th kill of the game here on this Ursa. They're in 2 very solid games so far in that position 1 role. Sadly for him, no Roshan to play for. He'll just take over that Radiant jungle. Somehow this mid-tier 1 tower is still standing for the side of Alpha. Like, considering you're against the DP, it's just kind of incredible that they've defended it this long.
Yeah, that feels like the story of the night here, Mike. When you have this offlane pushing hero that doesn't get to push, you lose a lot of your early momentum because that's where draft really shines. You need to play to the strengths of your heroes. With a mid-tier 1 still standing, it's very hard for the side of Tiet to smoke aggressively, to get control back on the opposite side of the river. You have some really good defensive wards here from Alpha as well, watching their own ramps now. So they have a lot of options. They have a lot of information as to what Tiet might want to do. Still, I feel like Tiet aren't in a bad spot right now. They're still less than 1k up. Lamey is slightly ahead of Rises, Esk is ahead of Soul, Napkin slightly ahead of Monster. So all your cores are on a core-to-core matchup, doing better on Tiet's end. And now you have this full BKB up and running on Esk. So he's much more willing to stand up front. They are getting some good damage off of that top tier 2 as well.
But they are. Soul's going to rotate, but the T2 tower is dropping extremely fast. Glyph will be forced out, and that's going to be enough for Theath to at least back off for now. Seems like Lamey's thinking about going back in and just finishing the job off. And that they will. T2 tower to go down. This is all the while this mid-tier 1 is still standing. It just makes me laugh.
Yeah.
The T2s are falling, but the tier 1 is just chilling in the mid lane.
It's a strange thing, Mike. It's a very strange thing, but, you know, we've seen stranger things sometimes.
We have.
So this should be corrected by Tiet sooner rather than later. Take out that mid-tier 1. Should align with about when we see that Roche timer. About a minute until we see whatever that's planned to be. And Lamey actually just goes for it. Doesn't even wait for the creep wave. Ooh, Monster misses.
Yeah. Off the mark there with the Centaur.
Top tower is under attack.
Do they want to keep going? Oh, look at that, Lamey! Just jumps right into the middle. BKB TP out though. He's left his team behind. All right, I mean, it was a good start, but a very messy end. Like, they just went on the same page. His supports ran in to try and help him. That felt like a very good team fight as well for Theath to take.
It would have been. Maybe it's down to the fact that Esk wasn't quite in the area as well. So they had no play to follow through from that BKB pop on Lamey. And they're just forced to play the sacrifice game. Not the biggest kills in the world for Alpha. At the same time, you'll take what you can get when you are slightly behind in net worth. And the side of Alpha now, they've got some room to play. I think the big problem for Tiet down the line is pinning down Soul. How do you keep this Ember Spirit locked down? Especially now that he has BKB. It does feel like Soul has a lot of room to just do what he wants, and he's going to be very obnoxious just because you don't have the best pieces of stun or control to keep him from jumping around with his remnants.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Thea's for now going to move down towards the bottom side of the map. Alpha, they'll keep hanging around the Roshan pit, but sadly for them, Roshan's still going to be another 2 minutes, so they're going to be waiting quite a while for that.
Bounty.
Alpha?
Tower has fallen.
Obviously would love to steal another Roshan away from Theath, but Theath have smoked up, unwilling to kind of run that back again.
Ooh.
Oh, they're right on the Ember. Soul getting deleted here by Lamy. The Abyssal Blade setup makes it so easy.
Yeah, real good use of their vision here out from Tiet as well. Great reveal of that full Abyssal on Lamy. There is enough time to respawn before the Roche. So there should be a pretty good fight breaking out here. But Alpha probably not in the best position to overextend here either. Side of Tiet still hungry.
Wish. Very far forward. He's going to get caught. Tiger kind of just stuck in the tree line now. Will TP out and Napkin's going to have no way of cancelling. Meanwhile, Monster's still thinking about pushing out that top creep wave. I suppose he's assuming Theath are going to be forcing Roshan. Roshan's still about 55 seconds away from respawning, so again, very unlucky timing for both sides. More so now for Alpha, or rather more so now for Theath, because they would desperately love for a Roshan at the moment. Speaking of Theath, Napkin's kind of by himself in the triangle. He'll get ruptured up. Ogre still towed him away. In goes 9 with an avalanche toss combo. Rise is still trying, but Lamy's in, and it looks like they might have the Bloodseeker. He'll try to run away. Esk is getting the job done. They just need a few more right clicks. Still chasing him down. They secure. Meanwhile, Napkin, he has survived through all of it. Monster's the target. He will go down in the Centaur. And Tiger, well, he's caught.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit wild here for Alpha. I mean, Tiet's just able to play with these item timing so well. They've got everything. Like, there's not much to stop it. Even if you stampede away, just the Abyssal onto here is enough for Lamy to kind of get that done. And it's a bit of a split focus right now. Tiet, they're going Roche without their Ursa.
Very smart.
Interesting choices. Exorcism is gone. Not the quickest Roche in the world, but now Lamy's on his way. So shouldn't take too much. Once he is there, free shard coming out here as well. Lamy could just pick it up to have that enrage on the Earthshock. He'll be very happy and pleased with himself with that. 21-22, 9k lead for Tiet off the back of that engagement. And for Alpha, for their team fight, it just feels like they're so tied into these big ults, right? Like they're tied in to Global Silence, they're tied into their Rupture usage, they're tied into how well they can kind of use the Stampede to get in and out of here as well. They do have at least this Linken's up to protect Rises from something like the immediate Abyssal. So he can just kind of keep himself safe. They can try to keep Soul safe. They have to send him out first now as well. And for Tiet, I don't think there's too much of a rush. You might want to try the high ground when Exo's off cooldown. You know, don't really have any reason not to do that, as they are just looking a fair bit stronger here.
Oh, jump in again. Monster has not been having a good game whatsoever. He'll Stampede, tosses away. Monster, can he get out? He's trying, but the chase is on for Napkin. Meanwhile, Rises, he at least finds 9. And in fact, Monster does find a way out. And with that, it seems like they get away with a tiny kill. Not the worst scenario here.
Yeah, not the worst for Tiet. You're still in a pretty good position in this game overall. Like, they've managed to take out all the After Towers once more. They're just... They have a lot of room. Like, this Aegis is still 3 minutes 40 away. Maybe just wait for this full Swift Link, though.
Yeah, they've jumped in. Monster's going to stun up, but he's Abyssal Bladed up. But the Lotus Orb's doing a lot of work here against Lamy, not allowing Monster to go down. Lamy's still more than happy to keep trying to fight, but kind of just being kited around. He'll turn back onto Rises. Rises forced to just try and run away because Lamy is just so hard to deal with. Just can't deal with the Angry Bear at the moment. Though if you are Lamy, you're probably just best back off and farm the Swift Blink at this rate.
Yeah. Just head back, go for the safe play. We know this is what Tiet likes to do. They just like to build this overwhelming gold lead to the point where it's next impossible for them to drop the game. Swift Blink fully up now on Lamy. That should be kind of the cracking point for him to get active once more. We're seeing Sunset getting chased.
And catch up the CM. Lamy, however,
Oh boy.
he is just deleting people right now. Rises and Wish both gone. Monster is pretty much as good as dead at the moment as well. This Ursa completely out of control. And it's onto the tier 3 towers. Why the hell not?
Yep. There's just not much you can do on Alpha. They still have the global silence to play with. It just feels like it's such a specific way of fighting that it almost feels like it's more sustainable for pickoffs. You jump in with your scent, you try to blow one up and clean up with global silence afterwards.
9? Alright, 9's gonna die to the tier 4 towers.
It's just a bit aggressive coming out from him. That does give him the space to clear out the towers at the least. Tier 3s down mid and up top. So they can just kind of focus in on the racks next. Napkin, still 100 seconds away from EXO, but they're going to find 2 racks. No contest from Alpha.
I mean, it's hard to contest when you haven't got your pulse 1 up. That melee barracks, 20 HP. Lamy, you'll get it done. Alpha, looking to try and chase this Ursa. Still a minute 20 on that Aegis, so you might not want to kill him right now, because Lamy might turn right back around if you're not careful. They continue to slow him up. Meanwhile, Esk is trapped because he's ruptured up in the tree line. He'll be forced to pop his own BKB. Rises is rushing in. Keep in mind, Aegis is still up for another minute. So they can certainly fight here on Thief if they wish, and it looks like they are going to move in back onto Monster. Esk has dropped, but they'll find the Centaur as a trade. Like now Tiger's being chased down. 9 will find the CM. In goes Rises. In goes Soul. But they can't fight. And now, well, surprise, surprise, Wish is out of position.
Just one small misstep. And that's been the consistent thing for Alpha, right? From the laning phase, we've seen those little small misplays. And just kind of escalates up. Buying back already. No global silence, though. So, I'm not sure how much you can do to stop this.
Look at Lamy, he doesn't care. I mean, he's got 20 more seconds to go. Jump right in. Avalanche tosses out. This could be the last team fight. Rises is dead. He'll buy back immediately, but they've lost their silencer. He's died back. In goes Rises, but he jumps right into the loving arms of Lamy. Aegis 5 seconds away from respawn expiring, but 9's in now. Tornado connects. 9, or rather Rises, is able to run. 9 will drop surely on the Tiny. Theeth, in they go again. Lamy, he'll take down Wish on the Rubik. He's onto the Centaur. Monster barely able to get away. They are still trying to defend this one. The game is not quite over yet, but it's a 3v5 scenario. In goes Monster. He'll Lotus Orb off the Frostbite. But there's only one lane of barracks left, and look at Lamy. He just doesn't care. He's going right in.
Jeez. The stampede back into the fountain. Not a great feeling there, Mike. Not something you see too often either. Full Mega Creeps up now at 37 minutes in.
Soul, yeah, Soul just gets deleted. He's got buyback, but it seems like it's about time to call it. There goes Monster. They'll try 2v5. Maybe try and find a way to defend this. Soul's just rushing forward. Has to Remnant back. But the Mega Creeps are incoming. And in we go again. Lamy, he is the real problem. GG is called. Alpha, they've had enough. And Theath, against all odds, they pull off the 2-0 victory here against Alpha.
Yeah, against really good odds from Alpha. You know, they were the favorites coming in from esportsbet.io. 1.5 to 2.3, I think is what you mentioned. And they rally. They play a lot faster. They come off to a stronger start. I think in this game, maybe a little bit slower for Napkin in the offlane. You know, that was a little bit slow for a DP, but they were getting so aggressive elsewhere that it didn't matter. Lamy went off a running start. It's a Centaur versus Ursa.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a lane matchup that Ursa barely loses, and they just went all in on that.
That they did. I mean, as soon as you saw the Ursa last pick, you know it was going to be a bad time. And I mean, it's just fantastic gameplay here from Theath, pulling off the 2-0 victory, and that is their first series victory, 2-0 which is not something I expected, but it does happen. With that, we do have our lovely panel on standby just waiting for us. We'll hand over to them and we'll have a see as to what they thought about this series overall.
Woo! Theath Gaming getting their first W here in a 2-0 fashion nonetheless. Incredible stuff from them. Finally, they have the monkey off their back and have achieved victory here in this series on day 2 of the second week. Turns out, gentlemen, don't feed the bear. Leave the bear alone. Make sure that he gets nothing. But if you do feed the bear, you're going to have a pretty rough time.
Yeah, we learned that the hard way in Finland in most cases. You know, like, just want to leave it alone. Don't touch it. It will probably do his thing. Or you can make a good friend out of it. Unfortunately, not in this game. Pretty solid execution from Theath coming out from game 1 into game 2, continuing with that same momentum speed that they had here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This game, what we did see that was really nice is like the mid lane this time around. I was very impressed on like the tempo where we had a different hero. We didn't have, we had Ember Spirit and we had, what was the other one? Sorry, I got a little lost there.
Game on
Invoker.
that
Invoker. The Invoker, I was surprised like what he would be able to do versus the Ember, but like his Ember, I mean, the Invoker this game was really good versus the Ember. I mean, I do say that the Ember, he really wanted to win the lane mid. He wanted to so badly, but then he ended up throwing the lane as a result, right? I was so sad to see that. Like, he had him on the ropes there, Esk on his Invoker. He was about to die. He thought he'd get that right click in. Couldn't get it. Tiny TP's in. Ends up punishing the Ember pretty hard there. And I think that really saved Esk's game.
I really think that probably is what happened, right? And that's what happens in the game of Dota 2, these cascading, these small effects. Because of Esk not actually dying in that situation, suddenly he has a wave or two to himself, comes back, with Ember Spirit comes back, there's more experience available on the Invoker, can actually sustain himself in the lane. And unfortunately, Panda, this seems to be the name of the game, rather, or the story that's been for Alpha. Despite having some positive aspects to the game, despite might having decent drafts at times, decisions. Sometimes the decision-making is where things really start to become problematic for the squad, to say the least.
Yeah, Alpha's lanes, if their lane partners more like, if you put it that way, I feel like Rises and Tiger are the only ones who've actually got the package together. The way you have this Ember Spirit into this draft, you can see he's got a lot of kills on his name. He's definitely been helping out the team, but the offlane is still an issue. No matter even with the Rubik pick, it just doesn't seem to mold.
Yeah, I mean, they're really struggling right now, which is not really making Monster or vice versa making it really work here. But Lamy, he is making it work all around. And you have to keep in mind, too, that like maybe this is a revitalized team with Sunset coming in here with Lamy, because like I was not seeing this type of dominance before. And, maybe it was a mental reset for them. And I think this could be potentially like a jumpstart to them start doing better.
I really hope so, and obviously, speaking of Lema yet again, guarantee he's going to be the MVP for game number 2, the same way that he was MVP for game 1. Not only did they end up winning out this game, but they actually managed to do the impossible, y'all. They beat a Rubik lane. That's the first time we've seen it so far in the NA DPC, and from there was just like no breaks on this train. Just kept going from lane to lane. Every single time he'd show up to a fight, he'd immediately eat heroes, like from 100 to 0 within a matter of seconds. And regrettably, we saw in this game why we have Ursa being sort of like the primo pick in terms of the carries the situation here in North America. In other regions, it's Lina that's the dominant hero when it gets picked up. But here, if you get an Ursa that's good game, Bloodseeker or no, Ember Spirit or no, Centaur or no, just doesn't feel like it matters at all.
Yeah, and there was also a beautiful fight right in front of the Roche pit where we saw Rupture being used onto Napkin, and he uses the Ogre Seal Totem to drop himself a bit low, drawing in the Bloodseeker, like, fresh meat, come and pick me up. Then we see Tiny instantly blinking in, initiates with the stun. Ursa, fresh Abyssal reveal right there, right on top of the Bloodseeker, hacks him down to like 10% HP. They even force staff him further into the river. Where's the rest of your team? You're all alone and you're surrounded by some pretty hungry players, and just forced out the Bloodseeker right away. That was a really cool play from them as well, kind of baiting him in to feel like you can actually kill Napkin here. No, sir.
Absolutely not. At that point, Napkin was a little bit unkillable as well on that Death Prophet. It was very fun to watch. One thing I also really enjoyed about seeing how Theath played this game, they gave themselves options for recovery fear. They had the kind of heroes like, let's say, the Death Prophet. You can still do something with your ultimate even if the game itself isn't going well. The same is not true for Ember Spirit. The same is not true for Centaur. I mean, Ember is a little bit of an edge case, but the rest of the heroes, your Bloodseekers, your Centaurs, if these heroes aren't doing well early on, the options are just not there, right? And the degree of execution required to make them work. You mentioned it in the pregame that you want to see them simplified. That didn't end up happening for them. But if they had executed better, would this have been a different game, do you think, here? Let's say Soul doesn't die solo in the mid lane up against ESK. Let's say the Centaur doesn't get absolutely demolished in the laning phase versus the Ursa. Do they actually have a shot here with the kind of draft that they brought to bear?
I mean, yeah, I think they could have definitely won this. I think the Centaur needed to be like really high net worth, like be that frontline tank, take some tier ones, move to mid, play the role of somewhat the zoo, like just being really, really farmed. But unfortunately, like that didn't happen. And we were playing against Slamey. We've seen in a couple games now that if you give him a free farm, it's going to come back to bite you really fast. And mid lane situation, very similar as well. You can't really make moves on Slamey from the mid lane if you make a couple mistakes and you have to go on recovery.
What do you think here, Panda? Now that you have seen this, Fio has mentioned that this might be the possibility of them jump-starting a new lease on life within the DPC. They get their first win, the Monkeys off the back, they got their first Roshans, a lot of firsts for them overall, even beating the Rubik lane. Does this give them enough confidence to start playing a higher tier of Dota and start looking like a more solidified Div 1 team?
This was the ideology I had after week one was already progressing quite far, and basically looking at the matchups that they had, what they're up against, and that was the same idea for Alpha, same for Bait. That you got to start playing, but you got to wash out those rough defeats from the top tier teams right behind you, and just put yourself together and move onward and get that momentum. I think Theoth, they could go off with some good fly here, basically. Like, they've got good speed out of this one. Pretty happy that they 2-0'd this one. This was expected maybe from the side of Theoth and for Alpha that there's going to be a tight battle. Might be going all the way to 3-3 in this one, but Theoth just 2-0's this one. That's a good positive sign for them, but it's a rough one for Alpha.
It's a very rough one for Alpha because they still have not been able to find any degree of success thus far in the DPC. However, for Theoth Gaming, not only is it a successful series, but for two of their players who are sort of brand new to the competitive scene, this is a massive boost in confidence for them. And we have one of those players on for an interview right now, Napkin, off-lane player there for the side of Theoth Gaming. Sir, can you hear me? Congratulations on your victory. Are you relieved to finally get a win out of the way and get the monkey off your back?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Playing the hardest 3 teams first. It feels good to have a win now.
Actually, talk to us about that, right? Because we've been discussing how difficult it is to be playing these super hard teams. As a team, did you have a discussion beforehand, right, to try and ensure that you don't let the losses get to you? To say, well, we're probably going to have a difficult time, but let's not let that affect our confidence going forward.
Yeah, I knew coming into this whole DPC thing that maybe we'd be one of the worst teams. We're kind of new, especially me. But yeah, it feels good to finally get a win. I wasn't really expecting to beat the top 3 teams, and we played them first. So
yeah, I can see that you're pretty delighted after getting that victory and finally forgetting about the losses that you've had. So diving into this Div 1 run that you have, since Esk is the player that's been around since, well, last DPC year. He was in the Tour 1 this whole time, or Division 1, sorry. How did you guys actually get together for this specific division right now, since Esk has already been around, but you guys are pretty new to this kind of field, you could put?
To be honest, it was kind of just put together last minute. They needed players, I guess, and it just kind of happened last minute. I don't know.
So are these like
that's
players
all.
basically who we ran into like in pubs, or you guys know each other's from before?
I personally don't know any of them. I had like 9 on my friends list, maybe.
Okay.
It was definitely just last minute. None of us really. We just started playing, and yeah, that's it.
All right, well, I'm going to throw you a tricky question because you guys have already had 2 Pulse 5 players. One dropped out earlier, and another one just recently apparently leaving the team and signing up with someone else. So you got Sunset to stand in for you guys. Will you guys be playing with him for the rest of the tour, or will you be relying on other stand-ins for the future? What does it look like?
We haven't talked about that yet, but he did pretty good today.
Yeah.
I'd be cool with playing with him. I heard somewhere that you can only have a stand-in 4 times, and we have 4 more games, right?
4 more games left.
So
yeah,
I think we're okay,
calculated,
okay.
right?
So I guess we're fine. Yeah, calculated. So yeah, he seems fine. Should be playing with him.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so congratulations on your win. And I wanted to ask, a lot of other people wanted to know as well, like, what is the origin of your nickname, Napkin? Like, where did you come with that, and how did you come up with that name?
There's this show I was watching when I was a kid. It's called The Regular Show, and I forgot what it was exactly, but they came up with a name somehow, and it was something like they just looked at something and then they came up with their name. So when I came up with my name, there was a napkin on my desk or something that became my name.
Solid.
Napkin.
All right.
Oh, that's legit.
I just want to say you have like one of the best nicknames that I've seen in
so
Dota
fun.
history.
Thank you.
Something else that I'm actually curious about when it comes to your team right now is Theath Gaming. So obviously, like you mentioned, you're a relatively new roster. So who in the game makes the most calls? And when it comes to things like the leadership and the drafting and things like that, whose responsibility is it to come up with the ideas in general and the overall strategy for your team?
We kind of all help out, like equally in drafts. Esk and Lamy talk a lot during the game. Esk is very smart. He's the old guy, obviously. And then Lamy and Esk are just always talking gameplay. And then it's us three that are usually helping in the draft.
Okay, that makes sense. One final question before I let you go to keep practicing and stuff. Obviously, like you mentioned, yourself and Nine are relatively new, not just to the team, but to the competitive environment in general. So how seriously do you want to take this? So how much time do we expect, how long rather, do you expect your career to be within the Dota 2 landscape? Or is that contingent on results over the next couple of seasons?
For me, I want to be great. So I want to prove myself and then maybe get on a great team one day. I'm just trying to get better each day, you know? I don't know exactly everyone else, but everyone's trying their best in this DPC at least, so.
Okay, that's good to hear. I mean, hopefully we do end up seeing you in one of these great teams down the line and you become a solidified legend within the NA scene. So, Napkin, thank you so much for giving us your time. Congratulations on your first victory. Hopefully it's not your last, but, you know, get back to practicing and we'll probably talk to you again in the next couple of series.
All right, thank you guys.
And that, of course, is Napkin, off-lane player right now for Theath Gaming, who have just gotten their first W. He seems relieved, seems a lot happier. And, you know, at this point in time, we start to reverse the emotional damage of the first couple of losses. But it's good to hear, Panda, that he was, you know, optimistic about the future, right? But not naive about where they are right now as a squad, right? He mentioned that he came into this one knowing that the team was still going to be playing towards the bottom end of things, but still practicing, still playing, still not just saying, well, we throw our hands up, we give up the moment we end up losing. So that's a very good thing to hear for a player who, like you said, has aspirations towards greatness down the line.
Yeah, it's like your normal kid from the block, basically. He's humble. He's ready to see where we're going, what we want to do, but also keep his feet on the ground and still getting super excited from winning a 2-0 series against even a lower seed team. If this was a high seed team, I can't even imagine what kind of reaction we would be getting from this guy. Very genuine, very likable. I like that kind of personality from him.
Absolutely, and because of that win, now they've gotten themselves finally onto the leaderboard. No more losses available for them. They are 1-3 at the moment for the side of Theath Gaming. Leapfrogging Bait a little bit, who haven't been able to eke out a victory just yet. But complicated story for the side of Alpha here, Fear, because they are now 0-4. Pretty much now 100% slated for relegation. The only question is, can they at least win a series or two before they exit a Division 1 here?
No, probably not. Like, unfortunately, things don't get easier for them. They played what you would arguably say the other weak team in the region, got 2-0'd by them. They haven't won a single game yet, right? In this entire DPC. I think they're in demoralization town right now. I think it's going to be very hard for them to mentally bounce back from this. I think they know as well that they're relegated no matter what. It's hard to find a reason to fight at this point, I think, for them.
I mean, they still have 3 series to play, so theoretically, despite the numbers being very low right now, considering their past success, they could still push themselves into one tiebreaker situation. They could even get themselves to 6th or even 5th place with 3 victories. But then you'd have to win against, let me check what they're actually playing up against. Alpha, they still got DSM. All right, that's going to be easy. Wildcard, maybe that's going to be one. But then they got Bait.
Yeah.
So that could even end up being Alpha, Theath, and Bait. Still, the battle is on. It could be a 3-way tiebreaker for elimination. It could be just 2 teams dropping out, but that's totally, it feels like it's out of their hands in a way.
It's a lot of pressure too, right? I feel
Yeah,
like
a lot of pressure.
if
for
you
sure.
end up losing just one of those series, I think it's guaranteed at that point, right?
The worst thing, they're playing Bait on the 30th of January, which is literally the last series of, I think, the entire division. So that's going to be like at the very end, it's going to be a super tough fight for them. And you got to carry that mental kind of fortitude all the way to the last stage, to the last moment, where it might not even be up to you.
Well, actually, hold on. Let's theoretically, if they're not playing Bait till the end, if Bait doesn't win a series, we could
still
have a fight. Yeah,
Exactly. Like numbers can still play into their favor, but it's not looking like an easy run anymore because this was the series to beat.
They had to win this one. And final thing about this particular series here, we saw on the side of Earth Gaming, making the change from Antoha to Sunset clearly has had a massive difference, right? They looked way cleaner in pretty much all aspects of the game. Is this now time for Alpha to start making a similar consideration about who to replace on the squad? Maybe you find a different partner for Monster, maybe you find a different partner for Wish. Is there ways that maybe they could adjust their roster and maybe that might give them the results they need?
I mean, maybe, but it's like there's a difference in someone like piecing out, right, and then just like kicking someone mid-tour, right? I don't think they'll end up doing that, but I will say like the adjustment they did make. I mean, it wasn't just like bringing on like Sunset there. I think the hero pool changed a lot too for Lame there, where he was able to like play more heroes like that weren't the Doom carry, that weren't like these like early game tempos. He seems to be a quite competent carry player and just playing hard carries. So like they made more than one changes. They probably talked it through and it's working for them. Alpha, they're gonna have to find something similar. I doubt there'll be roster changes, but you know, who knows? Maybe there will be. But for the most part, maybe they just need to change some heroes up and maybe put everyone on their comfort picks if they're not already.
Yep, changes certainly do need to be made right now for this lineup here of Alpha. But, you know, they're done for the day. It's a 2-0 victory for the side of Theath Gaming. We are not done, though, here in the DPC because although this day of Dota is over, there's still many more to come. So looking forward, there are some very important series that are coming up in the next day of action here. And the reason these are so important, the second one and the first one, both of them have the potential to genuinely change the trajectory of what this season looks like. Bait versus Nouns, we still have question marks about how strong Nouns actually is and, you know, how far they are from the standard being set by the TSMs and the Shopify Rebellions. And of course, we still have questions about what Bait might look like as a squad. They could adjust things a lot. But that first series, 5-Red first off versus Shopify, at this point in time, definitely the final boss of the region.
Yeah.
However, we still haven't had an upset yet here in the NADPC, so they can't actually afford to take their foot off the pedal if they want to rinse the region and guarantee a major slot at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only upset we had was maybe DS versus Alpha, if you call that an upset. But yeah, it's definitely going to be hard. I'm not really... 5-Rat 4-Staff, they looked okay, but they ended up just losing today to Wildcard as well. And we saw... You know, Shopify Rebellion give Wildcard their 15-minute loss. So not looking super easy matchup for them there. And the Bait versus Nouns, I think that is going to be the very interesting game. Could be a really close game. Or maybe Nouns is just, as usual, just kind of in their own little tier. Just floating between tier 1. I guess they're the tier 2 by themselves, and we'll see.
Yeah, they do seem like they are the gatekeeper team here of T-Panda, where you have to be able to, at the very least, beat Nouns if you have any hope of progressing into a major situation here from the NA region. From what we've seen from the 2 games of Bait, you know, obviously both of them did go the stretch. The only team before today that had the full 3 games. And what we've seen from Nouns, are we going to get 3 games out of that series? Or is Nouns going to be a little bit shocked by their last loss and say, nah, guys, we're not going to allow that to happen?
Well, even if Bait do have those 2 individual map victories, still sitting at 0-2. I think that Bait hasn't lost their edge. I think that now that they've had a couple games under from their previous series, they've maybe got a Stone back up to speed. They've still got pretty capable players. Like a lot of people have actually been hyping up that Dendi's playing pretty well. Just needs to work on like 1 or 2 different departments, mostly like that early mid-game session. I feel like Bait, if they have a great draft, I think if we forget the Weavers and stuff like that, you know, maybe we're going to get Bait to stretch another 3-game series, potentially. I don't see this as a 2-0 stomp from Nouns. I think Bait can actually fight back really hard, making it a pretty interesting series.
I mean, we've already seen today what can happen when a team goes back, reads the room, looks at all their replays, and tries to make adjustments. If you do so, you can come away with a victory for yourself. Theath Gaming got their first victory on the board here in the NADPC. Of course, Bait has been in different regions before, and they have yet to actually eke out a victory in any DPC region. But many firsts have happened here in the North American region, and I would not be surprised if that first is also happening here for Dendi and the crew. With that, though, we are going to be closing out the day of Dota. We've seen some incredible upsets. We've seen some long series, but now it is time for us to all go and rest. So everybody, we will see you in about a day or so to continue North America Div 1. Go get some water, make sure that you're hydrated, you know, practice a couple pubs, but play positively and join us in a couple of days for some more Dota 2 action. From myself, Snare, with Fia, T-Panda, MLP, John Xfire, and of course PTPR Observer, we say thank you, good night, and we'll see you in the future for some more Dota 2 action.